Down to Earth by Harry Harrison. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Ben Tucker. Down to Earth by Harry Harrison.
Gino, help me! For God's sake, do something!
The tiny voice scratched in Gino Lombardi's earphone. Weak against the background roar of solar interference, Gino lay flat in the lunar dust, half buried by the pumice-fine stuff, reaching far down into the cleft of the rock. Through the thick fabric of his suit, he felt the edge crumbling and pulled hastily back. The dust and pieces of rock fell instantly, pulled down by the light lunar gravity and unimpeded by any trace of air. A fine mist of dust settled on Glazer's helmet below, partially obscuring his tortured face.
"Help me, Gino! Get me out of here!"
he said, stretching his arm up over his head. "No good," Gino answered, putting as much of his weight onto the crumbling lip of rock as he dared, reaching far down. His hand was still a good yard short of the other's groping glove. "I can't reach you, and I've got nothing here I can let down for you to grab. I'm going back to the bug."
"Don't leave!"
Glazer called, but his voice was cut off as Gino slid back from the crevice and scrambled to his feet. Their tiny helmet radios did not have enough power to send a signal through the rock. They were good only for line-of-sight communication. Gino ran as fast as he could, long gliding jumps one after the other back towards the bug. It did look more like a bug here, a red beetle squatting on the lunar landscape, its four spidery support legs sunk into the dust. He cursed under his breath as he ran. What a hell of an ending for the first moon flight. A good blast off in a perfect orbit. The first two stages had dropped on time. The lunar orbit was right. The landing had been right. And 10 minutes after they had walked out of the bug, Glazer had to fall into this crevice hidden under the powdery dust. To come all this way, through all the multiple hazards of space, then to fall into a hole. There was just no justice. At the base of the ship, Gino flexed his legs and bounded high up towards the top section of the bug, grabbing onto the bottom of the still open door of the cabin. He had planned his moves while he ran. The magnetometer would be his best bet. Pulling it from the rack, he yanked at its long cable until it came free in his hand, then turned back without wasting a second. It was a long leap back to the surface, in Earth gravitational terms, but he ignored the apparent danger and jumped, sinking knee-deep in the dust when he landed. The row of scuffled tracks stretched out toward the slash of the lunar crevice, and he ran all the way, chest heaving in spite of the pure oxygen he was breathing. Throwing himself flat, he skidded and wriggled like a snake back to the crumbling lip. "Get ready, Glazer!" he shouted, his head ringing inside the helmet with the captive sound of his own voice. "Grab the cable!" The crevice was empty. More of the soft rock had crumbled away, and Glazer had fallen from sight. For a long time, Major Gino Lombardi lay there, flashing his light into the seemingly bottomless slash in the satellite's surface, calling on his radio with the power turned full on. His only answer was static, and gradually he became aware of the cold from the eternally chilled rocks that was seeping through the insulation of his suit. Glazer was gone. That was all there was to it. After this, Gino did everything that he was supposed to do in a methodical, disinterested way. He took rock samples, dust samples, meter readings, placed the recording instruments exactly as he had been shown, and fired the test shot in the drilled hole. Then he gathered the records from the instruments, and when the next orbit of the Apollo spacecraft brought it overhead, he turned on the cabin transmitter and sent up a call. "Come in, Dan. Colonel Danton Coy, can you hear me?"
"Loud and clear,"
the speaker crackled.
"Tell me, you guys, how does it feel to be walking on the moon?"
"Glazer is dead. I'm alone. I have all the data and photographs required. Permission requested to cut this stay shorter than planned. No need for a whole day down here." For long seconds there was a crackling silence, then Dan's voice came in, the same controlled Texas drawl.
"Roger, Gino. Stand by for a computer signal. I think we can meet in the next orbit."
The moon takeoff went as smoothly as the rehearsals had gone in the mock-up on Earth, and Gino was too busy doing double duty to have time to think about what had happened. He was strapped in when the computer radio signal fired the engines that burned down into the lower portion of the bug and lifted the upper half free, blasting it up towards the rendezvous in space with the orbiting mothership. The joined sections of the Apollo came into sight, and Gino realized he would pass in front of it, going too fast. He made the course corrections with a sensation of deepest depression. The computer had not allowed for the reduced mass of the lunar rocket with only one passenger aboard. After this, matching orbits was not too difficult, and minutes later Gino was crawling through the entrance of the command module and sealing it behind him. Dan Coy stayed at the controls, not saying anything until the cabin pressure had stabilized and they could remove their helmets. "What happened down there, Gino?" "An accident. A crack in the lunar surface. Covered lightly, sealed over by dust. Glazer just fell into the thing. That's all. I tried to get him out. I couldn't reach him. I went to the bug for some wire, but when I came back he had fallen deeper. It was..." Gino had his face buried in his hands, and even he didn't know if he was sobbing or just shaking with fatigue and strain. "I'll tell you a secret. I'm not superstitious at all," Dan said, reaching deep into a zippered pocket of his pressure suit. "Everybody thinks I am, which just goes to show you how wrong everybody can be. Now, I got this mascot because all pilots are supposed to have mascots, and it makes good copy for the reporters when things are dull." He pulled the little black rubber doll from his pocket, made famous on millions of TV screens, and waved it at Gino. "Everybody knows I always tote my little good luck mascot with me, but nobody knows just what kind of good luck it has. Now you will find out, Major Gino Lombardi, and be privileged to share my luck. In the first place, this Betty doll is not rubber, which might have a deleterious effect on the contents, but is constructed of a neutral plastic." In spite of himself, Gino looked up as Dan grabbed the doll's head and screwed it back. "Notice the wrist motion as I decapitate my friend, within whose bosom rests the best luck in the world, the kind that can only be brought to you by sour mash 150 proof bourbon. Have a slug." He reached across and handed the doll to Gino. "Thanks, Dan." He raised the thing and squeezed, swallowing twice. He handed it back. "Here's to a good pilot and a good Joe. Eddie Glazer," Dan Coy said, raising the flask, suddenly serious. "He wanted to get to the moon, and he did. It belongs to him now. All of it, by right of occupation." He squeezed the doll dry and methodically screwed the head back on and replaced it in his pocket. "Now, let's see what we can do about contact and control, putting them into the picture, and start cutting an orbit back towards Earth." Gino turned the radio on, but did not send out the call yet. While they had talked, their orbit had carried them around to the other side of the moon, and its bulk successfully blocked any radio communication with Earth. They hustled their measured arc through the darkness and watched another sunrise over the sharp lunar peaks. Then the great globe of the Earth swung into sight again. North America was clearly visible, and there was no need to use repeater stations. Gino beamed the signal at Cape Canaveral and waited the 2.5 seconds for a signal to be received, and for the answer to come back the 480,000 miles from Earth. The seconds stretched on, and with a growing feeling of fear, he watched the hand track slowly around the clock face. "They don't answer. Interference. Sunspots. Try them again," Dan said in a suddenly strained voice. The control at Canaveral did not answer the next message, nor was there any response when they tried the emergency frequencies. They picked up some aircraft chatter on the higher frequencies, but no one noticed them or paid any attention to their repeated calls. They looked at the blue sphere of Earth with horror now, and only after an hour of sweating strain would they admit that, for some unimaginable reason, they were cut off from all radio contact with it. "Whatever happened during our last orbit around the moon. I was in contact with them while you were matching orbits," Dan said, tapping the dial of the ammeter on the radio. "There couldn't be anything wrong?" "Not at this end," Gino said grimly. "But something has happened down there." "Could it be a war?" "It might be, but with whom and why?" There's nothing unusual on the emergency frequencies, and I don't think... Look! Dan shouted hoarsely. The lights! Where are the lights? In their last orbit, the twinkling lights of the American cities had been seen clearly through their telescope. The entire continent was now black. Wait, see South America? The cities are lit up there, Gino. What could possibly have happened at home while we were in orbit? There's only one way to find out. We're going back, with or without any help from ground control. They disconnected the lunar bug and strapped into their acceleration couches in the command module while they fed data to the computer. Following its instructions, they jockeyed the Apollo into the correct attitude for firing. Once more, they orbited the airless satellite, and at the correct instant, the computer triggered the engines and the attached service module. They were heading home. With all the negative factors taken into consideration, it was not that bad a landing. They hit the right continent and were only a few degrees off in latitude, though they entered the atmosphere earlier than they liked. Without ground control of any kind, it was an almost miraculously good landing. As the capsule screamed down through the thickening air, its immense velocity was slowed, and the airspeed began to indicate a reasonable figure. Far below, the ground was visible through rents in the cloud cover. Late afternoon, Gino said. It will be dark soon after we hit the ground. At least it will still be light. We could have been landing and peaking at midnight, so let's hear no complaints. Stand by to let go of the parachutes. The capsule jumped twice as the immense chutes boomed open. They opened their faceplates, safely back in the sea of air once more. Wonder what kind of reception we'll get, Dan asked, rubbing the bristle on his big jaw. With a sharp crack of split metal, a row of holes appeared in the upper quadrant of the capsule. Air whistled in, equalizing their lower pressure. Look! Gino shouted, pointing at the dark shape that hurtled by outside. It was egg-shaped and stub-winged, black against the afternoon sun. Then it twisted over in a climbing turn, and for a long moment its silver skin was visible to them as it arched over and came diving down. Back it came, growing instantly larger, red flames twinkling in its wing roots. Gray haze cut off the sunlight as they fell into a cloud. Both men looked at each other. Neither wanted to speak first. A jet, Gino finally said. I never saw that type before. Neither did I, but there was something familiar. Look, you saw the wings, didn't you? You saw... If you mean did I see black crosses on the wings, yes, I did. But I'm not going to admit it. Or I wouldn't if it wasn't for those new air conditioning outlets that were just installed in their hull. Do you have any idea what it means? None, but I don't think we'll be too long finding out. Get ready for the landing. Just 2,000 feet to go. The jet did not reappear. They tightened their safety harness and braced themselves for the impact. It was a bumping crash, and the capsule tilted up on its side, jarring them with vibration. Parachute jettisons, Dan Coy ordered. We're being dragged. Gino had hit the triggers even as Dan spoke. The lurching stopped and the capsule slowly righted itself. Fresh air, Dan said and blew the charges on the port. It sprang away and thudded to the ground. As they disconnected the multiple wires and clasps of their suits, hot, dry air poured in through the opening, bringing with it the dusty odor of the desert. Dan raised his head and sniffed. Smells like home. Let's get out of this tin box. Colonel Danton Coy went first, as befitted the commander of the first American Earth-Moon expedition. Major Gino Lombardi followed. They stood side by side silently, with the late afternoon sun glinting on their silver suits. Around them, to the limits of vision, stretched the thin tangle of grayish desert shrub, mesquite cactus. Nothing broke the silence, nor was there any motion other than that caused by the breeze that was carrying away the cloud of dust stirred up by their landing. Smells good. Smells like Texas, Dan said, sniffing. Smells awful. Just makes me thirsty. But, Dan, what happened? First the radio contact, then that jet? Look, our answer is coming from over there, the big officer said, pointing at a moving column of dust rolling in from the horizon. No point in guessing, because we're going to find out in 5 minutes. It was less than that. A large sand-colored half-track roared up, followed by 2 armored cars. They braked to a halt in the immense cloud of their own dust. The half-track's door slammed open, and a goggled man climbed down, brushing dirt from his tight black uniform. "Hand hoch!" he ordered, waving their attention to the leveled guns on the armored cars. "Hands up, and keep them that way. You are my prisoners." They slowly raised their arms as though hypnotized, taking in every detail of his uniform. The silver lightning bolts on the lapels, the high peaked cap, the predatory eagle clasping a swastika. You're a German," Gino Lombardi gasped.
"Very observant,"
the officer observed humorlessly.
"I am Hauptmann Lagenschneid. You are my prisoners. You will obey my orders. Get into the Kraftwagen."
"Now, just 1 minute," Dan protested. "I'm Colonel Coy, USAF, and I would like to know what is going on here."
"Get in,"
the officer ordered. He did not change his tone of voice, but he did pull his long-barreled Luger from its holster and leveled it at them. "Come on," Gino said, putting his hand on Dan's tense shoulder. "You outrank him, but he got there the fastest with the mostest." They climbed into the open back of the half-track, and the captain sat down facing them. 2 silent soldiers with leveled machine pistols sat behind their backs. The tracks clanked and they surged forward. Stifling dust rose up around them. Gino Lombardi had trouble accepting the reality of this. The moon flight, the landing, even Glazer's death he could accept. They were things that could be understood. But this? He looked at his watch, at the number 12 in the calendar opening. "Just one question, Langenscheidt," he shouted above the roar of the engine. "Is today the 12th of September?" His only answer was a stiff nod. "And the year, of course it is, 1971?
"Yes, of course. No more questions. You will talk to the Oberst, not to me."
They were silent after that, trying to keep the dust out of their eyes. A few minutes later, they pulled aside and stopped while the long, heavy form of a tank transporter rumbled by them, going in the opposite direction. Evidently, the Germans wanted the capsule as well as the men who had arrived in it. When the long vehicle had passed, the half-track ground forward again. It was growing dark when the shapes of 2 large tanks loomed up ahead, cannons following them as they bounced down the rutted track. Behind these sentries was a car park of other vehicles, tents and the ruddy glow of gasoline fires burning in buckets of sand. The half-track stopped before the largest tent, and at gunpoint the 2 astronauts were pushed through the entrance. An officer, his back turned to them, sat writing at a field desk. He finished his work while they stood there, then folded some papers and put them into a case. He turned around, a lean man with burning eyes that kept fastened on his prisoners while the captain made a report in rapid German.
"That is most interesting, Langenscheidt. But we must not keep our guests standing. Have the orderly bring some chairs. Gentlemen, permit me to introduce myself. I am Colonel Schneider, commander of the 109th Panzer Division that you have been kind enough to visit. Cigarette?"
The colonel's smile just touched the corners of his mouth, then instantly vanished. He handed over a flat package of Player's cigarettes to Gino, who automatically took them. As he shook one out, he saw that they were made in England, but the label was printed in German.
"And I am sure you would like a drink of whiskey,"
Schneider said, flashing the artificial smile again. He placed a bottle of Old Highlander on the table before them, close enough for Gino to read the label. There was a picture of the Highlander himself, complete with bagpipes and kilt, but he was saying, "Ich hat gern etwas zu trinken whiskey." The orderly pushed a chair against the back of Gino's legs, and he collapsed gratefully into it. He sipped from the glass when it was handed to him. It was good Scotch whiskey. He drained it in a single swallow. The orderly went out, and the commanding officer settled back into his camp chair, also holding a large drink. The only reminder of their captivity was the silent form of the captain near the entrance, his hand resting on his holstered gun.
"A most interesting vehicle that you gentlemen arrived in. Our technical experts will, of course, examine it. But there is a question."
"I'm Colonel Danton Coy, United States Air Force, serial number—"
"Please, Colonel,"
Schneider interrupted.
"we can dispense with the formalities."
Major Giovanni Lombardi, United States Air Force. Gino broke in, then added his serial number. The German colonel flickered his smile again and sipped from his drink.
"Do not take me for a fool,"
he said suddenly, and for the first time the cold authority in his voice matched his grim appearance.
"You will talk for the Gestapo, so you might just as well talk to me. And enough of your childish games. I know there is no American Air Force, just your Army Air Corps that has provided such fine targets for our flyers. Now, what were you doing in that device?"
"That is none of your business, Colonel," Dan snapped back in the same tones. "What I would like to know is just what are German tanks doing in Texas?" A roar of gunfire cut through his words, sounding not too far away. There were 2 heavy explosions, and distant flames lit up the entrance to the tent. Captain Langenscheidt pulled his gun and rushed out the tent while the others leaped to their feet. There was a muffled cry outside, and a man stepped in, pointing a bulky, strange-looking pistol at them. He was dressed in stained khaki, and his hands and face were painted black.
"Verdammt!"
the colonel gasped and reached for his own gun. The newcomer's pistol jumped twice and emitted 2 sighing sounds. The panzer officer clutched his stomach and doubled up on the floor.
"Don't just stand there gaping, boys," the intruder said. "Get moving before anyone else wanders in here."
He led the way from the tent, and they followed. They slipped behind a row of parked trucks and crouched there while a squad of scuttle-helmeted soldiers ran by them towards the hammering guns. A cannon began firing, and the flames started to die down. Their guide leaned back and whispered,
"That's just a diversion. Just 6 guys and a lot of noise. Though they did get one of the fuel trucks. These krautheads are going to find it out pretty quickly and start heading back here on the double. So let's make tracks now."
He slipped from behind the trucks, and the 3 of them ran into the darkness of the desert. After a few yards, the astronauts were staggering, but they kept on until they almost fell into an arroyo where the black shape of a jeep was sitting. The motor started as they hauled themselves into it, and, without lights, it ground up out of the arroyo and bumped through the brush.
"You're lucky I saw you come down,"
their guide said from the front seat.
"I'm Lieutenant Reeves."
"Colonel Coy, and this is Major Lombardi. We owe you a lot of thanks, Lieutenant. When those Germans grabbed us, we found it almost impossible to believe. Where did they come from?"
"Breakthrough. Just yesterday from the lines around Corpus. I've been slipping along behind this division with my patrol, keeping San Antonio posted on their movements. That's how I come and saw your ship, or whatever it is, dropping right down in front of their scouts. Stars and stripes all over it. I tried to reach you first, but had to turn back before their scout cars spotted me. But it worked out. We grabbed the tank carrier as soon as it got dark, and 2 of my walking wounded are riding it back to Kotula, where we got some armor and transport. I set the rest of the boys to pull in that diversion, and you know the results. You Air Corps jockeys ought to watch the way the wind's blowing or something, or you'll have all your fancy new gadgets falling into enemy hands."
"You said the Germans broke out of Corpus Christi?" Dan asked. "What are they doing there? How long they been there? Or where did they come from in the first place?"
"You flyboys must be stationed in some hideaway spot,"
Reeves said, grunting as the jeep bounded over a ditch.
"The landings on the Texas side of the Gulf were made over a month ago. We've been holding them, but just barely. Now they're breaking out, and we're managing to stay ahead of them."
He stopped and thought for a moment.
"Maybe I better not talk to you boys too much until we know just what you were doing there in the first place. Sit tight and we'll have you out of here inside 2 hours.
The other jeep joined them soon after they hit a farm road, and the lieutenant murmured into the field radio it carried. Then the 2 cars sped north past a number of tank traps and gun emplacements, and finally into the small town of Kotula, straddling the highway south of San Antonio. They were led into the back of the local supermarket where a command post had been set up. There was a lot of brass and armed guards about, and a heavy-jawed 1-star general behind the desk. The atmosphere and the stairs were reminiscent in many ways of the German colonel's tent.
"Who are you? What are you doing here? And what is that thing you rode down in?" the general asked in a no-nonsense voice.
Dan had a lot of questions he wanted to ask first, but he knew better than to argue with a general. He told about the moon flight, the loss of communication, and their return. Throughout, the general looked at him steadily, nor did he change his expression. He did not say a word until Dan was finished. Then he spoke.
"Gentlemen, I don't know what to make of all your talk of rockets, moonshots, Russian Sputniks, or the rest. Either you are both mad, or I am.
though I admit you have an impressive piece of hardware out on that tank carrier. I doubt if the Russians have time or resources now for rocketry, since they are slowly being pulverized and pushed back across Siberia. Every other country in Europe has fallen to the Nazis, and they have brought their war to this hemisphere, have established bases in Central America, occupied Florida, and made more landings along the Gulf Coast. I can't pretend to understand what is happening here, so I'm sending you off to the national capital in Denver in the morning." In the plane next day, somewhere over the high peaks of the Rockies, they pieced together part of the puzzle. Lieutenant Reeves rode with them, ostensibly as a guide, but his pistol was handy, and the holster flap loose. "It's the same date and the same world that we left," Gino explained. "But some things are different. Too many things. It's all the same up to a point, then changes radically. Reeves, didn't you tell me that President Roosevelt died during his first term?"
"Pneumonia. He never was too strong. Died before he had finished a year in office. He had a lot of wild-sounding schemes, but they didn't help. Vice President Garner took over, but it didn't seem the same when John Nance said it as when Roosevelt had said it. Lots of fights, trouble in Congress, depression got worse, and things didn't start getting better until about 36, when Landon was elected. There were still a lot of people out of work, but with the war starting in Europe, they were buying lots of things from us. Food, machines, even guns."
"Britain and the Allies, you mean?"
"I mean everybody. Germans too. Though that made a lot of people here mad. But the police was no foreign entanglements and do business with anyone who's willing to pay. It wasn't until the invasion of Britain that people began to realize that the Nazis weren't the best customers in the world. But by then it was too late."
"It's like a mirror image of the world. A warped mirror," Dan said, drawing savagely on his cigarette. "While we were going around the moon, something happened to change the whole world to the way it would have been if history had been altered sometime in the early 30s.
"World didn't change, boys," Reeves said. "It's always been just the way it is now. Though I admit the way you tell it sounds a lot better. But it's either the whole world or you, and I'm banking on the simpler of the two. Don't know what kind of an experiment the Air Corps had you two involved in, but it must have addled your gray matter."
"I can't buy that," Gino insisted. "I know I'm beginning to feel like I have lost my marbles, but whenever I do, I think about the capsule we landed in. How are you going to explain that away?"
"I'm not going to try. I know there are a lot of gadgets and things that got the engineers and the university profs tearing their hair out, but that doesn't bother me. I'm going back to the shooting war, where things are simpler. Until it is proved differently, I think that you are both nuts, if you'll pardon the expression, sirs."
The official reaction in Denver was basically the same. A staff's car, complete with MP outriders, picked them up as soon as they had landed at Lowry Field and took them directly to Fitzsimmons Hospital. They were taken directly to the laboratories, and what must have been a good half of the giant hospital staff took turns prodding, questioning, and testing them. They were encouraged to speak, many times with lie detector instrumentation attached to them, but none of their questions were answered. Occasional high-ranking officers looked on gloomily, but took no part in the examination. They talked for hours into tape recorders, answering questions in every possible field from history to physics, and when they were tired, they kept going on Benzedrine. There was more than a week of this in which they saw each other only by chance in the examination rooms, until they were weak from fatigue and hazy from the drugs. None of their questions were answered. They were just reassured that everything would be taken care of as soon as the examinations were over. When the interruption came, it was a welcome surprise, and apparently unexpected. Gino was being probed by a drafted history professor who wore oxidized captain's bars and a gravy-stained battle jacket. Since his voice was hoarse from the days of prolonged questioning, Gino held the microphone close to his mouth and talked in a whisper. "Can you tell me who was the Secretary of the Treasury under Lincoln?" the captain asked. "How the devil should I know? And I doubt very much if there is anyone else in this hospital who knows besides you. And do you know?" "Of course." The door burst open, and a full colonel with an MP brassard looked in. A very high-ranking messenger boy. Gino was impressed. "I've come from Major Lombardi." "You'll have to wait," the history captain protested, twisting his already rumpled necktie. "I'm not finished." "That is not important. The major is to come with me at once." They marched silently through a number of halls until they came to a day room where Dan was sprawled deep in a chair smoking a cigar. A loudspeaker on the wall was muttering in a monotone. "Have a cigar," Dan called out and pushed the package across the table. "What's the drill now?" Gino asked, biting off the end and looking for a match. "Another conference, big brass, lots of turmoil. We'll go in a moment, and as soon as some of the shouting dies down, there's a theory now as to what happened, but not much agreement on it, even though Einstein himself dreamed it up." "Einstein? But he's dead." "Not now, he isn't. I've seen him. A grand old gent of over 90, as fragile as a stick, but still going strong. Say, wait, isn't that a news broadcast?" They listened to the speaker that one of the MPs had turned up. "In spite of fierce fighting, the city of San Antonio is now in enemy hands. Up to an hour ago, there was still reports from the surrounded Alamo, where units of the 5th Cavalry have refused to surrender. And all America has been following this second battle of the Alamo. History has repeated itself tragically, because there now appears to be no hope that any survivors—" "Will you gentlemen please follow me?" A staff officer broke in, and the 2 astronauts went out after him. He knocked at a door and opened it for them. "If you please."
"I am very happy to meet you both,"
Albert Einstein said and waved them to chairs. He sat with his back up to the window, his thin white hair catching the afternoon sunlight and making an aura about his head. "Professor Einstein," Dan Coy said, "can you tell us what has happened? What has changed?"
"Nothing has changed. That is the important thing you must realize. The world is the same, and you are the same, but you have, for want of a better word, I must say, moved. I am not being clear. It is easy to express in mathematics."
"Anyone who climbs into a rocket has to be a bit of a science fiction reader, and I've absorbed my quota," Dan said. "Have we got into one of those parallel worlds things they used to write about? Branches of time and all that?"
"No, what you have done is not like that, though it may be of help to you to think of it that way. That is the same objective world that you left, but not the same subjective one. There is only one galaxy that we inhabit, only one universe, but our awareness of it changes many of its aspects of reality."
"You've lost me," Gino sighed. "Let me see if I get it," Dan said. "It sounds like you're saying that things are just as we think we see them, and our thinking keeps them that way. Like that tree in the quad I remember from college."
"Again, not correct, but an approximation you may hold if it helps you to clarify your thinking. It is a phenomenon that I have long suspected. Certain observations in the speed of light that might be instrumentation errors, gravitic phenomena, chemical reactions. I have suspected something, but I have not known where to look. I thank you, gentlemen, from the bottom of my heart for giving me this opportunity at the very end of my life, for giving me the clues that may lead to a solution to this problem."
"Solution?" Gino's mouth opened. "Do you mean there's a chance we can go back to the world as we knew it?"
"Not only as chance, but the strongest possibility. What happened to you was an accident. You were away from the planet of your birth, away from its atmospheric envelope, and during the parts of your orbit, even out of sight of it. Your sense of reality was badly strained, and your physical reality and the reality of your mental relationships changed by the death of your comrade. All these combined to allow you to return to a world with a slightly different aspect of reality from the one you have left. The historians have pinpointed the point of change. It occurred on the 17th of August, 1933, the day that President Roosevelt died of pneumonia."
"Is that why all those medical questions about my childhood?" Dan asked. "I had pneumonia then. I was just a couple months old. Almost died. My mother told me about it often enough afterwards. It could have been at the same time. Isn't it possible that I lived and the president died?" Einstein shook his head.
"No, you must remember that you both lived in the world as you know it. The dynamics of the relationship are far from clear, though I do not doubt that there is some relationship involved. But that is not important. What is important is that I think I have developed a way to mechanically bring about the translation from one reality aspect to another. It will take years to develop it to translate matter from one reality to a different order, but it is perfected enough now, I am sure, to return matter that had already been removed from another order."
Gino's chair scraped back as he jumped to his feet. "Professor, am I right in saying, and I may have got you wrong, that you can take us and pop us back to where we came from?" Einstein smiled.
Putting it as simply as you have, Major, the answer is yes. Arrangements are being made now to return both of you and your capsule as soon as possible, in return for which we ask you a favor."
"Anything, of course," Dan said, leaning forward.
"You will have the reality translator machine with you, and microcopies of all our notes, theories, and practical conclusions. In the world that you have come from, all the massive forces of technology and engineering can be summoned to solve the problem of mechanically accomplishing what you both did once by accident. You might be able to do this within months, and that is all the time that there is left."
"Exactly what do you mean?"
"We are losing the war. In spite of all the warning, we were not prepared. We thought it would never come to us. The Nazi advance on all fronts. It is only a matter of time until they win. We can still win, but only with your atom bombs."
"You don't have atom bombs now?" Gino asked. Einstein sat silent for a moment before he answered.
"No, there was no opportunity. I've always been sure that they could be constructed, but I've never put it to the test. The Germans felt the same, and at one time even had a heavy water project that aimed toward controlled nuclear fission. But their military successes were so great that they abandoned it along with other far-fetched and expensive schemes such as the hollow globe theory. I myself have never wanted to see this hellish thing built, and from what you have told about it, it is worse than my most terrible dream. But I have approached the president about it when the Nazi threat was closing in, but nothing was done. Too expensive. Now it is too late. But perhaps it isn't. If your America will help us, the enemy will be defeated. And after that, what a wealth of knowledge we shall have once our worlds are in contact. Will you do it?"
"Of course," Dan Coy said. "But the brass will take a lot of convincing. I suggest some films be made of you and the others explaining some of this, and enclose some documents, anything that will help convince them what has happened."
"I can do something better,"
Einstein said, taking a small bottle from a drawer of the table.
"Here is a recently developed drug, and a formula that has proved effective in arresting certain of the more violent forms of cancer. This is an example of what I mean by the profit that can accrue when our two worlds can exchange information."
Dan pocketed the precious bottle as they turned to leave. With a sense of awe, they gently shook hands with the frail old man who had been dead many years in the world they knew, to which they would soon be returning. The military moved fast. A large jet bomber was quickly converted to carry one of the American solid-fuel rocket missiles. Not yet operational, it was doubtful if they ever would be at the rate of the Nazi advance, but given an aerial boost by the bomber, it could reach up out of the ionosphere, carrying the payload of the moon capsule with its two pilots. Clearing the fringes of the atmosphere was essential to the operation of the instrument that was to return them to what they could only think of as their own world. It seemed preposterously tiny to be able to change worlds. "Is that all?" Gino asked when they settled themselves back into the capsule. A square case containing records and reels of film was strapped between their seats. On top of it rested a small gray metal box. "What do you expect, an atom smasher?" Dan asked, checking out the circuits. The capsule had been restored as much as was possible to the condition it was in the day it had landed. The men wore their pressure suits. "We came here originally by accident, by just thinking wrong or something like that, if my theory's correct." "It isn't, but neither is mine, so we can't let it bug us." "Yeah, I see what you mean. The whole crazy business may not be simple, but the mechanism doesn't have to be physically complex. All we have to do is throw the switch, right?" "Roger. The thing is self-powered. We'll be tracked by radar, and when we hit apogee in our orbit, they'll give us a signal on our usual operating frequency. We throw the switch and drop right back to where we came from, I hope." "Hello there, cargo," a voice crackled over the speaker. "Pilot here. We are about to take off. All set. In the green, all circuits, Dan reported and settled back. The big bomber rumbled the length of the field and slowly pulled itself into the air, heavily under the weight of the rocket slung beneath its belly. The capsule was in the nose of the rocket, and all the astronauts could see was the shining skin of the mothership. It was a rough ride. The mathematics had indicated the probability of success would be greater over Florida and the South Atlantic, the original re-entry target. This meant penetrating enemy territory. The passengers could not see the battle being fought by the accompanying jet fighters, and the pilot of the converted bomber did not tell them. It was a fierce battle, and at one point almost a lost one. Only a suicidal crash by one of the escort fighters prevented an enemy jet from attacking the mothership. "Stand by for drop," the radio said, and a moment later came the familiar sensation of freefall as the rocket cropped clear of the plane. Preset controls timed the ignition and orbit. Acceleration pressed them into their couches. A sudden return to weightlessness was accompanied by the tiny explosions as the carrying rocket blasted free the explosive bolts that held it to the capsule. For a measureless time, their inertia carried them higher in their orbit while gravity tugged back. The radio crackled with a carrier wave. Then a voice broke in. "Be ready with the switch. Ready to throw it. Now!" Dan flipped the switch and nothing happened. Nothing that they could perceive in any case. They looked at each other silently, then at the altimeter, as they dropped back towards the distant Earth. "Get ready to open the chute," Dan said heavily, just as a roar of sound burst from the radio.
"Hello, Apollo, is that you? This is Canaveral Control. Can you hear me? Repeat, can you hear me? Can you answer? In heaven's name, Dan, are you there? Are you there?"
The voice was almost hysterical, bubbling over itself. Dan flipped the talk button. "Dan Coy here. Is that you, Skipper?"
"Yes, but how did you get there? Where have you been since—" "Cancel. Repeat, cancel that last. We have you on the screen, and you will hit in the sea, and we have ships standing by."
The two astronauts met each other's eyes and smiled. Gino raised his thumb up in a token of victory. They had done it. Behind the controlled voice that issued them instructions, they could feel the riot that must be breaking after their unexpected arrival. To the observers on Earth, this Earth, they must have vanished on the other side of the moon, then reappeared suddenly some weeks later alive and sound long days after their oxygen and supplies should have been exhausted. There would be a lot to explain. It was a perfect landing. The sun shone, the sea was smooth, there was scarcely any crosswind. They resurfaced within seconds and had a clear view through their port over the small waves. A cruiser was already headed their way, only a few miles off. "It's over," Dan said with an immense sigh of relief as he unbuckled himself from the chair. "Over," Gino said in a choking voice. "Over. Look at the flag there." The cruiser turned tightly, the flag on its stern standing out proudly in the air. The red and white stripes of Old Glory, the 50 white stars on the field of deepest blue. And in the middle of the stars, in the center of the blue rectangle, lay a golden crown. End of Down to Earth by Harry Harrison.
The Gifts of Asti by Andre Norton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Cindy Morton. The Gifts of Asti by Andre Norton. She was the guardian of the worlds, but her world was dead. Even here, on the black terrace before the forgotten mountain retreat of Asti, it was possible to smell the dank stench of burning Memphir, to imagine that the dawn wind bore upward from the pillaged city the faint, tortured cries of those whom the barbarians of Clem hunted to their prolonged death. Indeed, it was time to leave. Varta, last of the virgin maidens of Asti, shivered. The scaled and wattled creature who crouched beside her thigh turned his reptilian head so that golden eyes met the aquamarine ones set slantingly at a faintly provocative angle in her smooth ivory face. "We go?" She nodded in answer to that unvoiced question Lur had sent into her brain, and turned toward the dark cavern which was the mouth of Asti's last dwelling place. Once, more than 1,000 years before, when the walls of Memphir were young, Asti had lived among men below, but in the richness and softness which was trading Memphir, empire of empires, Asti found no place. So he, and those who served him, had withdrawn to this mountain outcrop. And she, Varta, was the last, the very last, to bow knee at Asti's shrine and raise her voice in the dawn hymn, for Lur, as were all his race, was mute. Even the loot of Memphir would not sate the shaggy-headed warriors who had stormed her gates this day. The stairway to Asti's temple was plain enough to see, and there would be those to essay the steep climb, hoping to find a treasure which did not exist. For Asti was an austere god, delighting in plain walls and bare altars. His last priest had lain in the grave niches these 3 years. There would be none to hold that gate against intruders. Varta passed between tall, uncarved pillars, Lur padding beside her, his spine mane erect, the talons on his forefeet clicking on the stone in steady rhythm. So they came into the innermost shrine of Asti, and there Varta made graceful obeisance to the great cowled and robed figure which sat enthroned, its hidden eyes focused upon its own outstretched hand. And above the flattened palm of that wide hand hung suspended in space the round orange-red sunball which was twin to the sun that lighted Erb. Around the miniature sun swung in their orbits the 4 worlds of the system, each obeying the laws of space, even as did the planets they represented. Memphir has fallen. Varta's voice sounded rusty in her own ears. She had spoken so seldom during the last lonely months. Evil has risen to overwhelm our world, even as it was prophesied in your revelations, O ruler of worlds and maker of destiny. Therefore, obeying the order given of old, I would depart from this, thy house. Suffer me now to fulfill the law. 3 times she prostrated her slim body on the stones at the foot of Asti's judgment chair. Then she arose and, with the confidence of a child in its father, she laid her hand palm upward upon the outstretched hand of Asti. Beneath her flesh the stone was not cold and hard, but seemed to have an inner heat, even as might a human hand. For a long moment she stood so, and then she raised her hand slowly, carefully, as if within its slight hollow she cupped something precious. And, as she drew her hand away from the grasp of Asti, the tiny sun and its planets followed, spinning now above her palm as they had above the statues. But out of the cowled figure some virtue had departed with the going of the miniature solar system. It was now but a carving of stone, and Varta did not look at it again as she passed behind its bulk to seek a certain place in the temple wall, known to her from much reading of the old records. Having found the stone she sought, she moved her hand in a certain pattern before it, so the faint radiance streaming from the tiny sun gleamed on the grayness of the wall. There was a grating, as from metal long unused, and a block fell back, opening a narrow door to them. Before she stepped within, the priestess lifted her hand above her head, and when she withdrew it, the sun and planets remained to form a diadem just above the intricate braiding of her dull red hair. As she moved into the secret way, the 5 orbs swung with her, and in the darkness, there the sun glowed richly, sending out a light to guide their feet. They were at the top of a stairway, and the hollow clang of the stone as it moved back into place behind them echoed through a gulf which seemed endless. But that, too, was as the chronicles had said, and Varta knew no fear. How long they journeyed down into the maw of the mountain, and beyond that, into the womb of herb itself, Varta never knew. But when feet were weary, and she knew the bite of real hunger, they came into a passageway which ended in a room hollowed of solid rock. And there, preserved in the chest in which men born in the youth of Memphir had laid them, Varta found that which would keep her safe on the path she must take. She put aside the fine silks, the jeweled cincture, which had been the badge of Asti's service, and drew on over her naked body a suit of scaled skin, gemmed and glistening in the rays of the small sun. There was a hood to cover the entire head, taloned gloves for the hands, webbed clawed coverings for the feet, as if the skin of a giant, man-like lizard had been tanned and fashioned into this suit. And Varta suspected that that might be so. The world of herb had not always been held by the humankind alone. There were supplies here, too, lying untouched in ageless containers within a lizard skin pouch. Varta touched her tongue without fear to a powdered restorative, shared it with Lur, whose own mailed skin would protect him through the dangers to come. She folded the regalia she had stripped off and laid it in the chest, smoothing it regretfully before she dropped the lid upon its shimmering color. Never again would Asti's servant wear the soft stuff of his livery. But she was resolute enough when she picked up the food pouch and strode forward, passing out of the robing chamber into a narrow way which was a natural fault in the rock, unsmoothed by the tools of man. But when this rocky road ended upon the lip of a gorge, Varta hesitated, plucking at the throat latch of her hood-like helmet. Through the unclouded crystal of its eye-holes, she could see the sprouts of yellow vapor which puffed from crannies in the rock wall down which she must climb. If the records of the temple spoke true, these curls of gas were death to all lunged creatures of the upper world. She could only trust that the cunning of the scaled hood would not fail her. The long talons fitted to the fingertips of the gloves, the claws of the webbed foot coverings clamped fast to every hand and foothold, but the way down was long, and she caught a message of weariness from Lur before they reached the piled rocks at the foot of the cliff. The puffs of steamy gas had become a fog through which they groped their way slowly, following a trace of path along the base of the cliff. Time did not exist in the underworld of herb. Varta did not know whether it was still today or whether she had passed into tomorrow when they came to a crossroads. She felt Lur press against her, forcing her back against a rock. "There's a thing coming." His message was clear. And in a moment, she too saw a dark hulk nosing through the vapor. It moved slowly, seeming to balance at each step as if travel was a painful act, but it bore steadily to the meeting of the two paths. It is no enemy. But she did not need that reassurance from Lur. Unearthly as the thing looked, it had no menace. With a last twist of ungainly body, the creature squatted on a rock and clawed the clumsy covering it wore about its bone-thin shoulders and domed skull head. The visage it revealed was long and gray, with dark pits for eyes and a gaping, fang-studded, lipless mouth. "Who are you who dare to tread the forgotten ways and rouse from slumber the guardian of the chasms?" The question was a shrill whine in her brain. Her hands half arose to cover her ears. "I am Varta, maiden of Asti. Memphir has fallen to the barbarians of the outer lands, and now I go, as Asti once ordered." The guardian considered her answer gravely. In one skeleton claw, it fumbled a rod, and with this it now traced certain symbols in the dust before Varta's webbed feet. When it had done, the girl stooped and altered two of the lines with a swift stroke from one of her talons. The creature of the chasm nodded its misshapen head. "Asti does not rule here. But long and long and long ago, there was a pact made with us in his name. Pass free from us, woman of the light. There are 2 paths before you." The guardian paused for so long that Varte dared to prompt it. "Where do they lead, guardian of the dark?" "This will take you down into my country." It jerked the rod to the right. "And that way is death for creatures from the surface world. The other, in our old legends, it is said to bring a traveler out into the upper world. Of the truth of that, I have no proof." "But that one I must take." She made slight obeisance to the huddle of bones and dank cloak on the rock, and it inclined its head in grave courtesy. With Lure pushing a little ahead, she took the road which ran straight into the flume-veiled darkness. Nor did she turn to look again at the thing from the chasm world. They began to climb again across slimed rock where there were evil trails of other things which lived in this haunted darkness. But the sun of Asti lighted their way, and perhaps some virtue in the rays from it kept away the makers of such trails. When they pulled themselves up onto a wide ledge, the talons on Varda's gloves were worn to splintered stubs, and there was a bright girdle of pain about her aching body. Lure lay panting beside her, his red forked tongue protruding from his foam-ringed mouth. "We walk again the ways of men." Lure was the first to note the tool marks on the stone where they lay. "By the will of Asti, we may win out of this maze after all." Since there were no signs of the deadly steam, Varda dared to push off her hood and share with her companion the sustaining power she carried in her pouch. There was a freshness to the air they breathed, damp and cold though it was, which hinted of the upper world. The ledge sloped upwards, at a steep angle at first, and then more gently. Lure slipped past her and thrust head and shoulders through a break in the rock. Grasping his neck spines, she allowed him to pull her through that narrow slit into the soft blackness of a surface night. They tumbled down together, Varda's head pillowed on Lure's smooth side, and so slept as the sun and worlds of Asti whirled protectingly above them. A whir of wings in the air above her head awakened Varda. One of the small, jewel-bright flying lizard creatures of the deep jungle poised and dipped to investigate more closely the worlds of Asti. But at Varda's upflung arm, it uttered a rasping cry and planed down into the mass of vegetation below. By the glint of sunlight on the stone around them, the day was already well advanced. Varda tugged at Lure's mane until he roused. There was a regularity to the rocks piled about their sleeping place, which hinted that they had lain among the ruins left by man. But of this side of the mountains both were ignorant, for Memphir's rule had not run here. Many dead things in times past. Lure's scarlet nostril pits were extended to their widest. But that was long ago. This land is no longer held by men. Varda laughed cheerfully. If here there are no men, then there will rise no barbarian hordes to dispute our rule. Asti has led us to safety. Let us see more of the land he gives us. There was a road leading down from the ruins, a road still to be followed in spite of the lash of landslip and the crack of time, and it brought them into a cup of green fertility where the lavishness of Asti's sowing was unchecked by man. Varda seized eagerly upon globes of blood-red fruit, which she recognized as delicacies which had been cultivated in the temple gardens, while Lure went hunting into the fringes of the jungle, there dining on prey so easily caught as to be judged devoid of fear. The jungle-choked highway curved, and they were suddenly fronted by a desert of sear desolation, a desert floored by glassy slag, which sent back the sunbeams in a furnace glare. Varda shaded her eyes and tried to see the end of this, but if there was a distant rim of green beyond, the heat distortions in the air concealed it. Lure put out a front paw to test the slag, but withdrew it instantly. "It cooks the flesh. We cannot walk here," was his verdict. Varda pointed with her chin to the left where, some distance away, the mountain wall paralleled their course. "Then let us keep to the jungle over there and see if it does not bring us around to the far side. But what made this?" She leaned out over the glassy stuff, not daring to touch the slick surface. "War." Lure's tongue shot out to impale a questing beetle. "These forgotten people fought with fearsome weapons." "But what weapon could do this? Memphir knew not such." "Memphir was old, but mayhap there were those who raised cities on herb before the first hut of Memphir squatted on tidal mud. Men forget knowledge in time. Even in Memphir, the lords of the last days forgot the wisdom of their earlier sages. They fell before the barbarians easily enough." "If ever men had wisdom to produce this, it was not of Asti's giving." She edged away from the glare. "Let us go." But now they had to fight their way through jungle, and it was hard, until they reached a ridge of rock running out from the mountains as a tongue thrust into the blasted valley. And along this they picked their slow way. "There is water near." Lure's thought answered the girl's desire. She licked dry lips longingly. "This way." Her companion's sudden turn to the left, and Varda was quick to follow him down a slide of rock. Lure's instinct was right, as it ever was. There was water before them, a small lake of it. But even as he dipped his fanged muzzle toward that inviting surface, Lure's spined head jerked erect again. Varda snatched back the hand she had put out, staring at Lure's strange actions. His nostrils expanded to their widest, his long neck outstretched. He was swinging his head back and forth across the limpid shallows. "What is it?" "This is no water such as we know," the scaled one answered flatly. "It has life within it." Varda laughed. "Fish, water snakes, your own distant kin, Lure. It is the scent of them which you catch." "No, it is the water itself which lives, and yet does not live." His thought trailed away from her as he struggled with some problem. No human brain could follow his unless he willed it so. Varda squatted back on her heels and began to look at the water and then at the banks with more care. For the first time she noted the odd patches of brilliant color which floated just below the surface of the liquid. Blue, green, yellow, crimson, they drifted slowly with the tiny waves which lapped the shore. But they were not alive. She was almost sure of that. They appeared more a part of the water itself. Watching the voyage of one patch of green, she caught sight of the branch. It was a drooping shoot of the turbie, the same tree vine which had produced the fruit she had relished less than an hour before. Above the water dangled a cluster of the fruit, dead ripe with the sweet pulp stretching its skin. But below the surface of the water? Varda's breath hissed between her teeth, and Lure's head snapped around as he caught her thought. The branch below the water bore a perfect circle of green flowers close to its tip, the flowers which the turbie had borne naturally 7 months before, and which should long ago have turned into just such sweetness as hung above. With Lure at her heels, the girl edged around to pull cautiously at the branch. It yielded at once to her touch, swinging its tip out of the lake. She sniffed. There was a languid perfume in the air, the perfume of a blooming turbie. She examined the flowers closely. To all appearances, they were perfect and natural. "It preserves." Lure settled back on his haunches and waved one front paw at the quiet water. "What goes into it remains as it was just at the moment of entrance." "But if this is 7 months old..." It may be 7 years old, corrected Lur. How can you tell when that branch first dipped into the lake? Yet the flowers do not fade even when withdrawn from the water. This is indeed a mystery, of which I would know more. Varda dropped the turby and started on around the edge of the lake. Twice more they found similar evidence of preservation in flower or leaf wherever it was covered by the opaline water. The lake itself was a long and narrow slash with one end cutting into the desert of glass while the other wet the foot of the mountain. And it was there, on the slope of the mountain, that they found the greatest wonder of all, Lur scenting it before they sighted the remains among the stones. Man-made, he cautioned, but very, very old. And truly, the wreckage they came upon must have been old, perhaps even older than Memphir, for the part which rested above the water was almost gone. Rusty red stains on the rocks outlined where it had lain, but underwater was a smooth silver hull, shining and untouched by the years. Varda laid her hand upon a ruddy scrap between two rocks, and it became a drift of powdery dust. And yet, there, a few feet below, was strong metal. Lur padded along the scrap of shore, surveying the thing. It was a machine in which men traveled. His thoughts arose to her. But they were not as the men of Memphir. Perhaps not even as the sons of Erb. Not as the sons of Erb? Her astonishment broke into open speech. Lur's neck twisted as he looked up at her. Did the men of Erb, even in the old chronicles, fight with weapons such as would make a desert of glass? There are other worlds than Erb. Mayhap this strange thing was a skyship from such a world. All things are possible by the will of Asti. Varda nodded. All things are possible by the will of Asti, she repeated. But Lur? Her eyes were round with wonder. Perhaps it is Asti's will which brought us here to find this marvel. Perhaps he has some use for us and it? At least we may discover what lies within it. Lur had his own share of curiosity. How? The two of us cannot draw that out of the water. No, but we can enter into it. Varda fingered the folds of the hood on her shoulders. She knew what Lur meant. The suit which had protected her in the underworld was impervious to everything outside its surface, or to every substance its makers knew, just as Lur's own hide made his flesh impenetrable. But the fashioners of her suit had probably never known of the living lake, and what if she had no defense against the strange properties of the water? She leaned back against a rock. Overhead, the worlds and sun of Asti still traveled their appointed paths. The worlds of Asti. If it was his will which had brought them here, then Asti's power would wrap her round with safety. By his will, she had come out of Memphir, over ways no human of Erb had ever trod before. Could she doubt that his protection was with her now? It took only a moment to make secure the webbed shoes, to pull on and fasten the hood, to tighten the buckles of her gloves. Then she crept forward, shuddering as the water rose about her ankles. But Lur pushed on before her, his head disappearing fearlessly under the surface as he crawled through the jagged opening in the ship below. Smashed engines, which had no meaning in her eyes, occupied most of the broken section of the wreck. None of the metal showed any deterioration beyond that which had occurred at the time of the crash. Under her exploring hands, it was firm and whole. Lur was pulling at a small door, half hidden by a mass of twisted wires and plates, and just as Varda crawled around this obstacle to join him, the barrier gave way, allowing them to squeeze through into what had once been the living quarters of the ship. Varda recognized seats, a table, and other bits of strictly utilitarian furniture, but of those who had once been at home there remained no trace. Lur, having given one glance to the furnishings, was prowling about the far end of the cabin uncertainly, and now he voiced his uneasiness. "There is something beyond, something which once had life." Varda crowded up to him. To her eyes, the wall seemed without line of an opening, and yet Lur was running his broad front paws over it carefully, now and then throwing his weight against the smooth surface. "There is no door," she pointed out doubtfully. "No door. Ah, here." Lur unsheathed formidable fighting claws to their full length for perhaps the first time in his temple-sheltered life, and endeavored to work them into a small crevice. The muscles of his forelegs and quarters stood out in sharp relief under his scales. His fangs were bare as his lips snapped back with effort. Something gave. A thin black line appeared to mark the edges of a door. Then time, or Lur's strength, broke the ancient locking mechanism. The door gave so suddenly that they were both sent hurtling backward, and Lur's breath burst from him in a huge bubble. The sealed compartment was hardly more than a cupboard, but it was full. Spread-eagled against the wall was a four-limbed creature whose form was so smothered in a bulky suit that Varda could only guess that it was akin in shape to her own. Hoops of metal locked it firmly to the wall, but the head had fallen forward so that the faceplate in the helmet was hidden. Slowly the girl breasted the water, which filled the cabin, and reached her hands toward the bowed helmet of the prisoner. Gingerly, her blunted talons scraping across metal, she pulled it up to her eye level. The eyes of that which stood within the suit were closed, as if in sleep, but there was a warm, healthy tint to the bronze skin, so different in shade to her own pallid coloring. For the rest, the prisoner had the two eyes, the centered nose, the properly shaped mouth, which were common to the men of Herb. Hair grew on his head, black and thick, and there was a faint shadow of beard on his jawline. "This is a man," her thought reached Lur. "Why not? Did you expect a serpent? It's a pity he's dead." Varda felt a rich, warm tide rising in her throat to answer that teasing half-question. There were times when Lur's thought-reading was annoying. He had risen to his hind legs so that he, too, could look into the shell which held their find. "Yes, a pity," he repeated, "but—" A vision of the turby flower swept through her mind. Had Lur suggested it? Or had that wild thought been hers alone? Only this ship was so old, so very old. Lur's red tongue flicked. "It can do no harm to try," he suggested slyly, and set his claws into the hoop holding the captive's right wrist, testing its strength. "But the metal on the shore, it crumpled into powder at my touch," she protested. "What if we carry him out only to have... Her mind shuddered away from the picture which followed. "Did the turby blossom fade when pulled out?" countered Lur. "There is a secret to these fastenings." He pulled and pried impatiently. Varda tried to help, but even their united strength was useless against the force which held the loops in place. Breathless, the girl slumped back against the wall of the cabin while Lur settled down on his haunches. One of the odd patches of color drifted by, its vivid scarlet like a jewel spiraling lazily upward. Varda's eyes followed its drift and so were guided to what she had forgotten, the worlds of Asti. "Asti!" Lur was looking up too. "The power of Asti!" Varda's hand went up, rested for a long moment under the sun, and then drew it down, carefully, slowly, as she had in Memphir's temple. Then she stepped toward the captive. Within her hood, a beaded line of moisture outlined her lips. A pulse thundered on her temple. This was a fearsome thing to try. She held the sun on a line with one of the wrist bonds. She must avoid the flesh it imprisoned, for Asti's power could kill. From the sun there shot an orange-red beam to strike full upon the metal. A thin line of red crept across the smooth hoop, crept and widened. Varda raised her hand, sending the sun spinning up, and Lur's claws pulled on the metal. It broke like rotten wood in his grasp. The girl gave a little gasp of half-terrified delight. Then the old legends were true. As Asti's priestess, she controlled powers too great to guess. Swiftly, she loosed the other hoops and restored the sun and worlds to their place over her head as the captive slumped across the threshold of his cell. Tugging and straining, they brought him out of the broken ship into the sunlight of herb. Varda threw back her hood and breathed deeply of the air which was not manufactured by the wizardry of the lizard skin, and Lur sat panting, his nostril flaps open. It was he who spied the spring on the mountainside above, a spring of water uncontaminated by the strange life of the lake. They both dragged themselves there to drink deeply. Varda returned to the lake shore reluctantly. Within her heart she believed that the man they had brought from the ship was truly dead. Lur might hold out the promise of the flowers, but this was a man, and he had lain in the water for countless ages. So she went with lagging steps to find Lur busy. He had solved the mystery of the spacesuit and had stripped it from the unknown. Now his clawed paw rested lightly on the bared chest, and he turned to Varda eagerly. "There is life." Hardly daring to believe that, she dropped down beside Lur and touched their prize. Lur was right. The flesh was warm, and she had caught the faint rhythm of shallow breath. Half remembering old tales, she put her hands on the arch of the lower ribs and began to aid that rhythm. The breaths were deeper. Then the man half turned. His arm moved. Varda and Lur drew back. For the first time the girl probed gently the sleeping mind before her. Even as she had read the minds of those few of Memphir who had ascended to the temple precincts in the last days. Much of what she read now was confused or so alien to herb that it had no meaning for her. But she saw a great city plunged into flaming death in an instant and felt the horror and remorse of the man at her feet because of his own part in that act. The horror and remorse which had led him to open rebellion and so to his imprisonment. There was a last dark and frightening memory of a door closing on light and hope. The spaceman moaned softly and hunched his shoulders as if he struggled vainly to tear loose from bonds. "He thinks that he is still prisoner," observed Lur. "For him, life begins at the very point it ended, even as it did for the turby flowers. See, now he awakens." The eyelids rose slowly, as if the man hated to see what he must look upon. Then, as he sighted Varda and Lur, his eyes went wide. He pulled himself up and looked dazedly around, striking out wildly with his fists. Catching sight of the clumsy suit Lur had taken from him, he pulled at it, looking at the two before him as if he feared some attack. Varda turned to Lur for help. She might read minds and use the wordless speech of Lur, but his people knew the art of such communication long before the first priest of Asti had stumbled upon their secret. Let Lur now quiet this outlander. Delicately, Lur sought a way into the other's mind, twisting down paths of thought strange to him. Even Varda could not follow the subtle waves sent forth in the quick examination and reconnoitering, nor could she understand all of the conversation which resulted. For the man from the ancient ship answered in speech aloud, sharp, harsh sounds of no meaning. It was only after repeated instruction from Lur that he began to frame his messages in his mind, clumsily and disconnectedly. Pictures of another world, another solar system began to grow more clear as the spaceman became more at home in the new way of communication. He was one of a race who had come to Herb from beyond the stars and discovered it a world without human life. So they had established colonies and built great cities, far different from Memphir, and had lived in peace for centuries of their own time. Then, on the faraway planet of their birth, there had begun a great war, a war which brought flaming death to all that world. The survivors of a last battle in outer space had fled to the colonies on Erb, but among this handful were men driven mad by the death of their world, and these had blasted the cities of Erb, saying that their kind must be wiped out. The man they had rescued had turned against one such maddened leader and had been imprisoned just before an attack upon the largest of the colony cities. After that, he remembered nothing. Varda stopped trying to follow the conversation. Lur was only explaining now how they had found the spaceman and brought him out of the wrecked ship. No human on Erb, this one had said, and yet, were there not her own people? The ones who had built Memphir? And what of the barbarians who, ruthless and cruel as they seemed by the standards of Memphir, were indeed men? Whence had they come then? The men of Memphir and the ancestors of the barbarian hordes. Her hands touched the scaled skin of the suit she still wore and then rubbed across her own smooth flesh. Could one have come from the other? Was she of the blood and heritage of Lur? Not so, Lur's mind, as quick as his flickering tongue, had caught that panic-born thought. You are of the blood of this space wanderer. Men from the Riven colonies must have escaped to safety. Look at this man. Is he not like the men of Memphir, as they were in the olden days of the city's greatness? The stranger was tall, taller than the men of Memphir, and there was a certain hardness about him which those city dwellers in ease had never displayed. But Lur must be right. This was a man of her race. She smiled in sudden relief, and he answered that smile. Lur's soft laughter rang in both their heads. Asti, in his infinite wisdom, can see through centuries. Memphir has fallen because of its softness and the evil doing of its people, and the barbarians will now have their way with the lands of the north. But to me it appears that Asti is not yet done with the pattern he was weaving there. To each of you he granted a second life. Do not disdain the gifts of Asti, daughter of Erb. Again Varda felt the warm tide of blood rise in her cheeks, but she no longer smiled. Instead, she regarded the outlander speculatively. Not even a maiden of the temple could withstand the commands of the All-Highest. Gifts from the hand of Asti dared not be thrown away. Above the puzzlement of the stranger, she heard the chuckling of Lur. The end. End of The Gifts of Asti by Andre Norton.
What Do You Read? By Boyd Allenby. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Christine Rottger. What Do You Read? By Boyd Allenby. Herbert would have preferred the seclusion of a copter taxi, but he knew he could not afford it. The Bureau paid its writers adequately, but not enough to make them comfortable in taxis. In front of his apartment house, he took the escalator to the airway. It must have been pleasant, he thought, as he stepped onto the moving sidewalk, to be a writer in the days when they were permitted to receive royalties and, presumably, to afford taxi fare. On the rare occasions when he was forced to travel in the city, he usually tried to insulate himself from the airway crowds by trying to construct new plots for his fiction. In his younger days, of course, he had occupied the time in reading the classics, but lately so great was the confusion of the city, he preferred to close his eyes and try to devise a reverse twist for one of his old stories. Today he found it harder than usual to concentrate. The airway was crowded, and he had never heard the people so noisy. Up ahead half a block there was a sharp scream. Herbert opened his eyes and peered ahead to see what had happened. Someone had been pushed through the railing of the airway, and as his section rolled on and passed, he could see lying on the pavement below the body of a young cripple, his hands still holding a broken crutch. Herbert shuddered. He felt sick and closed his eyes again. "Wonder how that happened," said the man in front of him. "He probably got in the way," said a girl callously. The man ahead made no comment, and Herbert dismissed his own puzzlement. Could he make a plot out of this incident of the crippled boy, he wondered. He shifted to the slower track, descended the escalator, and stepped onto the street across from the Bureau of Public Entertainment. He had to wait a moment, for an ambulance was clanging down the street. Then he crossed to the stone-faced building. As he rode up the elevator, he wondered again why John had ordered him to come to lunch. He realized that he was no longer a young man, but he certainly did not feel ready to be pensioned. And in the last year, he had actually written more fiction than in any other year of his life. Very little of it had been used for some reason, but story for story he thought it matched any of his previous output. Ludwig received him with little ceremony. "Sit down, Herbert. It was good of you to come, Miss Dodson," he called through the intercom. "This is strictly off the air. Nothing is to be recorded. Is that clear?" "Well, John," said Kare, "you're looking harassed, if I may say so. Are they working you too hard? Or are you just faced with an unpleasant job of firing an old friend? I realize, of course, that AFE aren't using much of my stuff just now." Ludwig smiled unhappily and shook his head. "I'm not planning to fire you, Herbert, but you know, of course, that you're in the same boat with the other writers, and that boat is in choppy waters. Frankly, I'm not very happy about the situation. The 5-year experimental period is coming to an end. This bureau has the job of providing entertainment, and that includes, among many other categories, literature. Books, articles, and stories. And I'm faced with a difficult decision. Shall we employ writers or use ScriptLab? You are only one of the many people we support, of course, and both you and ScriptLab furnish material to Adult Fiction Earth, who distribute it as they see fit." Herbert Kare nibbled at his graying mustache. "I know, and for the last year, for some reason, AFE has not seen fit to use much of my stuff. And yet it's no different. I write just the same sort of thing I always did." "Tastes change, Herbert. ScriptLab reports that the public seem to prefer the machine-made stories. I have a week to make a definite decision, and I'm particularly anxious to finish the job because I've been asked to transfer at the earliest possible moment to the Bureau of Public Safety. The committee are inclined, on the whole, to favor the enlarging of ScriptLab and transferring all the writers to some other department." "Great Gamma, you mean all literature will be machine-made from now on?" "Don't get excited, Herb. That's what I've got to decide. But if they can really write it just as well, why not? You remember Hartridge, don't you? Class behind me at college, majored in electronics. He's in charge of the machine experiment, and he's about convinced us that his machines can turn out manuscripts at lower cost, more rapidly, and of better quality than you writers can. And he says the public like his product better. Have you seen any of it?" "No," said Kare. "I don't know that I have. You know I never read anything but the classics for pleasure. Nothing later than Thackeray or at latest James Joyce. What principle do they work on?" "I'm not an electronics man. Hartridge tells me they are specially sensitive blocks of tubes, and that memory, including all the basic plots of fiction and all the basic varieties of dialogue, have been built into them." Kare shuddered. "I will never believe in the face of any evidence that machines can take the place of human writers. What machine could have written Alice?" "Calm down, Herbert. I want your help. I haven't followed developments since the days of the early electronic computers, and I haven't time for studying them now. And, unfortunately, I never read modern fiction anymore. No time for anything but official reports. Now, I've always respected your judgment. I want your opinion of the adequacy of the material put out by Script Lab." "Have you forgotten," said Kare, "that I am a writer? Aren't you afraid of a biased report?" "Not from you. I need a competent judge, and if you are forced to bring in a favorable report, you know I'd find you a place in some other field. I might even get you a pension." "I hope not. Not yet." "Go over and see Hartridge, look over his machines, and bring me a critical estimate of the quality of their work. Not just literary quality, of course. We're interested also in entertainment value. Don't be prejudiced. I imagine you'd be the last to deny that writing can be damned hard work." "You're right," said Kare. "I would be the last person to deny it. Somehow, I've always liked the work, but if the machines can really take our place, I will try to bow out gracefully." Once again, Kare took the escalator to the airway and moved across the city. He tried to think of fiction plots, but he could not control his mind. He was worried. The people standing near him were quarreling. Their shrill voices hurt his ears, and the crowd was so dense that he could not move away. Age, he feared, was making him irritable. As he approached his station, he pushed towards the escalator. He brushed against a woman who was reading a plastic-backed book. She looked up, frowned, and then stamped viciously on his extended foot. Half stunned with pain and amazement, Herbert managed to get to the escalator, went down, and limped slowly through the doorway of Computer House. What had possessed the woman, he wondered. He'd barely brushed her sleeve in passing. He stood before the door labeled Manuscript Laboratory, Dr. Philip Hartridge, and pushed the button. The door opened, but 2 husky guards with pistols in hand blocked his entrance. "Your name, please, and your business." Herbert fought a tendency to stammer. His foot still hurt him. He had developed a headache, and he felt bewildered. My name is Herbert Kare, and I want to see Dr. Hartridge. Why, we've known each other for years." "Identification, please." They examined his identity card and his bureau papers and nodded. Then one returned his pistol to its holster and approached him. "Just a formality, if you please. Dr. Hartridge apologizes for this." He ran his hands over Herbert's shabby blouse and trousers, then stepped back. "That is all, Mr. Kare," he said. "You can go in." They preceded him into the reception room, advanced to the rear wall, and pushed a series of buttons in a complex pattern. A double door made of metal instead of innocent oak, it seemed to be, slowly swung open. Philip Hartridge rose from his desk and extended his hand. "Awfully good to see you, Kare," he said. "It must have been nearly 10 years. Sorry you've never come over to see us sooner. We're very proud of Script Lab. How are things?" "Not bad," said Herbert. "I'm still feeling overwhelmed by the elaborate protective system you have here. What explains the bodyguards? I didn't suppose this laboratory was classified." Hartridge leaned back in his chair. "It's not classified. Those men are here to protect me from possible violence." "Violence? Great Gamma, do you mean personal threats?" "Yes, only last week my copter exploded a few minutes after I started the motor. By a lucky chance, I had gone back to the house to get my briefcase, but someone had certainly tried to kill me." "Why on earth, Hartridge, should someone—" "It might have been one of several people," he said, "but I think it's my brother Ben. He would, of course, like to have my share of the money our father left us, but I'll take care he doesn't get it." He grinned and patted his hip. "It's rather more likely to be the other way around, but we won't waste time in trivialities, Kare. Ludwig called me. I want you to see our setup here. Come in and see the machines." They walked through another set of double doors and into the laboratory. The noise was deafening. 20 enormous machines sat in the room. Each was contained in a dull plastic case, and the control panels were a maze of dials, buttons, and red and green indicator lights. An electric typewriter was connected to and operated by each machine, and through each typewriter ran an endless roll of paper, which emerged to be cut off into 11-inch lengths by automatic knives. "How do you stand the noise?" asked Kare. "Why don't you use silent typers?" "Oh, the machines don't mind the noise. Silent typers would be an unnecessary expense, and as a matter of fact, I've come to like the sound. It's soothing after a time." Kare strolled slowly, rather mournfully, from one monster to another, glancing at the emerging manuscripts. "The rate of output," said Hartridge, "is not less than 100 words a minute, and they never have to stop to look up their facts or to struggle with a bulky plot. Can you do as well?" "I wish I could," said Kare. "I know so little about electronics. Do the machines use much current?" "No, that's another of their virtues. They're very economical. The tubes are so efficient that all 20 machines are run from this one source right here. Don't touch it. It's not ordinary house current, you know. We start with 8,000 volts. It saves on metal and transformers." Herbert found it hard to think against the clatter of the typewriters. "I'm ashamed to admit," he said, "that I feel a kind of envy. They seem to compose with such ease." Hartridge laughed. "No trouble at all. I tell you, my pretty typewriters are going to put you out of business. You can see for yourself, Kare, that there's no need for you human writers. We are doing a perfect job here, and we could supply all the material, novels, stories, fact articles, biographies that the country could read. AFE has been using more and more of our scripts, as you probably know." "I know. I can't say exactly why it is, but we do seem to be able to hit the public taste better than you writers." He reached over and patted one of the plastic cases as though it had been an affectionate dog. "Do your machines do nothing but write new material?" asked Kare as he strolled on. "That depends on the demand. Sometimes we have a call for some out-of-print item, or some work which is so hard to get hold of that we simply have the machines redo it. After number 12 here produced the entire English translation of War and Peace without a single semantic error, we were not afraid to trust them with anything. As a matter of fact, we've got number 8 rewriting some 19th century items that have not been available for years. Things that were destroyed or banned during the atomic wars, but which the present government finds acceptable. Would you like to see?" Kare stood in front of number 8 in fascination as the metal arms hammered out the words and lines. After a moment he frowned. "I seem to remember this. I must have read it in my early boyhood. It seems so long ago, Joan of Arc, but I don't remember its happening just this way." "Just goes to show you can't trust your memory, Kare. You know the machines are perfectly logical and they can't make a mistake." "No, of course not. Odd, though." He brushed his hand over a forehead grown wet. The knife flashed down, cut the paper, and the page fell into its basket. Hartridge picked it up. "Would you like this sheet as a memento? Number 8 can easily redo it." "Thank you. And is there anything else I can show you? I don't mind admitting I'm very proud of my machines." "Well," said Kare, "perhaps you might let me have some of your current manuscripts just for tonight. I can make a comparative study for Ludwig and return them sometime tomorrow." "Nothing easier." He assembled a bundle of stapled sheets and put them in a box, and then rang for the guards to show him out. "Take care of yourself, Kare. See you tomorrow." Herbert sat that evening in his book-lined room reading manuscripts. He looked more and more puzzled and ill at ease. He got up after a time to pace the room, and on a sudden impulse he left the apartment and hurried up the street. It had grown dark outside, and he hurried. He could not stand the thought of the airway, so he walked. He had covered nearly a half a mile when, at the corner ahead, 2 street taxis approached each other at right angles. The drivers glared at each other. Neither slowed to let the other pass. They crashed and began to burn. Kari hurried on, trying not to hear the screams of the people or the siren of the approaching ambulance. No wonder, he thought, that they need Ludwig in the Bureau of Public Safety. People were behaving so irrationally. He climbed the steps of the city library and advanced to the desk. I should like to see files of the magazines published by Adult Fiction Earth, if you please. Which magazines, sir? They publish hundreds. Well, as a start, let me see those which publish light fiction. For 2 hours he sat in the scholars' room, skimming the pages of the magazines. Sagebrush Westerns, Romance and Marriage, Pinkerton's Own, Harper's, and a dozen others. He read with concentration and made few notes. On his way home, he stopped at a news machine and selected an armful of the current issues to take home with him. He read in his room until nearly dawn, and when he did lie down, he could not sleep or rest. "I don't believe it," he whispered to himself. "It can't be true." And half an hour later, how did it happen? At 9 next morning, he was sitting in the reception room of the Bureau of Public Entertainment, with briefcase on his knees, waiting for Ludwig. It was nearly noon before Ludwig himself arrived and summoned his visitor. He sat at his desk, his white hair rumpled, and nervously fingered his watch chain as Kari took the chair opposite. "Sorry to keep you waiting, Herbert. The commissioners over in safety have a bad situation to handle, and I've been trying to advise them. I'll be glad when this writing business is straightened out and I can give full attention to safety. What did you think of Script Lab?" "Well, it's very efficient." "I knew that," said Ludwig. "Machines are built to be efficient, but what do you think of their output? How does it compare with the work of the writers?" Kari cleared his throat. "John, don't you read the magazines anymore?" No time. Do you?" "I haven't until yesterday. I read them all night. I hardly know how to express myself, John. Something is wrong with the machines." "Nonsense. There can't be anything wrong with them. They're fed the plots, fed the variations, and then with perfect logic they create their stories. You're not an electronics expert, you know." Kari stared at the floor. Ludwig sighed. "I'm sorry, Herbert. I'm just too tired to be decently courteous. But what I wanted from you, after all, was a literary evaluation and not a scientific one. I express myself so badly. There's something wrong, something I can't exactly define with what they write." Ludwig looked exasperated. "But what, man? Be concrete." "I'll try. Here's a short story that was made yesterday. Glance over it, please, and tell me how it strikes you." Ludwig read through the manuscript with his accustomed rapidity. "I don't see anything particularly wrong about it," he said. "Murder mysteries have never been to my taste, and I don't know that I exactly approve of the hero's killing his benefactress with an undetectable poison and then inheriting her fortune and marrying her niece. Undetectable poisons are all nonsense anyway. The story doesn't seem to you unhealthy?" "I don't know what you're getting at. It's on the grim side, I suppose, but isn't most modern fiction a little grim? How about your own stuff?" "I think there's a difference. I know I've written a few mysteries and even some tragic stories, but I don't believe I've ever written anything exactly like this. And this is typical. They're doing reprints, too, of books that were destroyed or lost during the atomic wars. Do you remember Joan of Arc, Mark Twain's version? Here is a page from Scriptlab's manuscript." Ludwig took the sheet and read aloud. "By and by, a frantic man in priest garb came wailing and lamenting and tore through the crowd and the barrier of soldiers and flung himself on his knees by Joan's cart and put up his hands in supplication, crying out, 'Oh, forgive, forgive! It was Loyceler!' And Joan's heart knew nothing of forgiveness, nothing of compassion, nothing of pity for all that suffer and have been offensive." Ludwig looked up with a frown. "That's odd. It's been so long since I saw that book. I was only a boy, but that isn't just the way I remember it." "That's what Script Lab is writing. But the machines don't. I know, they don't make mistakes. The buzz of the Visisonar interrupted them, and the Commissioner of Public Safety spoke from the screen. For heaven's sake, Ludwig, shelve the book business and get over here. We've had a rash of robberies with violence, a dozen bad street accidents, and 2 suspicious deaths of diabetics in coma. We need help. Ludwig was already reaching for his briefcase. Right away, he said and flicked the switch. John, Kare begged, this book matter is serious. You can't just drop it. Come with me to Hartridge's lab and see for yourself. I can't. No time. You heard the commissioner. Tomorrow morning? Can't make it. I have to go to a funeral. A niece of mine who died suddenly of cancer. Poor girl. We thought she was doing so well, too, with the hormone injections. Not that her husband will break his heart, from what I know of the scoundrel. Kari followed him towards the door. Then make it tomorrow afternoon. It's vital. Ludwig pulled out his watch and thought for a second. All right. Meet you there tomorrow at 3. The door slammed behind him. They followed the guards through the chrome steel doors into the room with the machines. All 20 typewriters were hammering out their 100 words a minute. It is an honor to have a visit from you, Commissioner Ludwig, said Hartridge. We're very proud of Script Lab. You'll agree, I know, that the experiment has been eminently successful. Tough on you, of course, Kari, but you writers can always land on your feet. The decision has not yet been made, said Ludwig, now to business. He pulled a chair up to the desk, opened his briefcase, and took out some papers. Before I examine the machines, I'd like to check with you the facts and figures that Kari has compiled for me. In 1971, the first year of the experiment, only 10% of Script Lab's output of stories, books, and articles was accepted by Adult Fiction Earth, right? Right, said Hartridge, but that was our first year. Since then, Ludwig held up his hand. In the second year, you supplied 35% of the needs of AFE. Check? Check. In the 2 years following, you supplied 75%, and in 1976, this year, you are supplying about 90% of all published matter, with the writers supplying only 10%. Correct? Correct. A wonderful record, Commissioner. Ludwig turned to another sheet of data. As I understand it, you feed into the machine's memories basic plots, factual data, conversational variants, and they do the rest? That's right. We give them the material and they create with perfect rationality. I myself read nearly everything they make, and even I am amazed at their craftsmanship, and they are so efficient and write so swiftly. Speed is no doubt a desirable feature, said Ludwig, but not the only one, said Kare. Hartridge smiled. Professional jealousy is warping your judgment, old man. It may be hard to take, but you writers have nothing to give the world any more that machines can't. Ludwig turned his back and surveyed the room. I would like to see now some of your productions. Hartridge beamed. As a matter of fact, I have something that ought to interest you particularly. Just follow me, gentlemen. Here, by the way, is our power source. Note how simple and efficient the circuit design is. Ah, here we are. Knowing that you were making us a visit today, I gave to number 7 here the necessary data for creating your own monologue on our duties to the aged. That was your doctoral thesis, I believe. But that's out of print. I haven't seen a copy myself in years. To Script Lab, that is unimportant. Feed it the data, the basic premises, and it will do the rest. Would you like to see? The 3 men crowded around number 7 and watched the emergence of paper from the typewriter as the keys tapped the words into lines, and the carriage shifted. Ludwig at first showed only the pleasure which any writer feels on rereading a good piece of work. Gradually his face changed. He looked puzzled, uncertain, and then his skin reddened with anger. The automatic knife chopped down and severed the completed page. Ludwig scooped it up from the basket and read the page a second time. He raised his eyes to meet the tense gaze of Kare. Is this what you were trying to tell me, Herbert? That sort of thing, yes. Is something wrong, Commissioner? Said Hartridge. I thought you'd be pleased. Pleased? But this is something I never wrote. But you must have written it, said Hartridge. Or are you just trying to sabotage my project with a deliberate misstatement? Read it, said Ludwig. Read that paragraph out loud. Our duties to the aged, read Hartridge, are closely bound to our duties to ourselves. When the old become infirm, they should be quietly helped out of a contented existence. After all, the only measure of the value of aged men and women should be their present usefulness to society. He looked up from the page. I don't see why you're so unwilling to admit your authorship, Commissioner. There's nothing wrong with this. Only, Ludwig said softly, I didn't write it. What the monologue actually said was something like this. Our duties to the aged closely bound to our duties to ourselves. When the old become infirm, they should be quietly helped to a contented existence. After all, the only measure of the value of aged men and women should be their past usefulness to our society. You've made your point, Kare, he went on. If this sort of perverted advice has been fed to our people for the last few years, it's no wonder we're having a wave of crimes. Be selfish, it pays. An eye for an eye. Poison the old man. Nobody will ever know, and you'll get his money. Hartridge was still studying the typescript, and he spoke with defiance. Number 7's excerpt from your monologue seems perfectly sensible to me, he said. For some reason of your own, you must be lying about it. Why, the version you say you remember is utterly illogical. Of course it's illogical, said Kare. Don't you see? Of course it's illogical, shouted Ludwig. It was illogical for Joan to forgive her tormentor. It's illogical to take care of invalids. It's illogical to forget an injury, but it's human. How on earth is society to exist if it feels only the rational emotions? You yourself, Hartridge, have been corrupted by reading the work of Scriptlab, and you no longer have any sense of human charity. These monsters have been undermining our whole life because the only motivation they were provided was the most dangerous and ugly thing possible in the world of human beings, pure logic. As he shouted, he fumbled at his watch, unhooked the long gold chain, and with a sudden lunge flung it across the bus bars which supplied the currents to the machines. There was a blinding flash, a hiss, and the eternal clacking of the typewriters was replaced by silence. End of What Do You Read by Boyd Ellenby.
Castaways of Eros by Nelson Bond. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Cindy Morton. Castaways of Eros by Nelson Bond, Part 1. Two families fought for the title to Eros, and only one could win. One had to outsmart the other, and both had to win over the unscrupulous United Auras Corporation. It was a problem worthy of a Solomon, and it had an ending even those embittered rivals could not foresee. Bobby couldn't help wishing Pop would stand up just a little bit straighter. Not that he was ashamed of Pop. It wasn't that at all. It was just that the patrolman stood so straight, his shoulders broad and firm. Standing beside him made Pop look sort of thin and puny. His chest caved in like he was carrying a heavy weight on his shoulders. That was from studying things through a microscope. Anyhow, decided Bobby with a fierce loyalty, That SSP man probably wouldn't even know what to look for if somebody put a microscope in front of him, even if he was big and sturdy and broad-shouldered in his space blues. Mom said, "Bobby, what are you muttering about? Do stop fidgeting." Bobby said, "Yes'm," and glared at Moira as if she, in some obscure way, were to blame for his having been reprimanded right out here in the middle of Long Island Spaceport, where everybody could hear and laugh at him. But Moira, studying the handsome SSP man surreptitiously, did not notice. Dick was fixing something in the ship. Eleanor stood quietly beside Mom, crooning softly to the pooch so it wouldn't be scared by the thunderous blast of rocket motors. Grandpa Mosley had buttonholed an embarrassed young ensign, was complaining to him in loud and certain terms that modern astronavigation practices were rank belly-wash, mister, and a dad-ratted disgrace. The patrolman said, "Your name, please, sir?" "Robert Emmett O'Brien Mosley," said Pop. "Occupation?" "Research physicist, formerly. Now about to become a land-grant settler." "Age of self and party?" "Former residence?" Overhead, the sky was blue and thin, clear as a bowl of skimmed milk, its vastness limned in sharp relief to the west and north, the mighty spans and arches, the fairy domes and flying buttresses of great New York. The space-drome fed 100 ducks a flight. From one field lifted air locals, giddy, colored motes with gyroscopes a-spin. From another, a West Coast stratoliner surged upward to lose itself in thin, dim heights. Vast cradles by the Sound were the nests to which a flock of interplanetary craft made homeward flight. Luggers and barges and cruisers. Bobby saw with sudden excitement the sharp starred prow of the Solar Space Patrol man-o'-war. Here in this field, the GSCs, the General Spacecraft Cradles, from one of which, as soon as Pop got clearance, their ship would take off. Their ship. Bobby felt an eager quickening of his pulse. His stomach was aswarm with a host of butterflies. Their ship. The space officer said, "I think that takes care of everything, Dr. Mosley. I presume you understand the land-grant laws and obligations?" "Yes, Lieutenant." "Very well, then." Space-red hands made official motions with hand stamp and pen. "Your clearance? And my very best wishes, sir." "Thank you," said Pop quietly. He turned. "That's all. Ready, Mother? Eleanor? Moira?" Bobby bounded forward. "Can I push the button, can I, Pop, when we start, can I?" Dick was waiting before the open lock of the cuckoo lane. Dick could do anything. Everything at once. He took the pooch into the circle of his left arm, helped his mother aboard, said, "Shut up, kid. You're enough to wake the dead. Watch that guard panel, Ellie. Papers all set, Pop?" And he tickled the pooch's dimpled cheek with an oily finger. "You act just like your mama," he said irreverently, and the baby gurgled. Eleanor cried, "Dick, those dirty hands!" "Everything is in order, Richard," said Pop. "Good. You folks go in and strap down. I'll seal. Here comes the cradle monkey now." Pop said, "Come along, Robert." And the others went inside. Bobby waited, though, to see the cradle monkey, the man under whose orders spacecraft lifted gravs. The cradle monkey was a dour man with gnarled legs and arms and temper. He looked at the cuckoo and sniffed, then at Dick. "Family crate, huh?" "That's right." "For God almighty sakes, don't try to blast off with your side jets burning. Take a 7.19 reading on your ACA gauge. Stern rockets only." "Comets to you, butt hoister," grinned Dick. "I've had 8 years on the Spider Run. I can lift this can." Oh, a rocketeer? There was new grudging respect in the ground man's tone. Well, how was I to know? You ought to see what some of those jalopy jockeys do to my cradles. Burn 'em black. Oh, well, he backed away from the ship. Clean ether, said Dick. He closed the lock. Its seal brace slid into place, wheezing asthmatically. Bobby's ears rang suddenly with a mild compression of air. When he swallowed, they were all right again. Dick saw him. What are you doing here, kid? Didn't I hear Pop tell you to come below? Bobby said, I'm not a kid. I'm almost 16. Just old enough, promised Dick, to get your seat warmed if you don't do what you're told. Remember, you're a sailor on a spaceship now. Pop's the skipper and I'm first mate. If you don't obey orders, it's mutiny, and I'm obeying, said Bobby hastily. He followed his brother down the corridor, up the ramp, to the bridge. Can I push the button when we take off, huh, Dick? After his high expectations, it wasn't such a great thrill. Dick set the stops and dials, told him which button to press. When I give the word, kid. Of course, he got to sit in the pilot's bucket chair, which was something. Moira and Eleanor and Mom to lie down in acceleration hammocks while Pop and Dick sat in observation seats. He waited, all ears and nerves, as the slow seconds sloughed away. Pop set the hypos running. Their faint, dull throb was a magic sound in the silence. Then there came a signal from outside. Dick's hand rose in understanding response. Fell again. Now. Bobby jabbed the button in frantic haste. Suddenly the silence was shattered by a thunderous detonation. There was a massive hand pressing him back into the soft, yielding leather of his chair. The chair retreated on oiled channels, pneumatic compensators hissing faintly, absorbing the shock. Across the room, a faulty hammock hinge squeaked rustily. Then it was over as quickly as it had begun, and he could breathe again. And Dick was lurching across the turret on feet that wobbled queerly because up was down and top was bottom and everything was funny and mixed up. Dick cut in the artificial gravs, checked the meter dials with a hurried glance, smiled. Dead on it. Want to check, Skipper? But Pop was standing by the observation pane, eyeing an Earth already ball-like in the vastness of space. Earth, dwindling with each passing moment. Bobby moved to his side and watched. Moira, too, and Eleanor and Mom, and even Dick. Pop touched Mom's hand. He said, Martha, I'm not sure this is fair to you and the children. Perhaps it isn't right that I should force my dream on all of you. The world we have known and loved lies behind us. Before us lies only uncertainty. Mom sort of sniffed and reached for a handkerchief. She turned her back to Pop for a minute, and when she turned around again, her eyes were red and angry looking. She said, You want to go on, don't you, Rob? Pop nodded. But I'm thinking of you, Martha. Of me, Mom snorted indignantly. Hear him talk. Never heard such nonsense in my life. Of course I want to go on. No, never mind that, Richard. Is there a kitchen on this boat? A galley, Mom. Below. Galley, kitchen, what's the difference? You two girls come with me. I'll warrant these men are starving. I am. After that, things became so normal as to be almost disappointing. From his eager reading of such magazines as Martian Tales and Cosmic Fiction Weekly, Bobby had conceived void travel to be one long, momentous chain of adventure. A super thrilling serial punctuated by interludes with space pirates, narrow brushes with meteors, sabotage, treachery, hair-raising, heroic, and horrifying. There was nothing like that to disturb the calm and peaceful journey of the Cuchulainn. Oh, it was enjoyable to stare through the observation panes at the flame-dotted pall of space, until Pop tried to turn his curious interest into educational channels. It was exciting, too, to probe through the corridored recesses of their floating home, except that Dick issued strict orders that nothing must be touched, that he must not enter certain chambers, that he mustn't push his nose into things that didn't concern kids, which offended Bobby, who was 16, or anyway, 15 3/4. So they ate, and they slept, and they ate again, and Pop and Dick spelled each other at the control banks. Moira spent endless hours with comb and mirror devising elaborate hairdos which, Bobby reminded her with impudent shrewdness, were so much wasted energy, since they were settling in a place where nobody could see them. And Mom bustled about in the galley performing miracles with flour and stuff, and in the recreation room, Eleanor minded the pooch and lost innumerable games of cribbage to Grandpa Mosley, who cheated outrageously and groused between hands about the dad-blame nonsensical way Dick was handling the ship. And somehow 3 Earth days sped by, and they were nearing their destination, the tiny planetoid Eros. Pop said, "You deserve a great deal of credit, son, for your fine work in rehabilitating the Tukulane. It is performed beautifully. You're a good spaceman." Dick flushed. "She's a good ship, Pop, even as she is 30 years old. Some of these old hand-fashioned jobs are better than the flash junk they're turning off the belts nowadays. You've checked the declination and trajectory?" "Yes. We should come within landing radius in just a few hours. Cut drives at 19.04.22 precisely and make such minor course alterations as are necessary. Set brakes." Pop smiled happily. "We're very fortunate, son. A mere 15 million miles. It's not often Eros is so near Earth." "Don't I know it? It's almost 100 million at perihelion. But that's not the lucky part. You sure had to pull strings to get the government land grant to Eros. What a plum! Atmosphere, water, vegetable life, all on a hunk of dirt 57 miles in diameter? Frankly, I don't get it. Eros must have terrific mass to have the attributes of a full-size planet." "It does, Richard. A neutronium core." "Neutronium?" Dick gasped. "Why don't people tell me these things? Roaring craters, Pop, were rich. Bloated plutocrats." "Not so fast, son. Eventually, perhaps. Not today. First, we must establish our claims, justify our right to own Eros. That means work. Plenty of hard work. After that, we might be able to consider a mining operation. What's that?" Bobby jumped. It was Mom's voice. But her cry was not one of fear. It was one of excitement. "Rob, look! Off to the left, or the port, or whatever you call it. Is that our new home?" Bobby did not need to hear Pop's reply to know that it was. His swift intake of breath was enough. The shine in his eyes as he peered out the observation port. "Eros," he said. It looked all right to Bobby. A nice, clean little sphere spinning lazily before their eyes like a top someone had set in motion, then gone away and forgotten. Silver and green and rusty brown, all still faintly blued by distance. The warm rays of Old Sol reflecting gaily, giddily from seas that covered half the planetoid surface, and mountains cut long, jagged shadows into sheltered plains beneath them. It was, Bobby thought, not a bad-looking little place, but not anything to get all dewy-eyed about like Pop was. Dick said softly, "All right, Pop, let's check and get ready to set her down." 2. It was not Dick's fault. It was just a tough break that no one had expected, planned for, guarded against. The planetoid was there beneath them. They would land on it. It was as simple as that. Only it wasn't. Nor did they have any warning that the problem was more complex until it was too late to change their plans, too late to halt the irrevocable movements of a grounding spaceship. Dick should have known, of course. He was a spaceman. He had served 2 tricks on the Earth-Venus-Mars run, but all those planets were large. Eros was just a mote, a spinning top. Anyway, it was after the final coordinates had been plotted, the last bank control unchangeably set, the rockets cut, that they saw the curved knife edge of black slicing up over Eros's rim. For a long moment, Dick stared at it, a look of angry chagrin in his eyes. Well, blast me for an earth-loving idiot. Do you see that, Pop? Pop looked like he had shared Dick's persimmon. The nightline. We forgot to consider the diurnal revolution. And now we have to land in the dark, on strange terrain. Ugh! Should have my head examined. I've got a plugged tube somewhere. Grandpa Mosley hobbled in, appraised the situation with his incomparable ability to detect something amiss. He snorted, rattled his cane on the floor. They's absolutely nothing, he informed the walls, to this heteration stuff. Else why should my own son and his son be so dag-nag stupid? What can't be cured, said Pop mildly, must be endured. We have the forward search beam, son. They will help. That was sheer optimism. As they neared the planet, its gravitational attraction seized them tighter and tighter until they were completely under its compulsion. Dusk swept down upon them. The sunlight dulled, faded, grayed. Then, as the ship nosed downward, suddenly all was black. The yellow beam of the search stabbed reluctant shadows, bringing rocky crags and rounded tors into swift, terrifying relief. Dick snapped, "Into your hammocks, everyone! Don't worry, this crate will stand a lot of bust-up. It's tough. A little bit of luck." But there was perspiration on his forehead, and his fingers played over the control banks like frightened moths. There was no further need for the artificial gravs. Eros exerted, strangely, incredibly, an attractive power almost as potent as Earth's. Dick cut off the gravs, then the hypos. As the last machine-created sound died away from the cabin, Bobby heard the high scream of atmosphere, raging and tearing at the cuchulainn with angry fingers. Through howling bedlam, they tumbled dizzily, and for moments that were ages long, while Dick labored frantically at the controls, while Moira watched with bated breath. Mom said nothing, but her hands sought Pop's. Eleanor cradled the pooch closer to her. Grandpa scowled. And then suddenly, "Hold tight! We're grounding!" cried Dick. And instinctively Bobby braced himself for a shock. But there was only a shuddering jar, a lessening of the roar that beat upon their eardrums, a dull, flat thud, a sodden, heavy grinding, and the groan of metal forward. Then a false nausea momentarily assailed him, because for the first time in days, the cuchulainn was completely motionless. Dick grinned shakily. "Well," he said, "well." Pop unbuckled his safety belt, climbed gingerly out of his hammock, moved to the port, slid back its lock plate. Bobby said, "Can you see anything, Pop? Can you?" And Mom, who could read Pop's expressions like a book, said, "What is it, Rob?" Pop stroked his chin. He said, "Well, we've landed safely, Richard. But I'm afraid we've, selected a wet landing field. We seem to be underwater." His hazard was verified immediately, indisputably, for from the crack beneath the floor leading from the control turret to the prow chambers of the ship came a dark trickle that spread and puddled and stained and gurgled. Water. Dick cried, "Hey, this is bad. We better get out of here." He leapt to his controls. Once more the plaintive hum of the hypotomics droned through the cabin. Gears ground and clashed as the motors caught. Something forward exploded dully, distantly. The ship rocked and trembled, but did not move. Again, Dick tried to jet the 4 rockets. Again, and yet again. And on the 4th essay, there ran through the ship a violent shudder. Broken metal grated shrilly from forward, and the water began bubbling and churning through the crack. Deeper and swifter, Dick cut motors and turned, his face an angry mask. "We can't get loose. The entire nose must be stove in. We're leaking like a sieve. Look, everybody, get into your bulgers. We'll get out through the airlock." Mom cried, But our supplies, Dick. What are we going to do for food, clothing, furniture?" "We'll worry about that later. Right now we've got to think of ourselves." "That-a-boy, Bobby. Thanks for getting them out. You girls remember how to climb into them? Eleanor, you take that oversized one. That's right. There's room for you and the pooch." The water was almost ankle deep in the control room by the time they had all donned spacesuits. Bloated figures in fabricoid bulgers, they followed Dick to the airlock. It was weird and a little bit frightening, but to Bobby, it was thrilling, too. This was the sort of thing you read stories about, escape from a flooding ship. They had time, or took time, to gather together a few precious belongings. Eleanor packed a carrier with baby food for the pooch. Mom, a bundle of provisions hastily swept from the galley bins. Pop remembered the medical kit in the toolbox. Grandpa was laden down with blankets and clothing. Dick burdened himself and Bobby with armloads of such things as he saw and forevisioned need for. At the lock, Dick issued final instructions. "The air in the bulgers will carry you right to the surface. We'll gather there, count noses, and decide on our next move. Pop, you go first to lead the way, then Mom and Eleanor, Grandpa." Thus from the heart of the doomed Cuchulainn they fled. The airlock was small. There was room for but one at a time. The water was breast deep by the time all were gone save Bobby and Dick. Bobby, whose imagination had already assigned him the command of the floundering ship, wanted to uphold the ancient traditions by being the last to leave, but Dick had other ideas. He shoved Bobby, not too gently, into the lock. Then there was water, black, solid, forbidding about him. And the outer door opening. He stepped forward and floated upward, feeling an uneasy, quibbly feeling in his stomach. Almost immediately, a hard something clanged against his Emperorvite helmet. It was a lead-soled bulger boot. Then he was bobbing and tossing on shallow black wavelets beside the others. Above him was a blue-black star-gemmed sky. Off to his right, not distant, was a rising smudge that must be the mainland. A dark blob popped out of the water. Dick. Dick's voice was metallic through the audios of the space helmet. "All here, Pop? Everybody all right? Swell. Let's strike out for the shore. There, stick together now. It isn't far." Pop said, "The ship, Richard?" "We'll find it again. I floated up a marking buoy. That round thing over there isn't Grandpa." Grandpa's voice was raucous, belligerent. "You bet your boots it ain't. I'm on my way to Terry Fermi. That last one ashore's a sissy." Swimming in a bulger, Bobby found, was silly, like paddling a big, warm, safe rubber rowboat. The stars winked at him. The soft waves explored his faceplate with a curious white fingers of spray. Pretty soon there was sand scraping his boots, a long, smooth beach with rolling hills beyond. In the sudden scarlet of dawn, it was impossible to believe the night had even been frightening. Throughout the night, the Mosley clan huddled together there on the beach, waiting, silent, wondering. But when the sun burst over the horizon like a clamoring brazen gong, they looked upon this land which was their new home, and found it good. The night did not last long, but Pop had told them it would not. Eros rotates on its axis, he explained, in about 10 hours, 40 minutes, Earth time measurement. Therefore, we shall have days and nights of 5 hours, short dawns or twilights. This will vary somewhat, you understand, with the change of seasons. Dick asked, "Isn't that a remarkably slow rotation? For such a tiny planet, I mean. After all, Eros is only 180-odd miles in circumference." Eros has many peculiarities. Some of them we have discussed before. It approaches Earth nearer than any other celestial body, excepting Luna, and an occasional meteor or comet. When first discovered by Witt in 1898, the world of science marveled at finding a true planetoid with such an uncommon orbit. At perihelion, it comes far within the orbit of Mars. At aphelion, it is far outside. During its near approach in 1900 to 01, Eros was seen to vary in brightness at intervals of 5 hours and 15 or 20 minutes. At that time, a few of the more imaginative astronomers offered the suggestion that this variation might be caused by diurnal rotation. After 1931, though, the planetoid fled from Earth. It was not until 1975, the period of its next approach, that the Ronaldson-Chenoweth expedition visited it and determined the old presumption to be correct. Were not the first men to visit Eros, then? Not at all. It was investigated early in the days of spaceflight. 2 research foundations, the Royal Cosmographic Society and the Interplanetary Service, sent expeditions here. During the Black Douglas period of terrorism, the SSP set up a brief military occupation. The Galactic Metals Corporation at one time attempted to establish mining operations here, but the Bureau refused them permission. For under the Space Code of 08, it was agreed by the Triune that all asteroids should be settled under land-grant law. That is why, concluded Pop, we are here now. As long as I can remember, it has been my dream to take a land-grant colony for my very own. Long years ago, I decided that Eros should be my settlement. As you have said, Richard, it necessitated the pulling of many strings. Eros is a wealthy little planet. The man who earns it wins a rich prize. More than that, though. Pop lifted his face to the skies, now blue with hazy morning. There was something terribly bright and proud in his eyes. More than that, there is the desire to carve a home out of the wilderness, to be able to one day say, "Here is my home that I molded into beauty with my own hands." Do you know what I mean, son? In this workaday world of ours, there are no more earthly frontiers for us to dare, as did our forefathers, but still within us all stirs the deep, instinctive longing to hew a new home from virgin land. His words dwindled into silence, and inexplicably Bobby felt odd. It was Grandpa Mosley who burst the queer moment into 1,000 sputtering fragments. "Talking about hewing," he said. "S'posen we hew us a few victuals, eh?" Dick roused himself. "Right you are, Grandpa," he said. "You can remove your bulgers. I've tested the air. It's fine and warm, just as the report said. Moira, while Mom and Eleanor are fixing breakfast, suppose you lay out our blankets and spare clothing to dry? Grandpa, get a fire going. Pop and Bobby and I'll get some wood." Thus Eros greeted its new masters, and the Mosleys faced morning in their new Eden. 3. Grandpa Mosley wiped his mouth with the back of his hand. There were no napkins, which suited him fine. "It weren't," he said, "a bad meal, but it weren't a first-classin' neither. Them synthos and concentrates ain't got no more flavor than—" Bobby agreed with him. Syntho ham wasn't too bad. It had a nice meaty taste, and syntho coffee tasted pretty much like the real thing. But those syntho eggs tasted like nothing under the sun except just plain, awful syntho eggs. 4 Eros days, the equivalent of 42 Earth hours or so, had passed since their crash landing. In that short time, much had been done to make their beach campsite comfortable. All members of the family were waiting now for Dick to return. Pop said seriously, "I'm afraid you'll have to eat them and like them for a little while, Father. We can't get fresh food until we're settled. We can't settle until— here comes Dick." "I'll eat 'em," grumbled Grandpa, "but be derned if I'll like 'em." "Would you learn, Dickie boy?" Dick removed his helmet, unzipped himself from his bulger, shook his head. "It looks worse every time I go back. I might not be able to get in the airlock again if the ship keeps on settling. The whole prow split wide open when we hit. The ship is full of water. Flour and sugar and things like that are ruined. I managed to get a few more things out, though. Some tools, guns, wire, stuff like that." "How about the hypotomic?" "Let him eat, Rob," said Mom. "He's hungry." I can eat and talk at the same time, Mom. I think I can get the hypotonic out. I'd better, anyhow. If we're ever going to raise the ship, we'll need power. And atomic power is the only kind we can get in this wilderness. And he shook his head. But we can't do it in a day or a week. It'll take time. Time, said Pop easily, is the one commodity with which we are oversupplied. He thought for a minute. If that's the way it is, we might as well move. Move, demanded Grandpa. What's the matter with the place we're at? For one thing, it's too exposed. An open beach is no place for a permanent habitation. So far, we've been very lucky. We've had no storms. But for a permanent campsite, we must select a spot further inland. A fertile place where we can start crops. A place with fresh running water, natural shelter against cold and wind and rain. What do we do? Grinned Dick. Flip a coin? No. Happily, there is a spot like that within an easy walk of here. I discovered it yesterday while studying the terrain. Pop took a stick, scratched a rude drawing on the sand before him. This is the coastline. We landed on the west coast of this inlet. The land we see across there, that low, flat land, I judge to be Delta Islands. Due south of us is a fine freshwater river, watering fertile valleys to either side. There, I think we should build. Dick nodded. Fish from the sea, vegetables from our own farm. Is there any game, Pop? That I don't know. We haven't seen any. Yet. We'll find out. Will this place you speak of be close enough to let me continue working on the Cuchulainn? Yes? Well, that's that. When do we start? Why not now? There's nothing to keep us here. They packed their meager belongings while Dick finished his meal. The sun was high when they left the beach. They followed the shoreline southward, the ground rising steadily before them, and before evening they came to a rolling vale through which a sparkling river meandered lazily to the sea. Small wonders unfolded before their eyes. Marching along, they had discovered that there was game on Eros. Not quite earthly, of course, but that was not to be expected. There was one small furry beast about the size of a rabbit, only its color was vivid leaf green. Once, as they passed a wooded glen, a pale fawn-like creature stole from the glade, watching them with soft, curious eyes. Another time they all started violently as the familiar siren of a patrol monitor screamed raucously from above them. They looked up to see an irate, orange and jade-green bird glaring down at them. And of course there were insects. There would have to be insects, Pop said. There could be no fruitful vegetable life without insects. Plants need bees and crawling ants, or their equivalent, to carry the pollen from one flower to another. They chose a site on the riverside, a half a mile or so from above and overlooking the sea. They selected it because of a spring of pure, bubbling water was nearby, because the woodlands dwindled away into lush fields, and Pop said, "This is it. We'll build our home on yonder knoll, and who knows?" Again there grew that strange look in his eyes. "Who knows but that it may be the shoot from which, a time hence, there may spring many cabins, then finer homes and buildings and mansions, until at last there's a great, brave city here on this port by the delta." "That's it, Pop," said Dick suddenly. "There's the name for our settlement. Delta Port." So swiftly sped the next weeks. Bobby was not able afterward to tell where they had gone. Time lightens labor, labor hastens time, but fleeting hours left in their wake tangible evidence of their passage. A change, a growth in Delta Port. One of Pop's first moves had been an attempted reorganization of their work hours on an Eros basis. "We cannot here," he explained, "try to maintain our earthly habit of sleeping through night hours, working during the day. Therefore," and he laid out for them an intricate and elaborate 9-day week he had devised, broken into alternate sleep and labor, meal and recreation periods. It was an ingenious system, but it didn't work. Despite previous habits, after a short time men and women, old and young alike, found themselves growing drowsy as dusk crept in. There was a general quickening of life's tempo to meet the conditions prevalent on Eros. The familiar 3 meals a day ceased to have meaning. The old habit of sleeping 8 hours at one stretch became anomalous under a sky which waxed and waned from brightness to dark in that length of time. Imperceptibly at first, then more and more openly, all found themselves working into a new routine, a design for living under which they tumbled into bed for 4 hours of darkness, slept suddenly and heartily, woke again, pursued a half-dozen hours of work or play, then napped once more. It seemed the most natural thing in the world, and Pop, never satisfied until he could explain such things, finally found an answer. I remember now that way back in the early years of the 20th century, a group of psychologists from one of the American universities tried an experiment. They put 2 men in a sealed, walled, soundproof room, which was neither dark nor light, but was kept constantly a dull twilight gray. They gave the men, who all their lives had lived on the accepted early standard, instructions to sleep when they felt drowsy, eat whenever they felt the desire to do so. After an exceptionally short time, the life habits of these human guinea pigs altered remarkably. They began eating not thrice a way, but at intervals ranging from every 3 to 6 hours. As for sleeping, the experimenters found it natural to catnap for 4-hour stretches rather than sustain strength on one long, tiresome 8-hour sleep period. This experiment was duplicated in 1987 under John Carberry of Columbia with identical results. The research doctors were forced to the conclusion that man is, on Earth, responsive to the conditions under which he must live. That is, he has adapted himself to Earth's phenomena. But could his body attain its natural and normal, uninhibited desires, it would live precisely as we here on Eros are living, at a wake-sleep pace of alternate 4 and 6 hours. It was just like Pop to get excited about a problem of that nature when there were so many other things crying to be done. But Bobby was surprised from time to time to discover that in a pinch, Pop could bob up with an answer to a stumping question quite unrelated to the field of empiric science. It was Pop who, when Dick was having trouble making their minute supply of nails and braces due for the construction of the cabin, offered the suggestion that the joists be joined by hollowing. It worked. End logs dovetailed beautifully. The cabin walls stood firmer and looked neater than if laboriously spliced together with metal. It was Pop, too, who did something about the plate problem. Unable to bring the plastics with them in their hasty flight from the sunken Ku Klux Klan, the Mosley family had made rude shift, first with large, flat, washed leaves, then with shells taken from the beach, at last with wooden slabs planed down by Grandpa. Pop, annoyed with these slovenly substitutes, spent several hours wandering by the shore, through the hills, up the river, finally returned one afternoon triumphantly bearing a lump of grayish mud as large as his head. Ignoring all caustic queries and comments, he set about molding this into a plate, and after much fingering, succeeded in flattening it into a recognizable shape. It seemed to bother him not a whit that the finished product was deckle-edged and wobbly. He set it out in the sun to dry. A day later, carried it triumphantly to the table and demanded his meal be served in it. "Pottery," he said, "from a fine clay bed up Erin River." Then he placed his pottery plate on the table with firm hands, and at that imperceptible jar, it promptly fell into 5 pieces. But a beginning had been made, and curiously enough, it was Moira who became interested in this obscure art of ceramics. The Mosleys continued to eat from wooden slabs for some weeks, while Moira begrimed her fingers with mud that invariably turned to crisp, fragile clay, and then one day she completed a bowl made of substance from which all sand grains and small pebbles had been painstakingly sieved, and which had been allowed to dry slowly under damp grass. And this time, it did not crack. Within a fortnight, a complete set of crockery made its appearance in the culinary department. at which point Dick began talking vaguely about the construction of a kiln, and Moira started thinking about the possibilities of decorating her proud young chinaware. So the weeks passed, and it was surprising how much had been accomplished, and how complete and happy life could be, even without the infinitude of small comforts to which they had once been accustomed, and which on earth they had expected and accepted unthinkingly. There was no Telio to entertain them, but somehow nobody seemed to miss its raucous, glowing presence in the living room. Not even Bobby, whose greatest interest in life had once been the nightly adventures of the Red Patrolman, transmitted through the courtesy of United Syntho Serials. Grandpa Mosley made music with a battered banjo he had salvaged from the cuchulainn. They all sang, and sometimes they danced, too. That was what Moira liked. She'd fix herself up all real pretty and dance, even though her partners were Dick and Pop, who didn't dance the modern swoop steps very well, and Bobby, who pretended to dislike it very thoroughly, but thought it was kind of fun. Grandpa carved a cribbage set, too. They played it, and chess, and card games during the storms that kept them housebound. Dick, in occasional hours of leisure, cleared a fair athletic field outside. They had a quoits run, a badminton court, a little uneven, but nobody minded, and a shuffleboard playing, also a fine sand pit for the pooch. Pop had planned the house with his usual mathematical forevision. From its first 2 rooms, built with an eye to offering swift shelter, soon spread wings. Before long it had 4 separate bedrooms, a kitchen, a dining nook, and the living or meeting room, which Grandpa called the get-together room. There was also a cistern, refreshing room, and another would be added as soon as Dick devised a method of supplying the house with fresh running water. Meanwhile, Mom and Eleanor and Grandpa Mosley were to be thanked for the steady improvement in their menu. Grandpa had early set out his farm. It was a sight to see him hobbling up and down the neat, even rows, weeding his springing crops, swearing at insect interlopers. Luckily, the sealed containers of seeds had not suffered the fate of Mom's lamented sugar and flour supply. The Mosleys had already nibbled tentatively at stubby radishes, tiny crumpled leaves of lettuce, and in another month or so there would be more substantial root and fruit stalks. Potatoes, parsnips, beans, turnips, beets, tomatoes, corn, salsify, onions, and wheat. That was the crop most tenderly watched, most hopefully awaited. Wheat meant bread. Bread was life, and the wheat was rippling up in soft green wavelets. Meanwhile, Eros supplied many, if unusual, foodstuffs. Every member of the family watched carefully the eating habits of the Erosian small life, adapted to their own diet the fruits, seeds, berries eaten by native animals, and avoided those things which, no matter how luscious to look on, the birds and beasts eschewed. Someday, when Pop's laboratory equipment could be brought from the sunken ship, they would find out about these questionable foods. But for now, it was best to be on the safe side. Artificial light remained a problem. There were tiny search batteries in their bulgers, but they used these only in cases of necessity. They had no oil for lamps, even if they had owned lamps. Eleanor made a few fat, greasy, ill-shapen candles out of renderings, but these sputtered and dripped and lasted but a short time. Aboard the cuchulainn were all sorts of books telling how to make candles properly, but these were by now water-soaked and illegible. So they contrived to get by with little illumination, looking forward to the day when Dick should succeed in raising the hypotomic motor from the ship. Then they would have all the light and heat and power they wanted, all from a cup full of water or a handful of sand swept up from the beach. And all was peaceful and quiet, until one day there came a startled shout from the fields, the sound of excited footsteps, and Grandpa came hobbling into the house yelling, "Where's my gun? Marthy, drat it, where'd you put my gun?" Dick grinned and winked at the others and asked, "What's the matter, Grandpa? The moles getting into your garden?" And chuckled as Grandpa grabbed up his Pierce gun and hobbled away. Chuckled, that is, until the old man's answer came floating back over his shoulder. "Moles be durned! It's human beings, that's what it is, intruding on our property." Then Dick roared, "Hey, Grandpa, wait! Put that gun down! Don't try to... Come on, everyone!" They all went tumbling from the house. It was exactly as Grandpa had said. Approaching Delta Port, some on foot, some astride animals curiously horse-like, save that they had 6 legs and long shaggy hair, came a tiny group of men and women, 6 in number. Their leader was a man of Pop's age, a baldish man, heavy-set and capable-looking. Beside him rode a thin, tired-looking woman of 40-odd. Next came a short, pudgy, white-haired man. Then, herding beside him 2 youngsters, a boy of Bobby's age and a girl slightly younger, came the last member of the party, a slim, tall young man with a mop of cinnamon-colored hair. The 2 groups, one nearing the house, one emerging from it, saw each other at practically the same time. For a moment, no one spoke on either side. Dick had taken the gun from Grandpa's hands, had successfully concealed it, and now Pop broke the silence. "Greetings, strangers," he cried heartily. "You're plenty welcome to Delta Port." Then came the shockingly unexpected reply from the leader of the newcomers. "Greetings yourself, mister. And what in tarnation thunder are you doing on my land?" 4. Grandpa Mosley was a man of action. He groped for the rifle swinging loosely in Dick's grasp. He said, "Gimme! Minute I set eyes on that fat old popinjay, I knew." Dick said, "Hush, Grandpa," and looked at Pop. Pop looked baffled. He watched speechlessly as the caravan drew up beside them. The members dismounted from their odd beasts of burden. Then he said hesitantly, "There seems to be some misunderstanding here, stranger. Allow me to introduce myself and my family. I am Robert Mosley. This is my father, my wife, my son and his wife, and child, my other children." Heavy-set man made no offer to shake hands. He grunted, "Meetcha. I'm Sam Wilkes. This is my wife, my dad, my kids." He stared at the house, the cultivated fields. A look of grudging respect was in his eyes. There was a touch of envy, too. "Been doing all right for yourself, ain't you? For a squatter." Pop said slowly, "Squatter, sir? I'm afraid there's some mistake. This property, as a matter of fact, this entire planetoid, is mine under Earth land grant law. Now, if you'll be kind enough to explain your presence." "Yours?" Sam Wilkes' ruddy countenance darkened with outrage. "Earth land grant. Bessie, where'd I put that? Oh, here it is. Take a look at this, Mr. Mosley." He slapped a strip of parchment into Pop's hand, and Pop unfolded it carefully. Dick looked over his shoulder. One of the curious, 6-legged beasts skittered nervously, and Bobby started. The rusty-thatched boy who had dismounted from it grinned impishly. He said, "What's the matter, Skinny? You scared of him?" Bobby said, "Of course not," and watched the animal from the corner of his eye. "What is it?" "A Goldak. We brought it here from home. Fastest thing on legs. What's your name?" "Bobby. What's yours?" "What do you mean home?" "Sam. They call me Junior." "Why, home is Mars, of course. Where'd you think?" That word was being echoed now by Dick. "Mars. This is a land grant charter issued by the Martian government, but Pop, show him yours." "Don't do nothing of the sort, son," chirped Grandpa belligerently. "That there script of his is probably fake. Don't explain nothing to him. Just tell him to get." The roly-poly father of Sam Wilkes turned a querulous eye on Grandpa. "Who's the antique?" he demanded throatily. "Sounds to me like one of them big-talking, poor-scrapping Earth soldiers I fit in the Upland Rebellion." "Upland Rebellion?" howled Grandpa. "Was you one of the rebels we chased from the desert to the pole? I might have knowed it. Gimme that gun, Dick." "Please, Grandpa," begged Dick. He looked at Wilkes. "My father was right, Mr. Wilkes. There is a dreadful mistake here. Apparently, the colonial offices of Earth and Mars have disagreed on the ownership of this planetoid. Your government has issued a land grant on it, and so is ours." Asteroids, said Wilkes, are Martian. Their very orbits prove... I beg your pardon, interrupted Pop firmly. Eros's orbit is between Earth and Mars at this moment. It's a part of Earth's empire. Is it true, Bobby asked Junior wide-eyed, that pirate gangs hide in the Martian deserts? I heard... Shucks, no. We used to live in East Redlands. There wasn't no pirates anywheres about. Were you ever in Chicago, Skinny? Is it true there's a building there 2 miles high? 2.5, said Bobby complacently. It covers about 6 city blocks. And my name's not Skinny. You'll notice, Wilkes was grunting, my grant is dated prior to yours. Therefore, Eros is mine, no matter which government claim is soundest. That's intergalactic law. You seem to forget, Dick pointed out, that we've established a permanent settlement. As travelers, you may be considered itinerant explorers with only the privileges of a study party. We will extend to you the courtesies of Eros for the legal 3 months, but after that time... You'll extend to us? Wilkes's face was flame red. Why, for a lead credit, I'd... Sock him, Dick, yelled Grandpa excitedly. Don't let him get away with that talk. Sock him. Nobody, rumbled a deep, pleasant voice, is going to sock anybody. The tall, elder son of Sam Wilkes ranged himself beside his father. Bobby noted with sudden approval that the young man's bronzed forearms were corded. There was a crisp, firm set to his lips. He looked like a man who could handle himself equally well in a ballroom or a brawl. He said, Send the women away, Mr. Mosley. I think we men can settle this matter. Moira stepped forward, confronted the young redhead boldly. And who are you to be giving orders to us? Maybe Martians treat their women like cattle, but Earthmen... That will do, daughter, said Pop, and he nodded. But that's not a bad idea, Wilkes. There's no reason why we should not be able to settle this question in a friendly manner. Mrs. Wilkes, if you and your daughter would accept our hospitality, I'm sure Martha can find you a cup of tea. Wilkes, if you and your son would care to sit down with us, we can... Bobby, run and get some water for the Wilkes' horses. If they are horses, he added dubiously. Gold axe, sniffed Junior Wilkes disdainfully. I'll help you, Skinny. What's the matter with that sister of yours? She looks like an unbaked cookie. Yeah? Then why does your brother keep staring at her all the time? Come on. Bobby strained desperately for a suitable term, culled his resources, came up triumphantly. Come on, Stinky. When they had watered and fed the gold ox, Junior wanted to see around the farm. Bobby showed him, while the other boy marveled wistfully. You folks struck it lucky. This is the best part of the whole planet. I mean, of what we've seen so far. We got here a couple weeks before you did, and we've traveled a couple 100 miles looking for a good location. Boy, it sure was awful where we cracked up. Dad named it Little Hell because it was so hot and sandy and terrible. No fresh water. One big hot salt lake. Red mountains and desert land. All ox-size, Red said. He's my brother. He's smart. So's mine, said Bobby. Are Martians people? What do you mean? Of course they're people. Same as you. Men that left Earth because there was too darn much fighting and stuff. And of course Earth tried to claim Mars as a colony, but Mars won its fight for independence. Earth just let him go free, scoffed Bobby. They didn't want any dried up old planet anyhow. No? Then why did they... Hey, what's that? Quoits. Know how? Do I? I can beat you. Huh, said Bobby. He glanced at the house, but no one was paying any attention to them. Bob and Dick were deep in conversation with the Wilkes, father and son. The two old men were aside on one corner of the porch, rubbing salt in old wounds, refighting the battles of Mercander's Canal and High Plateau, resurveying the campaigns that had led to Martian independence and a better understanding between the blue and red planets. Eleanor and Mom were preparing dinner. Moira had disappeared. A thin and lonely figure stood on the steps looking at Bobby and Junior. Junior called, "Hey, Ginger, come on down if you want to." She came. Bobby said, "What did you call her for?" "What's the matter? You afraid a girl can lick you playing games?" "Huh," said Bobby again. There was something sissy about playing games with 14-year-old girls. It didn't help much that Ginger, with skinny-armed, keen-eyed accuracy, succeeded in beating both himself and her brother in 2 games of quoits and 1 of shuffleboard before the dinner gong rang. Dinner was a truculent experience. Conversation had done absolutely nothing to clarify the issue. Both parties were sincere in their conviction of ownership to Eros. Pop based his claim on the establishment of a permanent base at Delta Port. Wilkes insisted that priority of arrival was his proof of occupancy. "So one of us," insisted Wilkes, "has got to leave. And since we can't..." "Can't?" "Our ship crashed," explained Red Wilkes, watching Moira. "On landing. It's a total wreck." Bobby thought glumly that Moira was a total wreck, too. He'd held hopes for Moira. Since their arrival on Eros, she had turned into a pretty nice guy. Cheerful, willing to work, fresh-looking. Now, for some obscure reason, she had piled her hair on top of her head, put powder on her face, and red stuff on her mouth. She wore a dress instead of pants, and she was mincing and prissing around like a prize horse. "So," continued Wilkes, "since we can't leave, your family must." And Dick laughed out loud. "Checkmate," he said. "What?" "We've wasted time," said Dick, "trying to decide which family must leave. The truth is, neither of us can. Because, you see, we cracked up in landing also. Our ship lies out there 4 fathoms deep in Delta Sound." He rose. "So that's that, folks. And I'm afraid, Mr. Wilkes, that under the present circumstances, your family will be the one to ultimately depart from Eros." "Ours? Why?" "Because of the internationally recognized law of squatters' rights. You must know the requirements a settler has to fulfill in order to establish a claim to land. He must declare his purpose of settling upon leaving the parent planet." "We did that," said Red Wilkes, "before we left." "I know. And 4 months later, he will be visited by an inspection ship of the SSP. "We know that too." "Upon the arrival of which," Dick continued, "he must show advancement in the following colonization projects. A. Establishment of a power plant or unit. B. Construction of a suitable dwelling or dwellings. C. Satisfactory advancement of natural resources, including farms, fisheries, or other means of livelihood and sustenance." "Get to the point," growled Wilkes. "Immediately, and with pleasure. You see, my dear sir, as you have told us, you left Mars even before we left Earth. But whereas we have turned our time to good account, constructing the comforts which you now see about you, your family has squandered precious weeks wandering over the face of Eros, seeking a favorable location. If I am not mistaken, the Solar Space Patrol's inspection is only 6 short weeks in the offing, and judging from our experience, you cannot possibly satisfy the requirements of the land grant code in that short space of time. I remind you that the planning of a garden would in itself spell an end to your ambitions." Sam Wilkes was on his feet, choking with rage. "That there law's nonsense, Mosley. The land law allows us a full year to establish a settlement." "Ah, yes, the land law. But you forget that these are unusual circumstances. 2 families with equally valid rights have claimed Eros. Land law is overruled, and the law of squatters' dominion comes into effect. So I'm very sorry for you, Wilkes. But I hope we can be friendly neighbors for the short time you remain here on Eros." Wilkes was a statue of dismay. The rigidity of him melted enough to let him turn slowly to his son. Is that right, Red? And the younger Wilkes nodded. I'm afraid it is, Dad. Sam Wilkes brought his fist down on the table. The handmade crockery danced and trembled. Then, by gad, I'll have no more of this talk and no more phony hospitality. Bessie, Ginger, Papa, come on, we're getting out of here. We've got work to do. Pop said slowly, I'm sorry, Wilkes, but... Sorry, bah! And just where, cackled Grandpa, loving it, might ye be going? Not far. Right across the river. You can't claim all of this fertile valley yet, and you haven't cleared that ground. He stomped to the door, turned there for one final warning. And I advise you Mosleys to keep off our land, too. We're going to be mighty busy proving our right to own this planet. I understand there's pests around these parts that are darn disturbing. I'd hate to make a mistake and shoot any skunks by accident. Come on, Mama. Bessie Wilkes looked at Mom, her worn, tired features sagging piteously. She wet her lips. Mrs. Mosley. Mom said, Rob, don't you think you're being a little harsh, maybe? But there was a streak of granite in Pop, too. And he was angry. White angry as only a tired Irishman can be. He said in a cold and level voice, I think, Mother, you should get Mrs. Wilkes's wraps. And they left. Ginger Wilkes turned to stick out her tongue at Bobby as they got on their goldacks and rode toward the river, and Junior made a gesture which Bobby returned in kind. But Red Wilkes didn't even look back. So there was no good reason why Moira should have suddenly burst into tears and gone to her own room. End of Castaways of Eros by Nelson Bond, Part 1. Castaways of Eros by Nelson Bond. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Cindy Morton. Castaways of Eros by Nelson Bond, Part 2. 5. It was Dick who brought home the bad news. 2 Eros days had passed since the Wilkes took their angry departure from the Mosley home. In those 2 days, an unhappy atmosphere had settled down over the house at Deltaport. Moira said little or nothing. Mom just moped around the house. The pooch got indigestion and cried interminably. Even Grandpa Mosley was grumpier than usual. Bobby tried to forget the depression by playing quoits. He gave it up as a bad job. It wasn't any fun playing by yourself. And Dick and Pop were too busy to play with him. If only... But comets to Junior Wilkes, and Ginger too. At dinner time, Dick came into the house slowly, a thoughtful look in his eyes. When they were seated, he said suddenly, Have any of you seen the Wilkes lately? Grandpa said, I seen old man Wilkes. He was pitchforking land down by our South 40, only on the opposite side of the river. Fat old sinner. I chucked a rock at him. Bobby looked interested. You hit him, Grandpa? I don't never miss. In the right leg. I bet he hollered. Grandpa sucked his upper plate fiercely. Nary a holler, durn him. He just pulled up his pants leg and made a face at me. Decrepit old fool's got a wooden leg. Pop said, Why did you ask, Richard? I was wondering if any of you had noticed what I did. What do you mean? Dick started to answer, stopped, rose. Come, he said, it's dark, I'll show you. They followed him out to the porch. From there, the Wilkes' settlement could not ordinarily be seen, which is why, as they stood there, one and all gasped astonishment. The thick black Erosian night lay heavy about them everywhere except in the direction of the Wilkes' new home. There it was light, startlingly, dazzlingly, brilliantly gay and bright, like a great white dawn on the river's edge. "Power!" cried Pop. "Atomic power! They must have a hippatomic." "They never said they hadn't. They told us their spaceship cracked up. We just took it for granted that since we hadn't been able to salvage our hippatomic, neither could they." Bobby said wonderingly, "Gee, Pop, it looks like at home, doesn't it? I forgot lights were so bright." Pop said, "I'm afraid we've underestimated our competitors, son. If they have power, they can accomplish all we have and more, and in 1/10 the time." "That's just," said Dick slowly, "what I'm afraid of. There's only one answer to this challenge. I've got to get our hippatomic from the Cuchulainn, and quickly." "But you said—" "I know what I said, but I also know what they can do. In 3 days, they can have a house, a fine big plastic house that will make our hand-hewn log cabin look like a cowshed. They'll have electricity, fuel, running water, all the things we've had to do without. When the inspectors see their house and compare it with ours, Mom, give me my bulger. I'm leaving for the North Shore." "Tonight, Richard?" "Immediately," Pop said, "and Bobby and I will go with you." They were there before morning. The A shore looked much as Bobby remembered it, except that now there was a raft there, the craft which Dick had used to float out to the sunken ship on previous visits. The three of them boarded this, paddled out to the bobbing buoy that marked the Cuchulainn's watery resting place. Dick donned his bulger, waded his boots, and went below. The sun rose higher in the east. After a while, green wavelets rolled, and Dick was up again. "It's no use, Pop. It's like I said. The ship has continued to settle. The airlock is jammed tight against the bottom. I can't get in anymore." Pop said, "And I suppose there's no way to attach a drag to the ship, work it loose?" "It would take more power than we have," gloomily. And then Bobby remembered suddenly. He said, "Hey, Dick." "Never mind, kid. Help me off with this suit." "But listen, Dick, I read a story once." "Do what your brother asks, Robert." "Will you let me finish, Pop? Listen, Dick. In this story, a rocketeer got locked out of his spaceship, so he unfastened the stern braces and got in through the rocket jet." "He did what?" "Unfastened the stern braces." "I heard you." Dick's face had suddenly lighted. "Great day in the morning, Pop. I bet it'll work. Hand me that jack wrench. That's the one. So long." And he was underwater again. This time he stayed under for more than an hour. He bobbed up finally while Pop and Bobby were having sandwiches. Pop said, "How's it going, Richard?" "Give me a fresh capsule," demanded Dick. He took the oxytainer, replenished his supply pack, disappeared. A long time passed. Too long a time. Bobby began to feel apprehensive. He didn't say anything, though, because he knew Pop was feeling the same way. And then, "There he is," said Pop, and sure enough, Dick was coming up out of the water slowly. Terribly slowly. Bobby saw why. It was because he was weighted by a square box held in his arms. A familiar square box. The hippatomic motor of the Cuchulainn. "Got it," gasped Dick. "Easy now. It's heavy. I hope it'll work. It's been underwater so doggone long." Joyfully, they lugged it all the way back to Deltaport. It was sleep time when they got there, but they were too excited to sleep. By fire and candlelight, Dick worked on the salvaged power unit, patching, wiring, repairing, and at dawn he had it hooked up. He raised his head gleefully. "Get ready, folks. Here's the blow that smashes the hopes of the Wilkes clan. Behold, light." And he closed the switch. There was a throbbing hum, a glow, a moment of bright, joyous, welcome light, then an angry growl from deep in the bowels of the atomic box, and a sudden blinding flash of blue light. Darkness. And from the darkness, Pop's voice. Ruined. It was underwater too long, son. Too long. Too long, echoed Dick dolefully. It was Grandpa Mosley who revived their dejected spirits. When they had rested, he came to them, pounding his cane on the floor, snarling at them with unexpected vigor. You young'uns gimme a pain. Robert, I'm ashamed of you. And you too, Dickie boy, acting like we was licked just because a silly-looking little old box won't act upright. We was getting along fine here without no atomic motor, wasn't we? Building a friendly, comfortable community. Well, why can't we go on living like we was? We'll solve the heat and light problem some other way, that's all. Pop said, I know, Father, but in time? After all, when the inspectors come. Inspectors, my foot. They's one thing we got that dad-blamed Wilkses can't get with all their heat and free power and hot and cold running water, ain't they? Well, what's that? Vittles. One of the requirements is the settlers got to get him a garden growing, ain't it? Well, we got one, and the Wilks ain't. And dagnabbit, they ain't gonna grow wheat and tomatoes and butter beans out of a metal box. So stop bellyaching and get back to work, the two of you. His words were harsh, but the bitter medicine cured the ill. There was truth in what he said. So, putting behind them all dreams of motorized accomplishment, the Mosley family once more returned to the task of making complete and comfortable their home at Delta Port. Dick tackled once more the problem of running water for their home. This time he solved it with the aid of Grandpa's capable cooperage. A huge tank set into the eaves stored the water. A hand pump drew it from the stream. An old hollow brass doorknob, pierced with drill holes, secured to the end of the fresher pipe, made an excellent spray for the shower. Grandpa worked his farm ferociously. Mom and Eleanor and Moira spent hours in the kitchen jarring and preserving the produce he was now harvesting. Bobby's chores piled up till it seemed he'd scarcely any time left for playing. He was enjoying himself, though. It was fun feeling that his efforts were helping toward putting the Wilkses where they belonged. Moira seemed to be thriving on this pioneer life, too. She had developed a sudden love for the country. Even after a hard day's work, she would set out, almost every evening, for a tramp about the countryside. She didn't show very good sense about it, though, for like as not she'd go out all bedoodled up in a dress and high-heeled shoes and come back flushed and excited and hardly caring that she was ruining her best clothes. Once Bobby decided to go walking with her, but she slipped away before he could announce his intention. He lost her down by the riverbank, and since an hour of sun and dusk remained, decided to go swimming. He had been in the water but a few minutes when the brush parted, and there was Junior Wilkes. "Hello," said Junior. "Hello yourself," said Bobby. Junior said, "I'm looking for Red." "Well, he's not here," Bobby continued paddling. The brush crackled, and he thought Stinky had gone. He looked up, suddenly feeling loneliness close in upon him, but the other boy was still there. He was hesitantly fumbling at his shirt buttons. Bobby said, "You can come in if you want to. I guess this river don't belong to nobody." They swam together for quite a while, neither wanting to break the silence. It would be, thought Bobby vaguely, an act of disloyalty to Pop and Dick and the family. Of course, if Junior spoke first. When they were dressing, each on his own side of the river, Junior spoke. He said, "You ever play quoits any more?" "All the time," said Bobby airily. He hadn't laid a hand on the quoits since that afternoon. "We have a lot of fun," he said. "Well, so do we," said Junior. He added, "Anyway, I can have your quoits run after you leave Eros. My dad said so." "Don't hold your breath waiting," snorted Bobby. "I guess I'll be living in your big house after you go away." It's a nicer house than yours." "Did I say it wasn't?" Bobby had seen it. It was a beauty. But why not, with the limitless power of an atomic machine to supply the labor of creating plastic, operating the lifts, and perform all the hard manual labor? "You ought to see our garden, though. We've got corn and beans and all sorts of things." "No kidding?" Junior looked hungry, but he shook his head. "Synthos suit me exactly. I'd rather eat them than any homegrown stuff." "I bet," scoffed Bobby. He'd finished dressing, turned awkwardly. "Well, see you," he said. "Tomorrow night," said Junior. And shucks, that was a date. He couldn't break it after that, even if he had only been being polite. And it sort of got to be a habit to swim together for a little while every evening. He didn't tell Pop, because Pop would be mad. And Junior didn't tell his old man, because he knew he'd get whaled. And the weeks raced by on eager feet, until one day, shortly after breakfast, Bobby came out to see how clear the weather was, so he could go fishing, looked heavenward, and came racing back into the house. "Pop!" he yelled. "Dick! A ship! I think it's the patrol ship coming here!" They came running, and it was the patrol ship. It circled high above them like a giant eagle, then, with a flat, flooding thunder of jet fire, dropped to rest in a field between the properties of the two feuding clans. 6. The commander of the patrol ship, Sirius, was Lieutenant Colonel Travers, third-ranking officer of the Belt Fleet. He shook Pop's hand heartily. "Glad to meet you, Dr. Mosley. I've heard so much about you. I feel as if I already know you. My nephew was a student in several of your classes at Midland U. He said you were a very capable instructor. And if I may judge from what we noted from above, I might add that you are an extremely capable colonist as well as professor." Pop wriggled. Why, thank you, Colonel." "This fine farmland," smiled the space officer, "and that artesian well I see across the river, these silos, and your magnificent dwelling." Pop harumphed, even more embarrassed. "Colonel," he faltered, "I think I'd better explain immediately that all is not mine. There are two groups of claimants on this planetoid. Ourselves and a family named Wilkes. Martians. Our property is here. Theirs is across the river. Here comes Wilkes now." Travers' brow furrowed. "Indeed. Then he was right after all." "He? Who?" The question was answered by the appearance of a man in drill space gear who stepped from the Sirius. A lean and capable-appearing man, hard-bitten of feature, shrewd of eye, and tight of lip. Colonel Travers said, "Dr. Mosley, permit me to introduce Mr. Wade, Survey Scout of the United Ores Corporation." Wade acknowledged the introduction with a crisp nod. Then, "What's this about there being two claimants to Eros?" He turned to the ship's commander. "This makes a difference, doesn't it, Colonel? My information was correct. Therefore, it becomes your duty to make a final, exhaustive study of the settlers' accomplishments right now. And in the event their projects have not been completed in accordance with the provisions of Squatter Rights Code, Section 103A, paragraphs 7 to 19, inclusive." Eleanor whispered nervously, "What does he mean, Dick? What is he talking about?" And Dick nodded tightly. "I think I know." He stepped forward. "I take it, Mr. Wade, that the UOC has filed a claim on the possession of Eros in the event that our settlement projects should not satisfy the inspector's requirements?" "Quite right, young man, and I might add—" Wade was openly hostile. "I might add that I have obtained permission to accompany Colonel Travers on his inspection tour in order to verify his findings. If I am not satisfied—" "That will do, Mr. Wade." Colonel Travers was under orders to treat his passenger as a guest. There was no obligation that he like the ore scout. The glint in his eye, the set of his jaw indicated the direction in which his sympathy lay. I am quite capable of handling this. Ah, good day, sir. Mr. Wilkes, I presume. Howdy, Skipper. Yep, I'm Sam Wilkes. The rival settler glanced around swiftly, sensing the overtones of enmity, glared at Pop suspiciously. What's wrong here? Has Mosley been squawking about? Dr. Mosley informed us that you and he were both claimants to Eros. Therefore, I shall immediately visit your two establishments in order to determine which, if either of you, has the better justified his claim. Lieutenant Thranonell will serve as my aide. We will first inspect Dr. Mosley's habitation. Thus it began. Pop took the two patrolmen and the civilian critic to Delta Port, pointed out with pride the many things accomplished within the past months. He met, in Colonel Travers, an admiring audience. The commander was outspokenly delighted with what he saw. Gad, men, you did all this without power? This is the pioneering feat of the decade. Look, Lieutenant, running water, chinaware, that furniture. Marvelous. You deserve a wealth of credit, Doctor. But, pointed out Wade caustically, you mentioned the biggest fault yourself. I beg your pardon, Mr. Wade. Without power, snapped Wade. Mosley, where are your lights? Where's your power plant? How about heat? And this cooking equipment? It's aboriginal. Pop said stiffly, We have no hypotomics, sir, but you will notice that we have devised satisfactory substitutes for power-driven gear. Hand pumps draw our water. Light is supplied by these oil float lamps. Our house is centrally heated by these open fireplaces. We shall, of course, order a complete hypotomic unit from Earth, install it as soon as possible. I'm afraid that's not quick enough, sneered Wade. Colonel Travers will undoubtedly remember the requirement of the law in that respect. Claimant must display, at time of inspection, a power plant of atomic motor or hydraulic drive capable of generating a minimum of 300 Ledgerling units per diem, and so arranged as to provide dwellings and other structures with heat, light, and power. You have no such equipment, have you, Dr. Mosley? No, but you have not, then? No. Very well, then. Wade smiled thinly, closed the black book in which he had been jotting notes with a plushy sound of finality. May I suggest, Colonel, that we see the other claimant's plantation? After they had left, Colonel Travers shaking his head regretfully at Pop as if to say he was sorry but helpless before the arguments of this interloper, Pop sat down and propped his chin on his fists. Yesterday, he had looked like a man of 30. All of a sudden, he looked old and weary and discouraged. He said, Well, there it is, Martha. I've dreamed my dream, and now it's over, and I've failed. No, you haven't, Rob. The Colonel's on our side. He's a good man. But the law is on Wade's side. If our claim is outlawed, Eros will become a dirty, smoking mining camp. This soft beauty, these rolling green hills, will echo with a clatter of blasters unless... And suddenly, he was again a man of action. He came to his feet suddenly. Martha, Eleanor, Dick, everybody, get those preserves out of the storage closet. Grandpa, get the holler from the shed. Bobby, you run and tell Sam Wilkes to keep those inspectors out of his house for a half an hour or so. Why, Pop? Demanded Dick. What are you going to do? Do? I'm going to see that Sam Wilkes gets this planet, that's what. Oh, I know there won't be any question of him sharing it with me. He's too hard and stiff-necked a man for that, but he's our kind of man, with all his faults. A pioneer with a daring to come to a new world and try to build it into a home of his own. We've known for weeks that all he needed to justify his claim was a food supply. Well, by thunder, we've got a food supply, and we'll give it to him, lock, stock, and barrel, to keep Eros out of the corporation's hands. Now, step, everybody. Moira, where is that girl? She stayed down by the river, Pop. Well, find her, Bobby. Go tell Sam Wilkes what I just said. Bobby scooted. He was soaking wet when he got to the Wilkes' house. That was because he took the shortcut, which meant plunging right into the river and swimming across, clothes and all. The inspectors and their snoopy companion would have to take the long route around the ford. Mr. Wilkes wasn't in the house when he got there, but Mrs. Wilkes was, and Ginger, and both gasped as they saw him. Mrs. Wilkes bustled forward. Sweet stars above, child! What are you doing here? Get those clothes off. You'll catch your death of cold. Ginger, go get one of Junior's suits. Bobby said, There's no time for that, Mrs. Wilkes. Where's your husband? Ginger said, Don't tell him, Ma. He's just here to crow because he knows we can't pass the inspection requirements. You shut up, bellowed Bobby. You doggone female. You don't know anything about it. Mrs. Wilkes, get your husband. Mom and Sis and the rest will be here any minute now. And he explained. His explanation sent them into a flurry of excitement. There was even deeper excitement when Sam Wilkes, hastily summoned, heard the same story repeated. For once, the leathery corners of his mouth relaxed into something like a grin. He swore and slammed a big hand on his knee. Your old man's going to do that for us, Sonny? Well, hornswoggle my jets, and to think Junior, go find Red. Hop it. Red's not around, Pa. He went toward the river. Confound him. Just when I need him the most. Well, I'll go meet the confounded rascals, stall him as long as I can. And look here, you. What's your name? Bobby. I won't forget this, Bobby, not by a jugful. If I hadn't been such a stubborn, pig-headed old hound, I'd have dickered with your pa long before this. There's plenty of room on Eros for 2 families, or 24. Then followed a half-hour of labor so swift that it made all the accomplishments of the past month seem snail-like by comparison. Mom and Eleanor arrived, bearing armloads of canned goods and preserves. Grandpa and Dick brought the holler across the river with a raft, and piled high on the holler were fresh vegetables that gorged the never-used Wilkes' containers to repletion. It was fast work, but efficient, and when about 3/4 of an Earth hour later, Wilkes came from the lower acreage accompanied by the 2 officers and the corporation investigator, the job was finished, and a tired but glowing 2-family group awaited him. Colonel Travers' inspection of the food supply was perfunctory. It needed not be otherwise. One glance sufficed to show that there was in the Wilkes household enough food to nourish a dozen families for as many months. And there was a smile of grim satisfaction on his lips. Turning to his aide, he said, Very well, Lieutenant. You may make a notation that the Wilkes' household has been inspected and found satisfactory in all respects. He looked at Wade purposefully and repeated in a firm tone, In all respects. He was no dummy, that colonel. Bobby had seen the twinkle in his eyes. He glanced into the preserve closet. Because, shucks, there wasn't any mistake in Mom's way of doing up preserves, with little red bands around each jar and her firm, crabbed handwriting telling what was inside. In all respects, he said again, and reached for Sam Wilkes' pudgy paw. Congratulations, sir. You've earned possession of the planetoid Eros. Your power plant is among the finest it has ever been my pleasure to view. You have undeniably cleared and planted the required number of acres. Your food supply is well above the minimum requirements. But see here. Wade's face was an ugly red. I'm not satisfied, Colonel. There's something fishy about this. The farmlands we inspected were barely out of the seed stage. The corn was only knee-high. The vegetables mere sprouts. These people couldn't have raised all this produce. Sam Wilkes spluttered helplessly, Why, and Pop came to his rescue, smoothly, suavely. But he did, Mr. Wade. On the farmlands across the river. Those are the early crops. The ones you've just seen are the late harvest. But you claimed those were your crops. Did I? Pop stroked his chin thoughtfully. Well, maybe I was bragging a little. You see, I've been working for Mr. Wilkes. A sort of sharecropper, you might say. Now I get it, howled the angry scout. I thought so. It's skullduggery. That's what it is. Don't you see, Colonel? These men are conspiring to defraud us, to cheat the corporation. Mosley had deliberately given his crops and food supply to Wilkes. There was again a twinkle in the Colonel's eye, and he said soberly, "And suppose you're right, Wade. What then? There's no law against a man giving away his possessions to another man, is there? As an inspector for the Solar Space Patrol, my only interest is in seeing that a settler's domain fulfills the requirements of the Squatters' Rights Code. Mr. Wilkes has fulfilled those requirements. I am not interested in the why or the how. Therefore, under the power invested in me in the triune planetary government, I hereby decide and award." And then a crafty brilliance illumined Wade's eyes. "Stop!" he cried. Colonel Travers hesitated. "Pardon, Mr. Wade? Since you're such a stickler for duty, Colonel, I wish to call to your attention a further stipulation of the Squatter Rights Code, one you have evidently forgotten. The code says, Section 115B, Paragraph 3, such requirements having been fulfilled, it shall be lawful to award the settled property to any family group comprised of at least 6 adults who pledge intention to make the property their permanent home." Sam Wilkes said, "Well, what's the matter? Don't we intend to make Eros our permanent home?" "I have no doubt of it, Mr. Wilkes, but I regret to inform you that you will not be able to do so since you do not fulfill this last-mentioned paragraph." "But there's 6 of us," defended Wilkes stoutly. "But the law," insisted Wade, "requires 6 adults. May I ask, Mr. Wilkes, how many of your family are more than 21 years of age?" Dick whistled softly. Pop's jaw dropped. Wilkes's face turned crimson, and Bobby computed hastily. This was the final devastating blow. The Wilkes household contained only 4 adults. Old Man Wilkes, Sam and his wife, and Red. Junior and Ginger were just kids. With sudden regret, Bobby realized that they should have arranged their conspiracy in reverse. There were 6 adults in the Mosley clan, Moira having just celebrated her 21st birthday. But it was too late for that now. As friendly as Colonel Travers was, he could not openly countenance a flagrant, deliberate transference of all property to the Mosleys. So their last desperate ruse had failed, and now none of them would win ownership of Eros. All their lovely hopes and dreams had been in vain, their newfound friendship with the Wilkes a dying gesture. Wade could not restrain himself from elaborating on the situation. "So, my friends," he chuckled, "your deceit wins its proper reward. Under the circumstances, I shall not do what I had earlier planned on doing. I was going to give each of you, with the corporation's compliments, a fitting reward for having so diligently opened up this new colony. But now I see no reason for doing so. In the future, it might be well to remember the law provides many loopholes to the ingenious man. That is a hard lesson, but a fair one. Were you but 6 adults?" And then there was a sudden stir at the doorway, a deep, rumbling, familiar voice, that of Red Wilkes. "You crow mighty loud for a bantam rooster, mister," he said, "but you're crowing at a false dawn, because it so happens we are 6 adults. As a matter of fact, we're more than 6 adults. There are 10 of us." Wade spun, shocked. The others looked too, and in all eyes there was surprise. All that is but Ginger. She was hugging her knees, rocking back and forth comfortably, looking very much pleased with herself and with the world in general. She said, "I knew it. I knew it all the time." "Knew what?" said Bobby, but his question was lost in Wade's irate demand. 10 of you! What are you talking about? Who's this young whippersnapper?" "That," said Sam Wilkes conversationally, "is my son. And I'd be careful if I was you, mister. The last guy who called him names is still picking up teeth. Son, I reckon you know what the hell you're talking about, but the rest of us don't. So if you'll please explain." Red Wilkes grinned. He said, "Moira, honey?" And Moira entered from the porch. There was a smile on her face, and somehow there was a smile in her eyes, too. And Bobby got the strange feeling that if you could see inside her, there'd be a smile in her heart. She looked at Mom, and Mom gave a little gasp, like she could tell just by looking at Moira what Moira meant. Red Wilkes continued to grin. He said, "Colonel, commanders of space vessels have the privilege of marrying folks, haven't they?" Why, yes, said Travers. "Then," said Red mildly, "how'd you like to get out the little black book and start tying knots? Because, you see, Moira has told me she's willing to take a chance." Pop said, "Moira, darling, you're not just doing this because... "No, Pop, I'm doing it because I want to. Because I love Red and he loves me. It's been that way since the day we met. We've been meeting secretly for the past 6 weeks. We meant to break the news sooner or later, and now seems to be about the best time. Particularly," pointed out the groom-to-be, "since our marriage turns 2 families into 1 family. And I think that will spike your guns, Mr. Wade." Wade was no longer crimson. He was purple. "You can't do this, Colonel," he screamed. "It's illegal. Anyway, they won't truly be related. 2 families will be just in-laws." But there was an open, admiring grin on the lips of Lieutenant Colonel Travers, SSP. He said, "Maybe I can't do it, Mr. Wade, but by the Pallades, I'm going to. And as for the law, according to all decisions I've ever read, in-laws are valid relatives. You're the one who was yelping about the law providing many loopholes for ingenious men. Well, here's a big, juicy loophole. How do you like it?" Wade howled, "I protest! It's unfair! I refuse to allow—" Red Wilkes looked at his father hopefully. "Shall I, Pop?" he asked. And Sam Wilkes shook his head. "No, son, it ain't fittin'. Not on your wedding day." Which gave Dick an idea. He rose grimly. "It's not my wedding day," he said. "Wade?" But somehow Mr. Wade had vanished toward the ship. Afterward, Colonel Travers lingered to shake hands all around. "I commend you both," he said, "for the fine spirit you've shown, the fine work you've done in making Eros a member of the solar family. You prove what I've always claimed, that the pioneer spirit in man is not dead, nor will it ever die so long as there remain new frontiers to conquer. Well, I must go now, but I'll stop back by here on my next swing around the belt. Perhaps a year from now, perhaps a little less. I'll bring the things you asked for. A new motor, some cloth, silverware. I have your list." "Don't forget the books," said Pop. "I won't," the captain made a note. "And the seeds," that was old man Wilkes. "Nope, I'll bring 'em." "And bring," said Moira, "a teething ring." Eleanor said, "Oh, nonsense, Moira. In another year, the pooch will be too old for teething rings." "Bring," said Moira doggedly, "a teething ring," and blushed. Bobby blushed too. It was, he thought, indecent of Moira to be so brazen, and her only married. Golly, did she have to look so far ahead? And anyway, with Ginger standing right there. He said, "Hey, Stinky, how about a game of quoits?" "Suits," said Junior. And Ginger said, "Me too." She put her hand in Bobby's. She said with alarming frankness, "I like you. Maybe I'll let you be my beau." Bobby shook loose. He said, "Oh, you darn girls." But she had her way. She played quoits with him and Junior, and she won, which may have been symbolic, though it didn't occur to Bobby that way. Maybe she would always have her way, and maybe she would always win, whatever she wanted. Yet for a while, there would be peace on Eros. End of Castaways of Eros by Nelson Bond, Part 2.
Skin Game by Charles E. Fritsch. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Draeke Godoon. Skin Game by Charles E. Fritsch. "People are basically alike," Harding said democratically. He sat idly against the straw-like matting of the hut wall and reached for a native fruit in a nearby bowl. "They're all suckers, even the smartest of them. In fact, the ones who think they're the smartest generally wind up being the dumbest." Carefully, He bit into the fruit, which resembled an orange, and, mouth full, nodded approvingly. Say, these ain't bad. Try one. Sheckley shook his head, determined to avoid as many aspects of this culture as he could. But these aren't people, he reminded, not happy with the thought. They're lizards. Harding shrugged and settled back, his grinning features ruddy in the flaring torchlight. Humanoids have no monopoly on suckerhood. When it comes to that, we're all brothers under the skin, no matter what color or how hard that skin may be. He sighed, contemplating the harvest to be. No, Sheckley, it'll be like taking candy from a baby. We'll be out of here with our pockets bulging before the Space Patrol can bat an eyelash in this direction. Unconvinced, Sheckley stared glumly through the open doorway of the hut into the warm, humid night, where a fire flared in the darkness, and long shadows danced and slithered around it. It's not the Space Patrol I'm worried about, he said, after a while. I don't mind fleecing humans, he shivered grimacingly, but lizards? Harding laughed. The riches are as good as anybody else's. The trouble with you, Sheckley, you're too chicken-hearted. If it weren't for me, you'd be still small-timing back on Earth. It takes imagination to get along these days. Sheckley grunted, for he had no ready answer to deny this truth. While he didn't like the reference to his inability to get along with the world without Harding's help, the man was right about other things. It did take imagination, all right, mixed with a generous supply of plain, ordinary guts. That, plus an eye focused unfalteringly on the good old credit sign. He certainly could not get along without Harding's timing. The man knew just when patrol ships would be at certain spots, knew their schedules for visiting these small other worlds, and always he was several steps ahead of them. They went into a planet, their rocket ship loaded with gambling devices, cards, dice, roulette wheels, and other cultural refinements, and set up shop which could be folded at a moment's notice if necessary. Natives seemed almost eager to be skinned of their riches, and he and Harding happily obliged. Listen to them out there, Harding marveled, leaning forward to hear the sharp scrapings that represented music. They must be having some kind of ceremony. Sheckley nodded, shivering slightly, though the air was hot and humid. He wished again, as he often had in the past, he could have some of Harding's assurance, some of that unrelenting optimism that insisted everything would turn out favorably. But he didn't like these strange primitive worlds. He didn't trust them, or their inhabitants. The lizard people had seemed friendly enough, but by looking at a strange reptile, you couldn't tell how far it would jump. When the Earth ship landed, the creatures had come slithering to them with all but a brass band, welcoming the Earthlings with the hissings that composed their language. One of them, the official interpreter, he proclaimed himself, knew a peculiarly good brand of English, and welcomed them into a more satisfactory manner. But still, Sheckley didn't like it. Harding had called him chicken-hearted, and he felt a certain amount of justified indignance at the description. Cautious would be a better word, he decided. These people appeared friendly to the Earthlings, but so did the Earthlings give the appearance of friendliness to the natives. That was proof in itself that you couldn't trust actions to indicate purpose. But even more than that, their basic alienness troubled Sheckley more than he dared admit aloud. Differences in skin color and modified body shapes were one thing, but when a race was on a completely different evolutionary track, it was time for caution. There were a different people on a different planet under a different star. Their customs were strange. How strange he could yet only guess, though he preferred not to. This ceremony now, for example, what did it mean? A rite for some serpent god, perhaps? A dance in honor of the Earthman's arrival? Or It might just as easily be a preliminary to a feast at which the visitors would be the main course.
I just wish we knew more about the creatures,
he complained, trying to shove that last thought from his mind. Harding looked annoyed as he drew his attention from the alien music which had fascinated him. Stop worrying, will you? They're probably among the friendliest creatures in the universe, even if they do look like servants out of Eden. And the friendly ones rate A1 on my sucker list. Sheckley shuddered and cast an annoyed glance into the night.
How can anybody concentrate with that infernal racket going on out there? Don't they ever sleep?
Patience, Harding advised calmly. It's a noble virtue. Here comes our interpreter. Sheckley started involuntarily as a scaly head thrust itself into the hut. The serpent man had a long, sharp knife gleaming in one hand.
Biden says,
the head said slurringly, as a forked tongue sorted over the unfamiliar syllables.
the leader wishes to know will join us.
No thanks, Sheckley said, staring at the knife. Harding said, we should join them. We don't want to offend these creatures, and if we're real friendly, we might make out better.
You go on, then. I'm going to sit here if I can, get some sleep.
Harding shrugged, his glance making it plain he knew Sheckley lacked nerve more than sleep. To the serpent man, he said, tell your leader my companion is tired from our long journey, and would rest now. However, I will be happy to join you.
Yes,
the serpent head hissed and withdrew.
Boy, will I be glad to get out of here,
Sheckley muttered. Sometimes I wonder why I ever teamed up with a pansy like you, Sheckley. Harding said harshly, a disgusted look on his face. There are times when I regret it. He turned and walked from the hut. Sheckley stared bitterly after him. He felt no anger at the denunciation, only a plaguing irritableness and annoyance with both Harding and himself. He should have gone out there with Harding, if only to show the man that he was not afraid, that he was not a coward. And yet, as he sat there listening to the strange sounds creeping across the warm dampness, he made no move to rise. And he knew he would not. Grunting disgustedly, Sheckley stretched out on the floor matting and tried to think of other things. He stared at the strange flaring torch and contemplated putting it out. But the sound from the outside drifted in upon him and changed his mind. After a while, he closed his eyes and dozed. He woke suddenly and sat upright, a cold sweat making him tremble. What had wakened him? He wondered. He had the vague notion that something had screamed, yet he wasn't sure. In the faltering torchlight, he could see Harding had not returned. He listened intently to the noises outside, the scraping, the hissing, the slithering. No screams came.
I'm not going to stay here,
he told himself.
I leave tomorrow. I don't care what Harding says. I'll go crazy if I have to spend another night like this.
Exhausted, he fell asleep. Morning came, and the alien sun slanted orange rays through the cabin doorway. Sheckley opened his eyes and stared at the thatched roof. The torch had burned out, but it was no longer needed for light.
Thank goodness for morning,
he thought. Morning brought a temporary sanity to this world, and after the madness of the night, it was a reprieve he welcomed gladly. He had not opposed Harding till now, but desperation was a strong incentive to rebellion. When Harding returned, startled, he considered the thought when Harding returned. He sat up and stared around him. Harding was not in sight. Panic came, and he leaped up, blood racing, as though to defend himself against invisible enemies. Perhaps he'd gotten up early, Sheckley thought, but suppose he hadn't returned? Suppose. He jumped as the interpreter entered the hut behind him.
The leader wishes you to join him for eatings,
the serpent man said.
No,
Sheckley said hastily. They weren't going to make a meal out of him.
No thanks. Look, I've got to leave your planet. Leave, understand? Right away.
The leader wishes you to join him,
the creature repeated. This time, the sword crept into his hands. Shelley stared at the sword, and his heart leaped. He thought there was a tinge of red on the blade's edge. Mentally, he shook his head. No, it was his imagination again. Just imagination. Still, the drawn sword clearly indicated that the invitation was not to be refused.
All right,
he said weakly.
All right, in a few minutes.
Now,
the other said.
Okay, now,
the Earthling agreed listlessly.
Where is my companion?
You'll see him,
the creature promised. Shelley breathed a sigh of relief at that. Harding was probably all right then. It made him feel better, though it would make the task of leaving much harder. They had arrived at twilight the previous day, so they hadn't the opportunity to see the village in its entirety. They hadn't missed much, Shelley realized as he walked along, for the group of huts were unimpressive, looking somewhat like primitive African village back on Earth. But the Earthling would have preferred the most primitive Earth native to these serpents. In the distance, the slim nose of the rocket ship pointed the way to freedom, and Shelley looked longingly at it. At one end of the village was a small mountain of what appeared to be plastic clothing, milkily translucent, which was strange since those creatures wore no clothing. The Earthling wondered at this, but did not ask about it. Other thoughts, more important, troubled him.
In here,
the interpreter told him, stopping before the largest hut. Hesitating briefly, Shelley entered and the creature followed him in. Seated on the floor were the leader and his mate and several smaller reptiles that evidently were the children. Between them lay several bowls of food. Shelley grimaced and turned hastily away as he saw small crawling insects in one bowl.
Sit down,
the interpreter directed. Harding was not in evidence.
Where is my companion?
He asked. The interpreter conferred briefly with the leader, then told Shelley,
He could not come. Sit down. Eat.
Shelley sat down, but he didn't feel like eating. He wondered why Harding could not come. At a sudden thought, he said,
I have rations on my ship.
Eat,
the interpreter said, gripping his sword. Shelley nodded weakly and reached out for the bowl of fruit, taking one that resembled that which Harding had eaten in the previous night. It wasn't bad. The leader stuffed a fistful of squirming insects in his mouth and offered the bowl to Shelley, who shook his head as politely as he could and indicated the fruit in his hand. Fortunately, the Serpent Man did not insist on his taking anything other than fruit, so the meal passed without physical discomfort. When they were through, the leader hissed several syllables to the interpreter, who said,
The leader wishes to see your games. You will set them now.
Shelley ran his tongue over his dry lips.
They're in the ship,
he said, and eagerness crept into his voice.
I'll have to get them.
Once inside the ship, he'd never come back. He'd slam the airlock door and bolt it, then blast off as fast as he could get the motors going. Harding or no Harding. He got up.
We will help you,
the interpreter said.
No, I can do it myself.
We will help you,
the interpreter insisted firmly. His eyes bored into the Earthling, as though daring him to refuse again. Shelley's mouth felt dry once more.
Where's Harding?
He demanded.
Where's the other Earthman? What have you done with him?
The interpreter looked at the leader, who nodded. The interpreter said gravely,
It is too bad. It is season for shedding of skins. At the shedding feast last night,
The shedding of skins?
Shelley said, remembering the pile he'd seen at the corner of the village.
Those translucent things were your cast-off skins?
He recalled that some reptiles back on Earth had regular seasons of shedding. That intelligent creatures should do it made him feel slightly sick.
Your friend joined us last night,
The Serpent Man went on.
but he could not shed properly, so...
Sheckley felt his blood turn to ice.
So we helped him.
You... what?
We helped him out of his skin.
The Serpent Man went on calmly.
We tried to help those who are friend with us. Your friend had trouble getting his skin off, but with our help...
No! The Earthling cried, trying to reject the thought. The full realization of what had happened struck him at once. Despite himself, he could picture Harding struggling, trying to convince those creatures that Earthlings don't shed their skins. His struggles must have convinced them only that he was having trouble shedding his skin, so they helped him. They had come to skin the natives, but the reverse was happening. Only, literally.
Where is he?
He asked finally, though he knew it didn't really matter.
We will take you to him,
The interpreter said.
No,
Sheckley cried.
no, I'd rather not.
The Serpent Man nodded.
As you wish. He does not look pretty. I hope that tonight you do not have as much trouble.
Sheckley's eyes went wide.
What do you mean? In your shedding,
The Serpent Man explained.
we will try to help you all we can. Of course.
Of course, the Earthling agreed weakly, licking cottony lips. He wondered how he could just stand there, so apparently calm, instead of letting out a shriek and running as fast as he could for the rocket ship. He decided it was some sort of paralysis. The shock of finding himself in the middle of something so alien, his mind told him it couldn't be possible. Knees wobbling, Sheckley went to the door and out into the morning. That he had gotten that far surprised him pleasantly. The tall rocket ship was in a clearing several yards beyond the edge of the village. He headed for it. He thought of running, but his legs felt like rubber, his blood like ice. He walked past the pile of drying skins on the ground without looking at them, and he was followed by the interpreter and several others whom the Serpentmen had motioned to join them. Except for their swords, they had no weapons, he noticed. Poor Harding, he thought, and wondered if the Earthling's skin was somewhere in that pile. He felt sick thinking about it.
You'd best stay outside the ship,
He suggested testily.
I'll lower the equipment to you. I will go aboard with you,
The Serpent Man said.
but I will go aboard with you.
Sheckley shrugged, but hardly felt complacent. He felt as though a giant icy hand held onto his spine with a firm, paralyzing grip. He trembled visibly.
Got to think,
He told himself desperately.
got to plan this out.
But fear jumbled his thoughts, and he could only think of Harding back in the village minus his skin, and of what was going to happen that night if all went as these creatures planned. The second thought was the more terrifying. And when they were within 100 feet of the rocket ship, Sheckley broke into a frantic run.
Stop!
The interpreter cried. Sheckley had no intention of stopping. His glands told him to run, and he ran. He ran as fast as he could, and didn't look back. He imagined the Serpent Man was on his heels, knife poised, and he ran even faster. He reached the rocket ship and went up the ladder, scrambling, missing his foothold, pulling himself up with clutching hands. He threw himself through the airlock and slammed the massive door behind him. He ran through the metal corridors to the control room. They must be on the ladder, he thought, prying at the airlock with their metal swords. He pressed switches, slammed down the throttle, and the sweet music of the rockets came and pressed him into his seat. He looked down at the planet dwindling into space below him, and he laughed hysterically, thinking of the narrow escape he'd had. No more planets for him. No more trying to skin anyone. "There it goes," the space patrolman said, watching the rocket rise. Harding trembled with helpless rage. "That blasted fool Sheck'll lead you right to the money, too," he complained.
That's the way we planned it, the patrolman smiled. I must compliment our native friends in their fine acting. Your pal took off like a scared rabbit. Yeah, Harding grimaced, clenching his fists as though wishing he had someone's neck in them. Don't blame your friend too much, the patrolman advised. Whether you realize it or not, the fact that you were consciously avoiding our schedules caused you to follow a pattern in your visits to these outer space planets. We just figured a bit ahead of you and posted hidden patrols on all the inhabited planets in this sector, knowing that sooner or later you'd land on one of them. We spotted your ship last night and hurried over by copters so we wouldn't be seen. Forget synopsis, Harding growled. You walked in when these blasted lizards were making believe they were going to skin me alive. They didn't have to act so realistic about it. You're wrong about one thing, the patrolman said. The act didn't start until after we arrived to direct it. Harding looked at him, puzzled. What do you mean by that? We arrived, as the books say, just in time, the patrolman told him. They weren't making believe. He offered a bowl of fruit to his prisoner. We'll be here for another hour yet. Eat something. Weakly, Harding shook his head no. He sat down, suddenly pale at what the officer had said. He didn't feel hungry. End of The Skin Game by Charles E. Fritsch. Recorded by Draeke Godoon.
Roger Dodsworth, The Reanimated Englishman, by Mary Shelley. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Ben Tucker. Roger Dodsworth, The Reanimated Englishman, by Mary Shelley. I had a great respect for this lady as one of those of her sex who did it honor by her talents and agreeable manners. I append here a story of hers given me for a particular purpose many years ago and long before her decease. I did not use it for the purpose originally intended, and I therefore print it in another place than that in which it was originally intended to appear. It remained some years mislaid, and I discovered it by mere accident among a mass of papers. The Journal du Commerce of Lyons had reported that a Dr. Hotham of Morpeth in England had found a body frozen up at the foot of Mount St. Gothard, in the valley of Leventina, that he restored it to life, and that it proved to be Roger Dodsworth, son of the antiquary of that name, born in 1629. He was returning from Italy after the death of his father in 1660, and was overwhelmed by an avalanche. Mrs. Shelley wrote, It may be remembered that on the 4th of July last, a paragraph appeared in the papers importing that Dr. Hotham of Northumberland, returning from Italy over Mount St. Gothard a score or two of years ago, had dug out from under an avalanche in the neighborhood of the mountain a human being whose animation had been suspended by the action of the frost. Upon the application of the usual remedies, the patient was resuscitated, and discovered himself to be Mr. Dodsworth, the son of the antiquary Dodsworth, who perished in the reign of Charles I. He was 37 years of age at the time of his inhumation, which had taken place as he was returning from Italy in 1654. It was added that as soon as he was sufficiently recovered, he would return to England under the protection of his preserver. We have since heard no more of him, and various plans for public benefit, which have started in philanthropic minds on reading the statement, have already returned to their pristine nothingness. The Antiquarian Society had eaten their way to several votes for medals, and had already begun, in idea, to consider what prices it could afford to offer for Mr. Dodsworth's old clothes, and to conjecture what treasures in the way of pamphlet, old song, or autographic letter his pockets might contain. Poems from all quarters, of all kinds, elegiac, congratulatory, burlesque, and allegoric, were half written. Mr. Godwin had suspended, for the sake of such authentic information, the history of the Commonwealth he had just begun. It is hard not only that the world should be balked of these destined gifts from the talents of the country, but also that it should be promised, and then deprived of a new subject of romantic wonder and scientific interest. A novel idea is worth much in the commonplace routine of life, but a new fact, an astonishment, a miracle, a palpable wandering from the course of things into apparent impossibilities, is a circumstance to which the imagination must cling with delight. And we say it again that it is hard, very hard, that Mr. Dodsworth refuses to appear, and that the believers in his resuscitation are forced to undergo the sarcasms and triumphant arguments of those skeptics who always keep on the safe side of the hedge. Now, we do not believe that any contradiction or impossibility is attached to the adventures of this youthful antique. Animation, I believe physiologists agree, can as easily be suspended for 100 or 2 years, as far as many seconds. A body hermetically sealed up by the frost is of necessity preserved in its pristine entireness. That which is totally secluded from the action of external agency can neither have anything added to nor taken away from it. No decay can take place, for something can never become nothing. Under the influence of that state of being which we call death, change but not annihilation removes from our sight the corporeal atoma. The earth receives sustenance from them, the air is fed by them, each clement takes its own, thus seizing forcible repayment of what it had lent. But the elements that hovered round Mr. Dodsworth's icy shroud had no power to overcome the obstacle it presented. No zephyr could gather a hair from his head, nor could the influence of dewy night or genial morn penetrate his more than adamantine panoply. The story of the 7 sleepers rests on a miraculous interposition. They slept. Mr. Dodsworth did not sleep. His breast never heaved. His pulses were stopped. Death had his finger pressed on his lips which no breath might pass. He has removed it now. The grim shadow is vanquished, and stands wondering. His victim has cast from him the frosty spell, and arises as perfect a man as he had lain down 150 years before. We have eagerly desired to be furnished with some particulars of his first conversations, and the mode in which he had learnt to adapt himself to his new scene of life. But since facts are denied to us, let us be permitted to indulge in conjecture. What his first words were may be guessed from the expressions used by people exposed to shorter accidents of the like nature. But as his powers return, the plot thickens. His dress had already excited Dr. Hotham's astonishment. The peaked beard, the love-locks, the frill, which until it was thawed stood stiff under the mingled influence of starch and frost, his dress fashioned like that of one of Van Dyck's portraits, or, a more familiar similitude, Mr. Sapio's costume in Winter's opera of the Oracle, his pointed shoes, all spoke of other times. The curiosity of his preserver was keenly awake, that of Mr. Dodsworth was about to be roused, but to be enabled to conjecture with any degree of likelihood the tenor of his first inquiries, we must endeavor to make out what part he played in his former life. He lived at the most interesting period of English history. He was lost to the world when Oliver Cromwell had arrived at the summit of his ambition, and in the eyes of all Europe, the Commonwealth of England appeared so established as to endure forever. Charles I was dead. Charles II was an outcast, a beggar, bankrupt even in hope. Mr. Dodsworth's father, the antiquary, received a salary from the Republican General Lord Fairfax, who was himself a great lover of antiquities, and died the very year that his son went to his long but not unending sleep. A curious coincidence, this, for it would seem that our frost-preserved friend was returning to England on his father's death to claim probably his inheritance. How short-lived are human views! Where now is Mr. Dodsworth's patrimony? Where his co-heirs, executors, and fellow legatees? His protracted absence has, we should suppose, given the present possessors to his estate. The world's chronology is 170 years older since he seceded from the busy scene. Hands after hands have tilled his acres and then become clods beneath them. We may be permitted to doubt whether one single particle of their surface is individually the same as those which were to have been his. The youthful soil would of itself reject the antique clay of its claimant. Mr. Dodsworth, if we may judge from the circumstance of his being abroad, was no zealous Commonwealth's man. Yet, his having chosen Italy as the country in which to make his tour, and his projected return to England on his father's death, renders it probable that he was no violent loyalist. One of those men he seems to be, or to have been, who did not follow Cato's advice as recorded in the Pharsalia. A party, if to be of no party admits of such a term, which Dante recommends us utterly to despise, and which not unseldom falls between the two stools, a seat on either of which is to be carefully avoided. Still Mr. Dodsworth could hardly fail to feel anxious for the latest news from his native country at so critical a period. His absence might have put his own property in jeopardy. We may imagine, therefore, that after his limbs had felt the cheerful return of circulation, and after he had refreshed himself with such of earth's products as from all analogy he never could have hoped to live to eat, after he had been told from what peril he had been rescued, and said a prayer thereon, which even appeared enormously long to Dr. Hotham, we imagine, we say, that his first question would be, if any news had arrived lately from England. "I had letters yesterday," Dr. Hotham may well be supposed to reply. "Indeed," cried Mr. Dodsworth. "And pray, sir, has any change for better or worse occurred in that poor distracted country?" Dr. Hotham suspects a radical and coldly replies, "Why, sir, it would be difficult to say in what its distraction consists. People talk of starving manufactures, bankruptcies, and the fall of the joint stock companies. Excrescences these, excrescences which will attach themselves to a state of full health. England, in fact, was never in a more prosperous condition." Mr. Dodsworth now more than suspects the Republican, and, with what we have supposed to be his accustomed caution, sinks for a while his loyalty, and in a moderate tone asks, "Do our governors look with careless eyes upon the symptoms of over-health?" "Our governors," answers his preserver, "if you mean our ministry, are only too alive to temporary embarrassment. We beg Dr. Hotham's pardon if we wrong him in making him a high Tory. Such a quality appertains to our pure anticipated cognition of a doctor, and such is the only cognizance that we have of this gentleman. If it were to be wished that they showed themselves more firm, the king, God bless him." "Sir," exclaims Mr. Dodsworth. Dr. Hotham continues, not aware of the excessive astonishment exhibited by his patient. "The king, God bless him, spares immense sums from his privy purse for the relief of his subjects, and his example has been imitated by all the aristocracy and wealth of England." "The king!" ejaculates Mr. Dodsworth. "Yes, sir," emphatically rejoins his preserver. "The king, and I am happy to say that the prejudices that so unhappily and unwarrantably possess the English people with regard to his majesty are now, with a few," with added severity, "and I may say contemptible exceptions, exchanged for dutiful love and such reverence as his talents, virtues, and paternal care deserve." "Dear sir, you delight me," replies Mr. Dodsworth, while his loyalty late a tiny bud suddenly expands into full flower. "Yet I hardly understand, the change is so sudden. And the man, Charles Stuart, King Charles, I may now call him, his murder is, I trust, execrated as it deserves?" Dr. Hotham put his hand on the pulse of his patient. He feared an access of delirium from such a wandering from the subject. The pulse was calm, and Mr. Dodsworth continued, "That unfortunate martyr looking down from heaven is, I trust, appeased by the reverence paid to his name and the prayers dedicated to his memory. No sentiment, I think I may venture to assert, is so general in England as the compassion and love in which the memory of that hapless monarch is held. And his son who now reigns?" "Surely, sir, you forget, no son. That, of course, is impossible. No descendant of his fills the English throne, now worthily occupied by the House of Hanover. The despicable race of the Stuarts, long outcast and wandering, is now extinct, and the last days of the last pretender to the crown of that family justified in the eyes of the world the sentence which ejected it from the kingdom for ever." Such must have been Mr. Dodsworth's first lesson in politics. Soon, to the wonder of the preserver and preserved, the real state of the case must have been revealed. For a time, the strange and tremendous circumstance of his long trance may have threatened the wits of Mr. Dodsworth with a total overthrow. He had, as he crossed Mount St. Gothard, mourned a father. Now every human being he had ever seen is lapped into lead, is dust. Each voice he had ever heard is mute. The very sound of the English tongue is changed, as his experience in conversation with Dr. Hotham assures him. Empires, religions, race of men have probably sprung up or faded. His own patrimony, the thought is idle, yet without it how can he live, is sunk into the thirsty gulf that gapes ever greedy to swallow the past. His learning, his acquirements are probably obsolete. With a bitter smile he thinks to himself, I must take to my father's profession and turn antiquary. The familiar objects, thoughts, and habits of my boyhood are now antiquities. He wonders where the 160-folio volumes of manuscript that his father had compiled and which, as a lad, he had regarded with religious reverence, now are. Where, where? His favorite playmate, the friend of his later years, his destined and lovely bride. Tears long frozen are uncongealed, and flow down his young old cheeks. But we do not wish to be pathetic. Surely since the days of the patriarchs, no fair lady had her death mourned by her lover so many years after it had taken place. Necessity, tyrant of the world, in some degree reconciles Mr. Dodsworth to his fate. At first he is persuaded that the later generation of man is much deteriorated from his contemporaries. They are neither so tall, so handsome, nor so intelligent. Then by degrees he begins to doubt his first impression. The ideas that had taken possession of his brain before his accident, and which had been frozen up for so many years, begin to thaw and dissolve away, making room for others. He dresses himself in the modern style, and does not object much to anything except the neckcloth and hard-boarded hat. He admires the texture of his shoes and stockings, and looks with admiration on a small Genevese watch, which he often consults, as if he were not yet assured that time had made progress in its accustomed manner, and as if he should find on its dial-plate ocular demonstration that he had exchanged his 37th year for his 200th and upwards, and had left A.D. 1654 far behind to find himself suddenly a beholder of the ways of men in this enlightened 19th century. His curiosity is insatiable. When he reads, his eyes cannot purvey fast enough to his mind, and every now and then he lights upon some inexplicable passage, some discovery and knowledge familiar to us, but undreamed of in his days, that throws him into wonder and interminable reverie. Indeed, he may be supposed to pass much of his time in that state, now and then interrupting himself with a royalist song against old Noll and the Roundheads, breaking off suddenly, and looking round fearfully to see who were his auditors, and on beholding the modern appearance of his friend the doctor, sighing to think that it is no longer of import to any, whether he sing a cavalier catch or a puritanic psalm. It were an endless task to develop all the philosophic ideas to which Mr. Dodsworth's resuscitation naturally gives birth. We should like much to converse with this gentleman, and still more to observe the progress of his mind, and the change of his ideas in his very novel situation. If he be a sprightly youth, fond of the shows of the world, careless of the higher human pursuits, he may proceed summarily to cast into the shade all trace of his former life, and endeavor to merge himself at once into the stream of humanity now flowing. It would be curious enough to observe the mistakes he would make, and the medley of manners which would thus be produced. He may think to enter into active life, become Whig or Tory as his inclinations led, and get a seat in the, even to him, once called chapel of St. Stephen's. He may content himself with turning contemplative philosopher, and find sufficient food for his mind in tracing the march of the human intellect, the changes which have been wrought in the dispositions, desires, and powers of mankind. Will he be an advocate for perfectibility or deterioration? He must admire our manufactures, the progress of science, the diffusion of knowledge, and the fresh spirit of enterprise characteristic of our countrymen? Will he find any individuals to be compared to the glorious spirits of his day? Moderate in his views, as we have supposed him to be, he will probably fall at once into the temporizing tone of mind now so much in vogue. He will be pleased to find a calm in politics. He will greatly admire the ministry who have succeeded in conciliating almost all parties, to find peace where he left feud. The same character which he bore a couple of 100 years ago will influence him now. He will still be the moderate, peaceful, unenthusiastic Mr. Dodsworth that he was in 1647. For notwithstanding education and circumstances may suffice to direct and form the rough material of the mind, it cannot create nor give intellect, noble aspiration, and energetic constancy where dullness, wavering of purpose, and groveling desires are stamped by nature. Entertaining this belief, we have, to forget Mr. Dodsworth for a while, often made conjectures how such and such heroes of antiquity would act if they were reborn in these times, and then awakened fancy has gone on to imagine that some of them are reborn, that according to the theory explained by Virgil in his 6th Aeneid, every 1,000 years the dead return to life, and their souls, endued with the same sensibilities and capacities as before, are turned naked of knowledge into this world, again to dress their skeleton powers in such habiliments as situation, education, and experience will furnish. Pythagoras, we are told, remembered many transmigrations of this sort as having occurred to himself, though for a philosopher he has made very little use of his anterior memories. It would prove an instructive school for kings and statesmen, and in fact for all human beings, called on as they are to play their part on the stage of the world, could they remember what they had been. Thus we might obtain a glimpse of heaven and of hell, as the secret of our former identity confined to our own bosoms, we winced or exulted in the blame or praise bestowed on our former selves. While the love of glory and posthumous reputation is as natural to man as his attachment to life itself, he must be, under such a state of things, tremblingly alive to the historic records of his honor or shame. The mild spirit of Fox would have been soothed by the recollection that he had played a worthy part as Marcus Antonius, the former experiences of Alcibiades, or even of the emasculated Steenie of James I, might have caused Sheridan to have refused to tread over again the same path of dazzling but fleeting brilliancy. The soul of our modern Corinna would have been purified and exalted by a consciousness that once it had given life to the form of Sappho. If at the present moment the witch memory were in a freak to cause all the present generation to recollect that some 10 centuries back they had been somebody else, would not several of our free-thinking martyrs wonder to find that they had suffered as Christians under Domitian, while the judge, as he passed sentence, would suddenly become aware that formerly he had condemned the saints of the early church to the torture for not renouncing the religion he now upheld? Nothing but benevolent actions and real goodness would come pure out of the ordeal. While it would be whimsical to perceive how some great men in parish affairs would strut under the consciousness that their hands had once held a scepter, an honest artisan or pilfering domestic would find that he was little altered by being transformed into an idle noble or director of a joint stock company. In every way we may suppose that the humble would be exalted, and the noble and the proud would feel their stars and honors dwindle into baubles and child's play when they called to mind the lowly stations they had once occupied. If philosophical novels were in fashion, we conceive an excellent one might be written on the development of the same mind to various stations, in different periods of the world's history. But to return to Mr. Dodsworth, and indeed with a few more words to bid him farewell. We entreat him no longer to bury himself in obscurity, or if he modestly decline publicity, we beg him to make himself known personally to us. We have 1,000 inquiries to make, doubts to clear up, facts to ascertain. If any fear that old habits and strangeness of appearance will make him ridiculous to those accustomed to associate with modern exquisites, we beg to assure him that we are not given to ridicule mere outward shows, and that worth and intrinsic excellence will always claim our respect. This we say if Mr. Dodsworth is alive. Perhaps he is again no more. Perhaps he opened his eyes only to shut them again more obstinately. Perhaps his ancient clay could not thrive on the harvests of these latter days. After a little wonder, a little shuddering to find himself the dead alive, finding no affinity between himself and the present state of things, he is bidden once more an eternal farewell to the sun. Followed to his grave by his preserver and the wondering villagers, he may sleep the true death, sleep in the same valley where he so long reposed. Dr. Hotham may have erected a simple tablet over his twice-buried remains, inscribed to the memory of R. Dodsworth, an Englishman, born April 1st, 1617, died July 16th, 18 blank, aged 187. An inscription which, if it were preserved during any terrible convulsion that caused the world to begin its life again, would occasion many learned disquisitions and ingenious theories concerning a race which authentic record showed to have secured the privilege of attaining so vast an age. End of Roger Dodsworth, The Reanimated Englishman by Mary Shelley.
Answer by H. Beam Piper. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Cindy Morton. Answer by H. Beam Piper. For a moment, after the screen door snapped and wakened him, Lee Richardson sat breathless and motionless, his eyes still closed, trying desperately to cling to the dream and print it upon his conscious memory before it faded. "Are you there, Lee?" He heard Alexis Pitoff's voice. "Yes, I'm here. What time is it?" he asked, then added, "I fell asleep. I was dreaming." It was all right. He was going to be able to remember. He could still see the slim woman with the graying blonde hair playing with the little dachshund among the new fallen leaves on the lawn. He was glad they'd both been in this dream together. These dream glimpses were all he'd had for the last 15 years, and they were too precious to lose. He opened his eyes. The Russian was sitting just outside the light from the open door of the bungalow, lighting a cigarette. For a moment, he could see the blocky, high-cheeked face, now pooched and wrinkled, and then the flame went out, and there was only the red coal glowing in the darkness. He closed his eyes again, and the dream picture came back to him. The woman catching the little dog and raising her head as though to speak to him. "Plenty of time yet." Pitoff was speaking German instead of Spanish, as they always did between themselves. "They're still counting down from -3 hours. I just phoned the launching site for a jeep. Eugenio's been there ever since dinner. They say he's running around like a cat looking for a place to have her first litter of kittens." He chuckled. This would be something new for Eugenio Galvez, for which he could be thankful. "I hope the generators don't develop any last-second bugs," he said. "We'll only be 1.5 miles away, and that'll be too close to 50 kilos of negamatter if the field collapses." "It'll be all right," Pitoff assured him. "The bugs have all been chased out years ago." "Not out of those generators in the rocket. They're new." He fumbled in his coat pocket for his pipe and tobacco. "I never thought I'd run another nuclear bomb test as long as I lived." "Lee!" Pitoff was shocked. "You mustn't call it that. It isn't that at all. It's purely a scientific experiment." "Wasn't that all any of them were? We made lots of experiments like this back before 1969. The memories of all those other tests, each ending in an Everest-high mushroom column, rose in his mind. And the end result? The United States and the Soviet Union blasted to rubble. A whole hemisphere pushed back into the Dark Ages. 250 million dead, including a slim woman with graying blonde hair and a little red dog, and a girl from Odessa whom Alexis Pitoff was going to marry. Forgive me, Alexis. I just couldn't help remembering. I suppose it's this shot we're going to make tonight. It's so much like the other ones. Before. He hesitated slightly. Before the Auburn bomb. There. He'd come out and said it. In all the years they'd worked together at the Instituto Argento de Ciencia Fisica, that had been unmentioned between them. The families of hanged cutthroats avoid mention of ropes and knives. He thumbed the old-fashioned American lighter and held it to his pipe. Across the veranda in the darkness, he knew that Pitoff was looking intently at him. "You've been thinking about that lately, haven't you?" the Russian asked. And then timidly, "Was that what you were dreaming of?" "Oh, no, thank heaven." "I think about it too. Always, I suppose." He seemed relieved now that it had been brought out into the open and could be discussed. "You saw it fall, didn't you?" "That's right, from about 30 miles away. A little closer than we'll be to this shot tonight. I was in charge of the investigation at Auburn until we had New York and Washington and Detroit and Mobile and San Francisco to worry about. Then what had happened to Auburn wasn't important anymore. We were trying to get evidence to lay before the United Nations. We kept at it for about 12 hours after the United Nations had ceased to exist. I could never understand about that, Lee. I don't know what the truth is. I probably never shall. But I know that my government did not launch that missile. During the first days after yours began coming in, I talked to people who had been in the Kremlin at the time. One had been in the presence of Klesenko himself when the news of your bombardment arrived. He said that Klesenko was absolutely stunned. We always believed that your government decided upon a preventative surprise attack and picked out a town, Auburn, New York, that had been hit by one of our first retaliation missiles and claimed that it had been hit first." He shook his head. "Auburn was hit an hour before the first American missile was launched. I know that to be a fact. We could never understand why you launched just that one, and no more until after ours began landing on you. Why you threw away the advantage of surprise and priority of attack." "Because we didn't do it, Lee." The Russian's voice trembled with earnestness. "You believe me when I tell you that?" "Yes, I believe you. After all that happened and all that you and I and the people you worked with and the people I worked with and your government and mine have been guilty of, it would be a waste of breath for either of us to try to lie to the other about what happened 15 years ago. He drew slowly on his pipe. "But who launched it then? It had to be launched by somebody." "Don't you think I've been tormenting myself with that question for the last 15 years? Pitoff demanded. "You know, there were people inside the Soviet Union, not many, and they kept themselves well hidden, who were dedicated to the overthrow of the Soviet regime. They, or some of them, might have thought that the devastation of both our countries and the obliteration of civilization in the Northern Hemisphere would be a cheap price to pay for ending the rule of the Communist Party. Could they have built an ICBM with a thermonuclear warhead in secret?" he asked. "There were also fanatical nationalist groups in Europe, both sides of the Iron Curtain, who might have thought our mutual destruction would be worth the risks involved. There was China and India. If your country and mine wiped each other out, they could go back to the old ways and the old traditions. Or Japan or the Muslim states. In the end, they all went down along with us. But what criminal ever expects to fall?" "We have too many suspects and the trail's too cold, Alexis. That rocket wouldn't have had to been launched anywhere in the Northern Hemisphere. For instance, our friends here in the Argentine have been doing very well by themselves since El Colossal del Norte went down. And there were the Australians, picking themselves up bargains in real estate in the East Indies at gunpoint. And there were the Boers, trekking north again in tanks instead of ox wagons. And Brazil, with a not too implausible pretender to the Bragazana throne, calling itself the Portuguese Empire and looking eastward. And, to complete the picture, here were Professor Dr. Lee Richardson and Comrade Professor Alexis Petrovich Pitov getting ready to test a missile with a matter annihilation warhead. No, this thing just wasn't a weapon. A jeep came around the corner, lighting the dark roadway between the bungalows, its radio on and counting down. 22 minutes, 21:59, 58, 57. They came to a stop in front of their bungalow at exactly -2 hours, 21 minutes, 54 seconds. The driver called out in Spanish, "Dr. Richardson, Dr. Pitov, are you ready?" "Yes, ready. We're coming." They both got to their feet, Richardson pulling himself up reluctantly. The older you get, the harder it is to leave a comfortable chair. He settled himself beside his colleague and former enemy, and the jeep started again, rolling between the buildings of the living quarters area and out onto the long, straight road across the pampas toward the distant blaze of electric lights. He wondered why he'd been thinking so much lately about the Auburn bomb. He'd questioned at times, indignantly of course, whether Russia had launched it. But it wasn't until tonight, until he had heard what Pitov had to say, that he seriously doubted it. Pitov wouldn't lie about it, and Pitov would have been in a position to have known the truth if the missile had been launched from Russia. Then he stopped thinking about what was water or blood a long time over the dam. The special policeman at the entrance to the launching site reminded them that they were both smoking. When they extinguished, respectively, their cigarette and pipe, he waved the jeep on and went back to his argument with a carload of tourists who wanted to get a good view of the launching. "There now, Lee. Do you need anything else to convince you that this isn't a weapon project?" Pitov asked. "No, now that you mention it, I don't. You know, I don't believe I've had to show an identity card the whole time I've been here." "I don't believe I have an identity card," Pitov said. "Think of that." The lights blazed everywhere around them, but mostly about the rocket that towered above everything else, so thick that it seemed squat. The gantry cranes had been hauled away now, and it stood alone, but it was still wreathed in thick electrical cables. They were pouring enough current into that thing to light half the street lights in Buenos Aires. When the cables were blown free by separation charges at the blastoff, the generators powered by the rocket engines had better be able to take over, because if the magnetic field collapsed and that 50-kilo chunk of negative proton matter came in contact with natural positive proton matter, an old-fashioned H-bomb would be a firecracker to what would happen. Just 100 kilos of pure, 200 proof MC2. The driver took them around the rocket, dodging assorted trucks and mobile machinery that were being hurried out of the way. The countdown was just beyond 2 hours, 5 minutes. The jeep stopped at the edge of a crowd around 3 more trucks, and Dr. Eugenio Galvez, the director of the institute, left the crowd and approached at an awkward half-run as they got down. "Is everything checked, gentlemen?" he wanted to know. "It was this afternoon at 17:30, Pitov told him. "And nobody's been burning my telephone to report anything different. Are the balloons and drone planes ready?" "The Air Force just finished checking. They're ready. Captain Urquiola flew one of the planes over the course and made a guidance tape. That's been duplicated and all the planes are equipped with copies." "How's the wind?" Richardson asked. "Still steady. We won't have any trouble about fallout or with the balloons." Then we better go back to the bunker and make sure everybody there is on the job. The loudspeaker was counting down to 2 hours, 1 minute. Could you spare a few minutes to talk to the press? Eugenio Galvez asked, and perhaps say a few words for telecast? This last is most important. We can't explain too many times the purpose of this experiment. There is still much hostility arising from fear that we are testing a nuclear weapon. The press and telecast services were well represented. There were close to 100 correspondents from all over South America, from South Africa and Australia, even one from Ceylon. They had 3 trucks with mobile telecast pickups, and when they saw who was approaching, they released the 2 rocketry experts they had been quizzing and pounced on the new victims. Was there any possibility that negative proton matter might be used as a weapon? Anything can be used as a weapon. You could stab a man to death with that lead pencil you're using, Pitoff replied. But I doubt if negamatter will ever be used so. We're certainly not working on weapons design here. We started 6 years ago with the ability to produce negative protons, reverse spin neutrons, and positrons, and the theoretical possibility of assembling them into negamatter. We've just gotten a 50-kilogram mass of nega iron assembled. In those 6 years, we had to invent all our techniques and design all our equipment. If we'd been insane enough to want to build a nuclear weapon after what we went through up north, we could have done so from memory and designed a better, which is to say a worse, one from memory in a few days. Yes. And building a negamatter bomb for military purposes would be like digging a 50-foot shaft to get a rock to bash someone's head in, when you could do the job better with a shovel you're digging with, Richardson added. The time, money, energy, and work we put in on this thing would be ample to construct 20 thermonuclear bombs, and that's only a small part of it. He went on to tell them about the magnetic bottle inside the rocket's warhead, mentioning how much electrical current was needed to keep up the magnetic field that insulated the negamatter from contact with posimatter. Then what was the purpose of this experiment, Dr. Richardson? Oh, we were just trying to find out a few basic facts about natural structure. Long ago, it was realized that the nucleonic particles, protons, neutrons, mesons, and so on, must have a structure of their own. Since we started constructing negative proton matter, we found out a few things about nucleonic structure. Some rather odd things, including fractions of Planck's constant. A couple of the correspondents, a man from La Presena and an Australian, whistled softly. The others looked blank. Pitoff took over. You see, gentlemen, most of what we learned from putting negamatter atoms together. We annihilated a few of them. Over there in that little concrete building, we have one of the most massive steel vaults in the world where we do that. But we assembled millions of them for every one we annihilated. And that chunk of nega iron inside the magnetic bottle kept growing. And when you have a piece of nega matter you don't want, you can't just throw it out on the scrap pile. We might have rocketed it into escape velocity and let it blow up in space, away from the moon or any artificial satellites, but why waste it? So, we're going to have the rocket eject it. And when it falls, we can see by our telemetered instruments just what happens. Well, won't it be annihilated by contact with atmosphere? Somebody asked. That's one of the things we want to find out, Pitoff said. We estimate about 20% loss from contact with atmosphere, but the mass that actually lands on the target area should be about 40 kilos. It should be something of a spectacle coming down. You say you had to assemble it after creating the negative protons and neutrons and the positrons. Doesn't any of this sort of matter exist in nature? The man who asked that knew better himself. He just wanted the answer on record. Oh no, not on this planet, and probably not in the galaxy. There may be whole galaxies composed of nothing but negamatter. There may even be isolated stars and planetary systems inside our galaxy composed of negamatter, though I think that very improbable. But when negamatter and posimatter come into contact with one another, the result is immediate mutual annihilation. They managed to get away from the press and returned as far as the bunkers, 1.5 miles away. Before they went inside, Richardson glanced up at the sky, fixing the location of a few of the more conspicuous stars in his mind. There were almost 100 men and women inside, each at his or her instruments, view screens, radar indicators, detection instruments of a dozen kinds. The reporters and telecast people arrived shortly afterward, and Eugenio Galvez took them in tow. While Richardson and Pitoff were making their last-minute rounds, the countdown progressed past -1 hour, and at -20 minutes, all the overhead lights went off, and the small instrument operator's lights came on. Pitoff turned on a couple of view screens, one from a pickup on the roof of the bunker and another from the launching pad. They sat down side by side and waited. Richardson got his pipe out and began loading it. The loudspeaker was saying, -2 minutes, 1:59, 58, 57. He let his mind drift away from the test, back to the world that had been smashed around his ears in the autumn of 1969. He was doing that so often now, when he should be thinking about 2 seconds, 1 second, firing. It was a second later that his eyes focused on the left-hand view screen. Red and yellow flames were gushing out at the bottom of the rocket, and it was beginning to tremble. Then the upper jets, the ones that furnished power for the generators, began firing. He looked anxiously at the meters. The generators were building up power. Finally, when he was sure that the rocket would be blasting off anyhow, the separator charges fired, and the heavy cables fell away. An instant later, the big missile started inching upward, gaining speed by the second, first slowly and jerkily, and then more rapidly, until it passed out of the field of the pickup. He watched the rising spout of fire from the other screen until it passed from sight. By that time, Pitoff had twisted a dial and gotten another view on the left-hand screen, this time from close to the target. That camera was radar-controlled. It had fastened onto the approaching missile, which was still invisible. The stars swung slowly across the screen until Richardson recognized the ones he'd spotted at its zenith. In a moment now, the rocket, 100 miles overhead, would be nosing down, and then the warhead would open, and the magnetic field inside would alter, and the mass of negamatter would be ejected. The stars were blotted out by a sudden glow of light. Even at 100 miles, there was enough atmospheric density to produce considerable energy release. Pitoff beside him was muttering, partly in German, partly in Russian. Most of what Richardson caught was figures, trying to calculate how much of the mass of unnatural iron would get down for the ground blast. Then the right-hand screen broke into wriggling orgy of color, and at the same time, every scrap of radio-transmitted apparatus either went out or began reporting erratically. The left-hand screen, connected by wiring to the pickup on the roof, was still functioning. For a moment, Richardson wondered what was going on, and then shocked. Recognition drove that from his mind as he stared at the ever-brightening glare in the sky. It was the Auburn bomb again. He was back, in memory to the night on the shores of Lake Ontario, the party breaking up in the early hours of morning. He and Janet and the people with whom they had been spending a vacation week standing on the lawn as the guests were getting into their cars. And then the sudden light in the sky, the cries of surprise, and then of alarm as it seemed to be rushing straight down upon them. He and Janet clutching each other and staring up in terror at the falling blaze from which there seemed no escape. Then relief as it curved away from them and fell to the south. And then the explosion lighting the whole southern sky. There was a similar explosion in the screen when the mass of nega iron landed. a sheet of pure white light, so bright and so quick as to almost pass above the limit of visibility. And then a moment's darkness that was in his stunned eyes more than in the screen, and then the rising glow of updrawn incandescent dust. Before the sound waves had reached them, he'd been legging it into the house. The television had been on, and it had been acting as insanely as the screen on his right now. He'd called the state police, the telephones had been working all right, and told them who he was, and they told him to stay put and they'd send a car for him. They did, within minutes. Janet and his host and hostess had waited with him on the lawn until it came, and after he had gotten into it, he had turned around and looked back through the rear window and seen Janet standing under the front light, holding the little dog in her arms, flopping one of its silly little paws up and down with her hand to wave goodbye to him. He had seen her and the dog like that every day of his life for the last 15 years. "What kind of radiation are you getting?" He could hear Alexis Pitoff asking into a phone. "What? Nothing else?" "Oh, yes, of course. But mostly cosmic. That shouldn't last long." He turned from the phone. A devil's own dose of cosmic and some gamma. It was the cosmic radiation that put the radios and telescreens out. That's why I insisted that the drone planes be independent of radio control. They always got cosmic radiation from micro-annihilations in the test vault. Well, now they had an idea of what produced natural cosmic rays. There must be quite a bit of negamatter and posimatter going into mutual annihilation and total energy release through the universe. Of course, there were no detectors set up in advance around Auburn, he said. We didn't really begin to find anything out for half an hour. By that time, the cosmic radiation was over, and we weren't getting anything but gamma. What? What is Auburn to do? The Russian stopped short. You think this was the same thing? He gave it a moment's consideration. Lee, you're crazy. There wasn't an atom of artificial negamatter in the world in 1969. Nobody had made any before us. We gave each other some scientific surprises then, but nobody surprised both of us. You and I, between us, knew everything that was going on in nuclear physics in the world. And you know as well as I do. A voice came out of the public address speaker. Some of the radio equipment around the target area that wasn't knocked out by the blast is beginning to function again. There is an increasingly heavy gamma radiation, but no more cosmic rays. They were all prompt radiation from the annihilation. The gamma is secondary effect. Wait a moment. Captain Urquiola of the Air Force says the first drone plane is about to take off. It had been 2 hours after the blast of the first drones had gone over what had been Auburn, New York. He was trying to remember as exactly as possible what had been learned from them. Gamma radiation, a great deal of gamma, but it didn't last long. It had been almost down to a safe level by the time the investigation had been called off, and 2 months after there had been no more missiles, and no way of producing more, and no targets to send them against if they had them. Rather, he had been back at Auburn on his hopeless quest, and there had been almost no trace of radiation. Nothing but a wide, shallow crater, almost 200 feet in diameter, and only 15 at its deepest, already full of water, and a circle of flattened and scattered rubble for 1.5 miles around it. He was willing to bet anything that that was what they'd find where the chunk of nega iron had landed, 50 miles away on the Pampas. Well, the first drone ought to be over the target area before long, and at least one of the balloons that had been sent up was reporting its course by radio. The radios in the others were silent, and the recording counters had probably jammed in all of them. There'd be something of interest when the first drone came back. He dragged his mind back to the present and went to work with Alexis Pitoff. They were at it all night, checking, evaluating, making sure that the masses of data that were coming in were being promptly processed for programming the computers. At each of the increasingly frequent coffee breaks, he noticed Pitoff looking curiously. He said nothing, however, until long after dawn. They stood outside the bunker, waiting for the jeep that would take them back to their bungalow and watching the line of trucks. Argentine Army engineers, local hired laborers, load after load of prefabbed huts and equipment going down toward the target area where they would be working for the next week. "Lee, were you serious?" Pitoff asked. "I mean, about this being like the one at Auburn." "It was exactly like Auburn. Even that blazing light that came rushing down out of the sky. I wondered about that at the time. What kind of a missile would produce an effect like that? Now I know. We just launched one like it." "But that's impossible. I told you, between us, we know everything that was happening in nuclear physics then. Nobody in the world knew how to assemble atoms of negamatter and build them into masses." "Nobody and nothing on this planet built that mass of negamatter. I doubt if it even came from this galaxy. But we didn't know that then. When that negamatter meteor fell, the only thing anybody could think of was that it had been a Soviet missile. If it had hit around Leningrad or Moscow or Kharkov, who would you have blamed it on?" The end. End of answer by H. Beam Piper.
Trouble Near the Sun by Alan J. Ram. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Malachi Starkey. Trouble Near the Sun by Alan J. Ram. Bull and Skip disagreed about the merits of the Cerberus 3 as a spaceship. But a ship's metal, like a man's, is proved in an emergency. The Interplanet Fleet's space-going salvage vessel, Cerberus 3, leapt sideways, as though she was trying desperately to escape from some mythical monster of the spaceways. Inside the instrument-filled control room, the tiny group of ship's officers, gathered together by Captain Stevens' urgent order, felt their feet leave the deck. They reached wildly for any hold available, the lucky ones clinging desperately with strained muscles, the others jumbled in awkward, cursing heaps against the bulkheads. "You idiot!" Captain Stevens shouted. "Next time give us warning!" The lateral tube's pilot grinned wryly, but didn't lift his eyes from the scanner before him. "Sorry, sir. There was no time. When one of those calcium faculae come boiling up at you like a cannonball, you pick a new spot in the chromosphere for the ship and get there quick, or you don't arrive at all." Bull Wright, one of the two men who had been strong enough to keep his hold, slowly untwined his huge fingers from a projection and flexed them. He looked across the room and grinned down at the floor, where Skip Allen was struggling to his feet. "How do you like good old Sol from that angle?" he drawled sarcastically. "Different from reading about it in a textbook, isn't it?" The slim-built ensign quickly came to his feet and automatically adjusted the cap on his red head. "Mr. Experience talking, eh? I wonder why headquarters hasn't discovered that Ensign Wright sees all, knows all, and blabs all." "Lay off it, you two," Captain Stevens ordered. "We've got a real problem this time." He paused dramatically, waving a sheet of spacegram paper in the air. "We've been ordered to find the Regis and remove her crew and passengers." "Why, that's Fleet Commander's new sun cruiser," Skip gasped. "What's happened to her?" "Headquarters doesn't know exactly," Stevens replied. "They got part of a message saying her propulsion power controls were jammed, and her anti-grav and anti-heat equipment was slowly losing effectiveness. They give her about 4 hours before she's fallen too fast to contact, and about the same time before she gets too hot to maintain life." A laminated layer of charged particles must have whipped across her sending beam about then, because her message became garbled and finally faded out. Rescue, growled Bull. That's not our kind of job. We're not outfitted for that. If that bunch of stuffed shirts didn't know enough to navigate through the corona and into the chromosphere, they deserve to die. Why should we risk our necks to save them? We're not the only ship near enough to stand a chance of reaching them during the next couple hours. But that's not all. Alistar of Cygnus is on board. Alistar of Cygnus? One of the officers questioned. Who the hell is he? An inspector from Intergalactic Federation headquarters. Remember that container of electron-stripped nuclei found in Federation headquarters building last month? The men all nodded. The Federation figures it came from one of our nuclei dredges and one of Sol's spots. With all the other crazy things that have been happening lately to throw suspicion our way, our system stands in danger of being ejected from the Federation unless we can clear ourselves. You know what that would mean to our trade activities. That's why they've sent Alistar of Cygnus here to make a preliminary investigation. His report will determine further action. Now suppose that something happens to Alistar. They're sure to think that it's part of some plot we're concocting in this corner of the galaxy. We've got to find that ship and get him out. Those are our orders. We do it or die trying. Simple problem, sniffed Bull derisively. All we have to do is locate a tiny thing like that on the sun. That's easy. Only about 2.5 million miles of circumference to cover. Captain Stevens smiled. It isn't that bad. The message that was picked up also gave a rough location. They were about 15 degrees north and near a small sunspot about 70 degrees west of the east limb of the sun as seen from Earth at the time of the message. I have plotted the coordinates. We've been on our way there ever since we began talking. Are there any further questions, gentlemen? Then take up your assigned duties. You're all dismissed except Ensigns Wright and Allen. After all the others had filed out, Captain Stevens turned to the two nervously waiting officers. I warned you 2 days ago to lay off. I don't mind your picking one another to pieces, but this feud of yours about the space-worthiness of the Cerebus 3 has the whole crew upset. Skip and Bull looked guiltily at one another. Stevens went on. Your bantering may have been amusing to the crew for a few days out of Terra, but now they're sensitive about it, and your panning the ship is making the men nervous. Both of you know a nervous crew is nothing to have on a ship operating within the atmosphere of the sun. Even a subconscious suspicion of the worth of the Cerebus 3 might cause some technician to make a mistake, or hesitate long enough to send everyone to his death. Just remember, you two, Stevens warned, this is your first flight as ensigns. It's strictly a probation period. A word from me can cancel out that diploma you received from Space Academy, Ensign Allen. And wipe that grin off your face, Mr. Wright. You may have spent the last 10 years working yourself up through the ranks, but your appointment as ensign is also subject to my report at the end of this tour of duty. Both men, standing stiffly at attention, muttered, Yes, sir. You both are officers. Now act like you're supposed to. We should sight the Regis in the next hour. I'm assigning you both to the scanning screens. The minute either of you see the Regis, let me know. I'm going to do the rounds and make sure all equipment is ready. As soon as Stevens left, Bull and Skip went to the tiny cubbyhole called the Vision Room, which was located just off main control. There they sat back to back in chairs fixed in the middle of the room. This gave each of them a half circle to keep track of. Between them, they had a full view of the ship's entire surroundings. Sitting there, surrounded by screens, it was easy to imagine that they were afloat in the chromosphere, without a ship deck under them. Several times the forward motion of their ship carried them close to sunspots. These were carefully skirted before the ship entered the penumbra. The dark-appearing central area of each spot, the umbra, yawned like monster pits into an area of magnetic forces that ships avoided if possible unless they were nuclei dredges or contact vessels especially constructed to enter the vortex. Twice they ran through loop-like spaces that appeared on their filtered screens. These were caused by prominences of exploding hydrogen shooting tens of thousands of miles into space. Prominences the tips of which looped back to the sun's surface. "By the horned three-legged elephants of Callisto," muttered Bull as the ship shot through another loop. "I feel like an astronomical ball being shot through loops of an intergalactic croquet game." As the Cerberus 3 skittered to the left to avoid another racing faculae, Skip felt his stomach begin to get as unsteady as the ship's deck. He groaned out loud, and for the first time since he sat down, he jerked his strained eyes from the screens, only to meet Bull grinning at him. "What's the matter, Space Cadet?" Bull jibbed. "Don't tell me all that training of yours didn't include a course in how not to get space sick." Skip swallowed hurriedly before he spoke. "How this garbage-collecting tub can stand this buffeting I can't figure." "Nothing wrong with her," Bull rejoined. "Just because you thought that you'd get assigned to some fancy interstellar luxury ship when you graduated, you don't have to take out your disappointment on the Cerberus 3. Stop making a good ship your alibi, for that's just fancy talk," Skip interrupted. "All you're trying to do is talk yourself into thinking that this is the same as sitting on a stool in some Martian bar." Glaring at one another across their shoulders, they slowly became aware of Captain Stevens' voice in the vision room doorway. "Forget about the Regis, gentlemen." His voice held a tempered edge that could have sliced through the 1,000,000-degree temperature of the corona. Both men jerked to their screens. Off to the side, they could see the Regis low in the chromosphere, hanging over the umbra of a small sunspot about 10,000 miles away. Stephen's voice was bitter. "First you destroy the crew's morale. Now you're negligent in your assigned duty. That should be enough to wash you both out of the inner fleet. You're both cosmic debris the service can do without. Stay out here in the control room where I can keep my eye on you. I'll attend to you both later." Out of the control room, Stevens questioned the communications man. "Get a rise out of her yet?" "It's hopeless, sir. The interference here is too great for contact. This is actually a double spot if you look, sir. That makes communication impossible due to the reversed polarity of the spots." Skip and Bull, standing wretchedly unwanted and useless to one side of the room, looked at the small screens on the control panel. They could see the Regis balanced precariously over the center of one spot. Off in the distance, another spot showed clearly, one of the best leader and follower setups they had ever seen. "Getting low, aren't they, sir?" Malcolm, the second in command, asked Stevens. "Down to about 500 miles. They must be using the magnetic field there, which is perpendicular to the sun's surface, to help counteract their own loss of power. They'll be in the reversing layers shortly." "It's cooler there, too," Malcolm observed. "The whirling effect of the gases sets up a low pressure that reduces the temperature to about 7,000 degrees, instead of the 11,000 outside the spot where we are." "We'll have to close and hook on as soon as possible," Stevens directed. "Break out the strongest line we have. When we get within a mile, shoot her out until you contact." "But sir, we can't get a line out in that if we try." "We can and we will, mister. Follow your orders." "Yes, sir." The Cerberus 3 edged in toward the penumbra. In the control room, they staggered as the ship was caught up by the madly whirling rim atoms as they sought a passageway into the quiet area over the cooler gases surrounding the spot. Tensely, the ship maneuvered its way toward the Regis. Once they were within range, Bull and Skip could see on the screens the traction line from the Cerberus 3 snake out toward the Regis. Time after time, the line just missed. In all that chaos, making contact was worse than threading a needle with a lasso. At last, the line struck and held the Regis amidships. A sigh oozed from every man in the control room. Stevens looked at his watch. 2 hours gone. Now for the tough part. He called down to the outer lock room through the inner ship voice tubes. "We've made contact. Have the communicator tube ready to swing out of the lock when I give notice. We're going to start hauling the Regis in toward us now. Be sure that you batten all contact points tight. The men on the Regis haven't any suits to withstand the radiations of the sun. Their only chance is to walk through that tube once you get in contact. A radiation leak down there will kill them all. Then he called the engine room. Open up easy. The deck of the control room began to throb with the power of the huge ionized particle engines. On the screen, the traction line began to straighten between the two ships. Its still slack loop twisted like a dying snake between the forces that played over it. Then it tautened. "It's moving toward us," Skip said aloud. No one answered him. Their eyes were too tightly fixed to their screens. Suddenly, the Cerebus 3 began to whip right and left. Stevens roughly pushed the pilot from his seat and made quick moves on the controls. The yawning stopped, but when they looked at the screens, the Regis was once more at a distance, and the traction line was slack. Stevens looked at the menacing sides of the sunspot. Actually, there were no real sides. They were like the sides of a tornado in a mass of air. Here in the interior of the spot, their main problem was to balance the ship against the force of the rising column of gases from the mouth of the spot inside the sun's photosphere, and to adjust their position to the constantly downward drift of the Regis. There was a maximum distance that they could afford to let the Regis drift downward if they wished to save her. Now that they were close to the photosphere, the drag of the sun's 27 Gs was greater than it had been out at 10,000 miles. If they managed to pull the Regis close enough for a transfer, it would have to be the next hour. "We'll have to take a chance," Stevens said. Once more, he called the engine room. "Throw them in full when I say go," he instructed. Bo looked at Skip. He smiled, and it didn't take words for his thoughts to become clear. "Now you will see some real power from a good ship. Let her go." The deck leapt to life, reacting to the blows of countless millions of quanta of light as free electrons attached themselves to the stripped nuclei and the discharge chambers of the ship's engines. The ship began to whip again, but the agile fingers of Captain Stevens brought her swiftly under control. Skip smiled at Bull. His glance, too, was full of meaning. It said plainly, "This should show you that this ship isn't as good as you think it is." The men in the room had to hang on to the sides as the ship, the sun, and Captain Stevens fought a duel with one another for control of the Cerebus 3 and the Regis. The thin traction line stretched taut once more between them. How much strain could it take? Flashed through Skip's mind. Then one torn end seemed to be floating toward the Cerebus 3. The other floated toward the Regis. For a split second, the Cerebus 3 seemed to hang in space. Then everyone was flung violently in all directions as the force of the Cerebus 3's engines on full power, plus the reaction of the ship's freedom from the drag of the Regis, shot the salvage vessel into space and plastered the crew against the nearest bulkheads. Skip came unwillingly back to consciousness. Some of the control room crew were already on their feet. Others were still lying quietly trying to regain their senses before they tried to get to their feet. A few of the men would never move again. The thrum of the engines had stopped. Captain Stevens was cursing silently in front of the controls. "Foul!" he spat. "That damn line must have whipped right into the stern discharge tubes and sealed them up, so that we have no forward propulsive power. And look out there." He waved his arm at the screens. The ship had been flung thousands of miles out from its former position. Once more it appeared to be on the outer edge of the chromosphere. The Regis was not in sight. The constantly changing view in the vision panels indicated that the Cerebus 3 was spinning. This Captain Stevens corrected while speaking to the men. "Clean up the mess in here. Get the injured to the sick bay and take care of the dead. We're in the same difficulty as the Regis. Our anti-grav and anti-heat units are working, but the indicators show them losing power slowly. We must free those tubes, or sooner or later we'll end up in the sun. Let's get down to the outer lock room and see what we can do." Bull and Skip followed the rest through the big ship. When they got to the lock room, Malcolm, his face white with pain from some injury, was struggling into a solar suit. One of the crew snapped the helmet over his head and handed him a cutting torch. Before any of the new arrivals could say a word, Malcolm was in the lock and on his way outside. Suddenly, one of the lock tenders exclaimed, "My God, he took a suit with a discharged anti-heat unit filler. If his refrigerant cuts off while he's out there." Bull grabbed another suit from its peg and began to draw it on. Captain Stevens grabbed his arm and shouted, "Hold it, Ensign! You're under arrest! We'll send—" "There's a man out there," interrupted Bull. "You said this was do or die, didn't you? Let me go." Stevens tightened his grip. "Listen, you big fool." Bull shoved hard. The captain hit the deck and rolled to the nearest bulkhead. No one said a word. There were too many other things to worry about. A foul discharge system, a man outside about to die unless someone got to him in time. Bull slammed the inner lock door shut and opened the outer lock. For a moment he drew back. Although he had been spacing for 10 years, this was his first trip into the sun's area. In spite of the filters in his viewing plates, the sun looked like a nightmare. Here where the view was unobstructed, the prominences could be seen in their full terror, and the boiling jets of flaming gas seemed ready to reach out and pluck him off the side of the Cerberus 3. It took all his willpower to step outside the lock and look around for the second in command. Malcolm was almost to the rear of the ship, making his way slowly. Bull moved out after him. Suddenly, Bull's whole front view seemed filled with an explosion. He clung desperately to the ship, although he knew that there would be no perceptible effect of such a small explosion in space. He did not have to look to see what had happened. He knew. Malcolm was gone. At least it had been quick and painless, thought Bull. Malcolm's heat unit had failed, and in such a high temperature, the change from a solid to a gas had been so sudden that it was actually an explosion. After swallowing hard several times, he slowly began to make his way to the stern. It was up to him to clear the tubes now. He tried to throw the spectacle of Malcolm's disintegration from his mind, but it kept intruding. He had seen many men die, but none so quickly or so completely. The whole sun was now Malcolm's grave. His very atoms were being torn asunder by the constant process of ionization that was taking place in the sun's atmosphere. Somehow the thought of such complete disembodiment was disturbing to Bull's ideas of immortality. He was jerked crudely back to reality when the ship came up with unbelievable force to flatten him immovably on its side for a moment. While he gasped for breath under the unexpected pressure, he sought madly for an explanation of his predicament. As the pressure slowly lessened, he realized that the ship must have drifted into one of the many clouds of gas, constantly expanding or contracting near the sun due to differences in temperature. This time, a rising mass had pressed him against the ship. The lateral jet pilots inside were not compensating for the shift because he was outside, and a sudden movement might leave him drifting free. Once he could get to his feet and proceed, he was extra careful to place his magnetized shoes firmly to the ship's shell. In addition, he set out helper lines to act as auxiliary anchors against any unexpected moves the ship might take. When the possibility of a faculae nearing the ship entered his mind, it took his breath away. If that occurred, he knew that the ship's crew would have to throw in the lateral jets to escape. Unless his equipment was in place at the time of the move, the suddenness of the change in direction would leave him free in the chromosphere until his power ran out, or the faculae the ship had been escaping clasped him and exploded him into another Malcolm. With his mind trampled with fear and his eyes fixed firmly to the ship's shell, he was surprised to find himself suddenly within reach of the stern tubes. The long traction line had whipped across the 4 tubes with a force that had annealed parts of the line to both the inside and outside, so that the openings were completely covered. This caused the forces in the firing chambers to neutralize themselves, since there was no aperture to permit the egress of force in any direction. Making sure that all his possible anchorage was in place, he braced himself and began burning out the clogged tubes nearest to him. Back in the vision room, The crew anxiously watched bits of metal slough off under Bull's torch. "That guy's sure got what it takes," someone whispered. Skip spoke without thinking. "He sure has. I guess he meant what he said about the Cerebus 3. Outside, Bull cleaned out the second tube and reached across without thinking to start cutting on number 3, forgetting that he had pulled all his lines as taut as possible, and that a move in the wrong direction would pull some of them free. He felt his feet break loose, and in seconds, he was floating 20 feet from the ship with only one line connecting him to safety. Skip spotted him floating clear, but Captain Stevens shouted, "He's almost free, and he won't dare try to haul himself in by that one line, or he might tear it loose too. He's lucky if some of the eddies around the ship don't do that anyway." Skip made no comment, but started for the outer lock room on the double. By the time the rest had figured out what he was up to, he was already in his suit and had shut the lock door behind him. Remembering Bull's trouble on the way along the shell, Skip carefully put out his lines and made as much speed as possible. He didn't dare to look to see if Bull was still out there, or if he had broken free. When the tubes were reached, he looked up and drew a deep breath. Bull was still okay. Bracing himself carefully, Skip drew in on Bull's line foot by foot. Since it was firmly attached to Bull's suit, there was no danger of it pulling out at that point. At last, Bull was alongside of Skip. Once more firmly attached to the ship, Bull slumped against it momentarily. It was impossible to communicate between the suits, and the filters in the helmets didn't permit a look into one another's faces. When Bull looked up after catching his breath, Skip was already at work on the remaining tubes. Placing himself alongside Skip, he added his torch to the work. Splinter by splinter, chunk by chunk, they burned away the traction line debris. To get the tubes completely free, one of them had to climb into the tubes. Bull did this. The hard work in the confined space of the suits caused sweat to pour from their every pore. Bull was reaching for one of the last scraps of metal when he noticed that his suit was getting hot. The metal fittings in his hands were becoming too warm to hold. In sudden panic, once more he remembered Malcolm. Was his own anti-heat unit becoming depleted? Scuttling out of the tube, he found Skip waiting for him. Looking around, the sight which met his eyes didn't at first register. They could no longer see the sun. They seemed part of it. There could be only one explanation. Their work must have taken longer than it seemed. During that time, the ship had drifted downward until it was now well within the vortex of a spot. Since the sides seemed to be pressing all around him, the ship was probably within the photosphere. Unless they escaped at once, they would not get away. He began to work his way back toward the lock, Skip following. Inside the ship, Captain Stevens looked anxiously at his instrument panel. Sweat broke out on his forehead. They couldn't wait any longer. He reached for the firing control. A gasp came from one of the men in the room. "You can't, sir. Not after what they have done." Stevens instinctively began to withdraw his hand and then stopped. "I must," he whispered. "It's them or all of us. There's no choice." His hand plunged down on the firing control. Outside, Bull had been placing his anchor lines carefully as he went along. He kept slightly behind Skip, making sure that all his lines were in place if Skip's weren't. There was no doubt in his mind as to what Captain Stevens would do when he found that he had to make a choice between the two of them dying or the whole crew. Bull knew that the lines would hold against the thrust of the ship's engines, but would they hold both he and Skip? What is more, would he be able to grab that crazy space cadet that had saved his life before the ship's momentum tore the kid away and beyond reach? He had little time to conjecture. His feet felt the ship's shell take life. Snaking out his hands as rapidly as his reflexes allowed, he grabbed Skip around the waist with both arms. Instantly, the full force of the ship's new direction and Skip's inertia fought a battle centered on Bull's shoulder joints. Long before his bones slipped from their shoulder sockets, Bull felt the pain of tensed and torn muscles course down his sides and chest. He heard himself screaming far away in his own helmet. But he held on, and then he lost consciousness. Later, much later, Bull woke to find himself lying in a bed in the hospital bay of the ship. His arms were stretched high over his head, held firmly in splints under tension. "So you've decided to come too, eh?" Bull turned his head to look at the bandaged figure in the next bed. "Kind of hard to recognize, I guess." The voice was familiar. "How come all those fancy bandages, Space Cadet?" Skip's voice was bitter and self-accusing. "Space Cadet is right. I was outside working on those tubes and never noticed we were getting close to the sun. I must have got a full dose of heat. How dumb can a guy get?" There was a silence between them. Then Bull spoke. "You saved my life out there, Skip. I couldn't have pulled myself in. That took guts. Thanks." "What do you call that last act of yours? There isn't another man on this ship that could, or would, have held on with those arms like that." Both men looked at one another. There would be times when experience and formal education might conflict in the future, but their remarks would never have an edge that mutual admiration wouldn't dull. "Admiring one another's bravery." Both men shifted their eyes to the doorway, where Captain Stevens stood. Resentment rose in both of them. Did he have to call them down and rub it in at a time like this? "Well, what have you got to say for yourselves?" Bull, realizing that there was no sense in trying to condone what he had done, answered with the first thing that popped into his mind. "Too bad we didn't reach the Regis, sir." "But we sure tried," Skip added. "The ship's crew gave everything it had. If we couldn't do it, it couldn't be done." "Nothing to say for yourselves?" Stevens persisted. "I guess not, sir," Skip answered for the both of them. Captain Stevens walked over and stood in the space between their beds. "Both of you seem to have missed an important point, in spite of all your experience and all your learning." Bull and Skip were puzzled. "When that line from the Cerberus 3 to the Regis let go, what happened to us?" Stevens asked. "Why, we were flung from here to trouble," Bull exclaimed. Skip's face screwed up into a frown under his bandages. Then he let out a sigh of relief. "Of course." "Of course what, book boy?" Bull asked irritatedly. "Look," Skip explained, "if you pull a piece of string with a steady tension on both ends, what happens when it breaks?" "That's right. Objects at both ends are flung apart." "So the Regis was flung out of that spot the same as we were?" Bull said in amazement. "That's right," Captain Stevens agreed, "and she was able to hang on in her new position until another rescue ship reached her. She's safe. Alistar of Cygnus is okay too." "So the Federation and the systems are happy," Skip added. "Everything seems to have worked out but us. And we're just playing out." Captain Stevens looked at them. "Some men," he said, "are like a good ship, like the Cerberus 3, for instance. They don't show what they're worth until they've had some of the polish and shine rubbed off. Isn't that so, Alan?" Skip nodded mutely. "Other men," Stevens continued, "are afraid that someone might know more than they do. Don't you agree, right?" Bull's eyes were taking on a new light. "What I really came here for, instance, was to find out when you two figure that you'll be able to pick up your duties as regular officers of the Cerberus 3. I like to keep good men like you with me." Bull and Skip looked at one another and grinned. End of Trouble Near the Sun by Alan J. Ram. Recording by Malachi Starkey.
The Diabolical Drug by Claire Winger Harris. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kelly Hess. The Diabolical Drug by Claire Winger Harris. If Edgar Hamilton had even remotely suspected whither his singular experiments in anesthetics were destined to lead him, it is doubtful whether he would have undertaken even the initial steps. But the degrees by which he advanced from an astounding scientific discovery to an experience beyond the ordinary ken of mankind were in themselves so slow and uncertain as to fail to give warning of the ultimate catastrophe. Young Hamilton's years numbered but 26, and this was to the youth himself a great source of annoyance, for the young woman whom he adored with heart and soul lacked but 4 months of being 32. Now, these 6 years would not have mattered in the least to Edgar, had they not, in the eyes of his lady-love, represented an unbridgeable gulf. Repeated declarations of a lasting devotion did not change the lady's mind in the slightest degree, so that at last, in utter despair, Edgar shut himself in his little chemical laboratory and applied himself assiduously to the pursuit of the science that he loved. For 2 months he saw very little of Ellen Gordon, and even in her presence he had an air of abstraction that contrasted strangely with his former ardor. Upon the rare occasions when he left his laboratory to call at the Gordon home, he sat with preoccupied gaze, much to Ellen's annoyance, for this indifference was certainly less satisfying than his former demonstrations of affection had been. Then, one October day, he was ushered into her presence as she sat playing the piano. He was hatless and breathless. She gazed at him reprovingly, much as a teacher might look in correcting a naughty schoolboy. Edgar comprehended the glance, and it only rendered his present call of greater importance to him. "I say, Ellen, where can I talk to you alone? I've got so much to explain, but we must have privacy." A smile of amusement flitted across her face. "Let's go into the library, Edgar. It is warm by the fireplace, and no one will intrude." Together they passed into the library. After the door was closed, he produced from his coat pocket a vial containing about 2 ounces of a clear amber-colored liquid, which he held up for her inspection. "What is it?" she asked wonderingly. "It's the most wonderful potion ever concocted by the hand of man," he answered somewhat huskily. "It will make Ponce de Leon's fountain of eternal youth look like poison hooch." "But I don't understand, my boy. Is it to be taken internally?" "No, that would be somewhat risky. This is to be injected into the blood, and then—" He paused, not knowing how to continue. "And then what?" asked Miss Gordon, with interested eyes riveted upon the golden fluid. "I will explain." Hamilton gazed for a long moment at the yellow contents of the small bottle before continuing. Then he spoke, and his voice quivered with the intensity of his emotion. "You know, Ellen, the brain is the conscious center to which vibrations are conveyed by the nerves. Do you know what happens when the brain interprets vibrations?" Ellen admitted that she did not. "Well, neither do I," resumed Hamilton, "nor does anybody else, for that matter, but that there is a similar interpretation to all human beings from a given source of vibrations, there can be no doubt, though it cannot be proved that we respond identically. These various vibrations, whether they are the rapid ones of sight, the slower ones of sound, or the still slower ones of touch, must travel over a nerve with something like pressure, which vibrations, as I said before, are probably similarly interpreted by all of us. Now here comes my wonderful discovery." Edgar Hamilton's eyes gleamed with enthusiasm as he reached his climax. "I have discovered that this pressure, which travels along the nerves to the brain, is very like volts in electricity. Now must anesthetics deaden the nerves so that they but faintly convey the nervous impulses to the brain, but I have here a drug that, instead of deadening the nerves, reduces the pressure or voltage, not in halves, mind you, but in hundredths and even in thousandths. You know how our bodies grow old. What is life but the sum total of our forces that resist death? Decrease the nervous energy expended in this process of warding off the grim reaper, and you have a prolongation of the bodily functions. Hence, if not eternal, at least a protracted youth. He held for her further inspection the bit of glass with its amber contents. Will it make me younger?" she faltered. "Certainly not," he replied. "It will merely retard the expenditure of your energy, and you will age very slowly, while the rest of us can overtake and pass you on life's journey. In other words, you will remain about 32, while I go ahead at life's customary pace, catch up and pass you by a year or two, and then, Ellen, I may find favor in your eyes." "Oh, Edgar, if that can be done, I shall truly say yes. What a wonderful man you are to have figured out so marvelous a plan." Edgar Hamilton already fancied that the future held much happiness for them both. "And you are not afraid to have me inject this drug into your arm?" he asked. "Is it painless?" she questioned. "To the best of my knowledge, yes," he answered gravely. "Very well, then, I am ready." She pulled up the sleeve which covered her left arm, while Edgar filled the needle with some of the liquid from the little glass vessel. "It will require the entire amount," he said, "to produce enough change in nervous pressure to keep your body hovering around 32 years of age for 7 or 8 years to come, but I shall administer it slowly." And administer it he did. For a moment it seemed that she was going to faint. Edgar led her gently to the massive armchair into which she sank. She sat erect, but apparently inanimate. Her eyes stared unshrinkingly into the flames, then for a period of a minute or two they remained closed. Then Edgar noticed that she was turning her head toward him, but the movement was scarcely perceptible. Her lips were opening so slowly, and from her throat there issued occasional low rumbles. "My God!" cried the terrified young man. "I've done it now. This is awful. Ellen, you cannot live at this slow rate for 7 years. I never realized it could be so gruesome. For heaven's sake, stop looking at me so fixedly with your mouth open. I can't even talk with you intelligibly. Wait, I have it." He went to a writing desk which stood in a corner and took therefrom a large tablet of paper, and producing a pencil from his own pocket, placed them in Ellen Gordon's lap. After what seemed an interminable length of time, she apparently noticed the tablet and pencil. Another 5, 10, and 15 minutes ticked away on the mahogany mantel clock, at the end of which time she had the pencil and tablet in hands and was beginning to write. Edgar knew that task would require at least a half hour, so he left the library and rushed out upon the terrace, where he found Mrs. Gordon, an aristocratic-appearing woman of 55. To her he poured out the experience of the last few moments. The two lost no time in returning to the library, where Ellen sat, an impassive figure, with the pencil poised apparently motionless above the paper. "She has written some," cried Edgar, "but we will wait until she is through and then read the whole message." Poor Mrs. Gordon was overwhelmed at her daughter's catastrophe, and did not hesitate to express her opinion of young Hamilton in very derogatory epithets. "If you two wanted to be the same age, why didn't you take something to speed you up, instead of bringing this calamity upon my poor dear Ellen?" lamented the distraught mother. "By George," cried Edgar, "I never thought of that. I believe it would be harder to do, but maybe I can yet, and then I shall catch up with her quickly. I could use it as an antidote for what has been given to her." "Well, try it on yourself first, you rash young man. Better have her this way than dead. But look," she cried, pointing to the immobile figure of her daughter. "She is through writing and is looking toward us with the tablet in her hands." Edgar seized the message with trembling hands and read it aloud to the anguished mother. The note ran as follows: "Edgar, what on earth has happened? I don't feel any different, but you fly around worse than a chicken with its head cut off. Half the time you are a mere streak, and as for your talk, occasionally I hear a fine, piping, whistling note. I see Mother is here now, but it was quite a while before she stood in one place long enough for me to make her out. Don't worry, I feel fine, but what ails you?" After reading this, Edgar sat down at the desk and wrote the following to his sweetheart. My own dear Ellen, the amber potion is working. Rates of vibration are relative. If we seem fast to you, you are extremely slow to us. We remain normal with the rest of the inhabitants of this world, while you are considerably slowed up, but do not be alarmed, my dear. I am now beginning to catch up with you in age. And here is a secret for you, your mother, and me. I am going to produce an antidote, which I shall take until I overtake you quickly. Then I shall give you some to bring you back to normal. Then, as the fairy tale has it, we shall live happily ever after. Your devoted Edgar. P.S. You might begin writing me another message right away, so I shall have it to enjoy this evening. He gave this note to Ellen and then followed Mrs. Gordon out on the terrace, where he assured her with sincere words of consolation that everything would come out all right. Mrs. Gordon had been considerably cheered by her daughter's message, and the indignation which she had felt toward her prospective son-in-law was partially mollified. They sat for some time discussing the prospects of a bright future. At length Edgar arose and said he would have a look in at the library to see if Ellen had finished reading the note. In a moment he rushed back toward Mrs. Gordon, his face depicting abject terror. "Come at once," he cried. The frantic mother joined him, and together they ran into the library. Ellen sat with her face turned toward them, her mouth wide open, her eyes squinting. The immobility of the features was gruesome. "Isn't that awful?" gasped Edgar when he could find voice. "Awful nothing," exclaimed the indignant mother. "Can't you see the poor dear girl is laughing at your postscript? See, her finger points to it." But Edgar turned and fled. Many times in the days and weeks that followed, Edgar Hamilton thought of the interminable smile that had lost its quality of alert gaiety, which is essential if a smile is to put across its meaning at all. And the antidote? That was progressing splendidly. It was to be a much more powerful drug than the other. Edgar had figured out that 1 drop of the colorless antidote would counteract the 2 ounces of amber fluid which had been injected into the veins of Ellen Gordon. Before taking any chances with himself, Edgar decided to try the experiment upon Napoleon, the tortoise-shell cat. Napoleon had been nicknamed Nap because he was such a sleepy old fellow. Nap was past the prime of cat life. He was no longer a good mouser, so Edgar figured that if his declining years were a bit shortened, no one would greatly regret that fact, and Nap could prove very useful in testing the powerful antidote. Nap was discovered sleeping under the back porch near the remains of a pork chop which Agnes, the maid, had thrown out to him after breakfast. Edgar smuggled the furry creature upstairs and into the laboratory, and lost no time in administering the drug. 1 drop was all that he intended to inject, but when Nap felt the prick of the needle, he leaped wildly into the air, and before Edgar could withdraw the instrument, Nap had in his veins about 10 drops. After a dazed second or two, Edgar thought the cat had disappeared, but upon closer observation, he perceived a faint gray streak near the floor, moving with almost lightning-like rapidity around the room. Finally, the streak disappeared, and he saw flashes of color. These, he assumed, were the vibrations of Nap's wild cries increased until they entered the realm of vision. Then there was a puff of smoke, an instantaneous glare of fire, and Edgar knew that Nap had literally ignited due to his friction with the air. "Well," thought the chemist sadly when he had recovered from the shock of Nap's fate, "I must take only 1 drop. That will allow me to catch up with Ellen in a few weeks or at most months. Then we will forget about this dangerous drug business." He took within the needle but 1 drop of the crystal fluid and injected it quickly. Nothing apparently happened. He walked to his window and looked out upon the street below, and then he knew what had occurred. It was a frozen world that he beheld. An automobile stood in front of the house, and yet it was not standing, for behind it was a cloud of dust that hung motionless like a fog bank. Everywhere people stood in grotesque attitudes. It required the most infinite patience to discover the meaning of their postures. He turned away from the window and stood buried in thought. At last he became aware that Agnes, the maid, was drifting toward him like some slowly swimming fish. She held a letter in her hand. Now, thought Edgar, I will not alarm her. I will imitate her slow and ponderous movements in receiving the letter from her. Gauging the rate of her approach, he extended his arm as slowly as his muscular control permitted and received the letter with a grave and tiresomely slow bow. If his actions did not appear exactly normal, he could not tell it by the fixed expression of Agnes's features, which were none too mobile under ordinary conditions. He stood perfectly still until she had disappeared. Then, with feverish haste, he opened the missive, which was written in the straight, firm handwriting of Mr. Paul Gordon, the father of Ellen. "You infernal young idiot," it ran. "I'd like nothing so well as to twist your miserable neck. Day after day my daughter sits like a statue, and it quite gets on her mother's nerves and mine to get into communication with her. But now, to cap the climax, she has a severe case of measles, and the doctor tells us she will likely have the disease for the next 5 years. With a sob, Edgar flung the letter from him and seized the vial of colorless liquid. "Let it be 10 drops, he said hoarsely. "I shall go as old Nap did. But no, I shan't prolong it. I will take the entire 2 ounces that I have made. The quicker the better." Now, the reader at this point will doubtless be prepared for the hasty conclusion of this story, but such, I regret to say, is not the case. Have you never heard that 100,000 volts of high-frequency electricity can be discharged through a living body with no apparent damage, but diminish the number of volts to 500 or 1,000 at a lower frequency and death is instantaneous? Something of the quality of the mysterious force known to us as electricity was contained in that harmless-looking liquid. Before Edgar had put the entire 2 ounces into his arm, he was conscious of a deafening roar and of intermittent flashes of brilliant lights. He felt as if he were falling through interstellar space. He seemed to be passing suns with planets swinging in their orbits about them. Great universes stretched on and on without end. At first he thought, they are universes of solar systems containing suns and planets. Then, with sudden lucidity, came the thought, they are molecules made up of atoms containing protons and electrons. I am going, not the way of the telescope, but of the microscope. A physics professor who had been considered a little wild in his theories had once said these words, and they had never been forgotten by the student Hamilton. Our earth in the ether of space is as but a grain of sand upon the seashore. Our universes may be but a molecule in a greater universe, and all our ages since the beginning of our time, records but a second in the time of that larger cosmos. Then take it the other way, too. In this grain of sand which I hold in my hand, there may be other universes which, while I have talked to you, have come into being and vanished. Students, perhaps time is the 4th dimension we have sought after so long. Would not this theory prove that the time element enters into the size of things? Then Edgar understood. Ellen had been headed the way of the telescope, but only to an infinitesimal degree. His body was hurtling millions of times more rapidly in the direction of microscopic infinity, and as his physics professor had explained, the atomic space is as vast, proportionally, as interplanetary space. The difference is that of rates of vibration, and with his bodily shrinkage, Edgar was expending his bodily energies at a relatively rapid rate. Unable to measure the passage of time, Edgar drowsily felt himself losing consciousness. If this was death, it was actually a pleasurable experience. Again, consciousness, sharp and acute. Edgar looked about him and raised himself to a sitting posture. In his ears pounded an almost deafening roar, and a strong wind was blowing steadily. He seemed to be lying upon a stone-paved floor. Then he observed that it was a great ledge, as broad as the length of a city block. He could see where it made a straight horizon with the sky a few rods away. But the fearful roar! He turned toward the near edge of this ledge, and there, stretching in endless billows that tossed and drove great waves to points within not more than 10 feet from the top of the huge wall, was a vast, watery expanse, the most restless, writhing body of water that Edgar had ever imagined. Nothing but water, a deep blue sky, not the cerulean blue of the skies of Terra, but a deeper royal blue, and the stone paving of this vast shelf of rocks. Edgar took a few steps toward the farther edge. As he walked, he noticed how evenly and smoothly the slabs of stone had been fitted together. It was like one vast block of concrete. He approached curiously and cautiously the opposite edge and peered below. He drew back in even greater alarm, for he had glimpsed a pit of fire that sent up great tongues of flame. He seemed literally between the devil and the deep sea. Stepping back a few paces, he commenced to walk along the paving, which seemed the only safe place upon this strange world. To the left stretched the boundless sea, and to the right the awful semblance of Hades. After several miles of weary walking, Edgar began to feel acutely the pangs of hunger. He ventured warily toward the right edge once more, and this time he did not draw back in alarm. Far, far below him lay a beautiful green valley with rolling swards and mossy hillocks. Dwelling places dotted the landscape, and figures moved about. From his lofty height, the scene resembled the miniature cardboard village of his childhood's day. But how to descend into this Garden of Eden? There seemed to be no visible means of getting down to what seemed a veritable paradise after the experiences of the past hour. Along the entire length of the wall, as far down as Edgar could see in both directions, his eye could perceive nothing but a blank uniformity, unless he peered more intently. A few feet directly below him he saw 2 small holes, and his heart gave a joyful bound. The holes must have been made there for the purpose of attaching the curved ends of a ladder used in ascending this most gigantic piece of masonry. Edgar decided to remain directly above the holes until one of the inhabitants of this miniature world should be moved by Providence to investigate the top of the mammoth dike. Many times during the days that followed, Edgar gave up in despair. He tried to shout, but his voice was completely lost in the unceasing roar of the ocean back of him. Too weak to hope longer, he lay down, utterly despondent. And then came hope, and with it a renewed strength. Directly below him, at the base of this vast wall which sloped toward the valley, at an angle of about 30 degrees, were many figures gesticulating and carrying long black objects upon their shoulders. Edgar, in his weakness and excitement, nearly lost his balance in watching the procedure. Then he was assured beyond the question of a doubt that one of them was scaling the wall. Over and over the ladder was being turned and attached into holes along the side. Nearer and nearer crawled a tiny saffron-garmented creature until the ladder had been inserted into the last holes, and an inhabitant of the remote valley stood in astonishment before Edgar Hamilton. His short yellow garment hung by straps across his shoulders and extended below his waist, where it ended in short bloomers, full enough to give the effect of a skirt. His features were in type not unlike those of the people of our Eastern civilization of today. Communication through a common language was, of course, impossible, but Edgar was able to indicate his desire for food and his wish to descend into the green valley. The stranger nodded and then ran to the opposite edge of the dike and gazed long and fixedly at the stormy sea. At length he turned back toward Edgar, and the latter noticed that his face wore an expression of extreme anxiety. They both descended by the ladder. Once down among these people, so like and yet so different from himself, Hamilton learned many strange and wonderful things. Inside of a few weeks he had mastered their language. He became acquainted with numerous astounding truths concerning this planet to which fate had so strangely sent him. Chief among these was the fact that the large island upon which the people dwelt had at one time been part of a vast continent, but the larger portion of this land, with its great cities and monumental temples, palaces, and fertile plains, had been swallowed up in the ocean. The remnant of the civilization, living upon a lofty plateau, had managed to survive the onslaught of the sea, whose waters seemed to creep up through the centuries and threatened to engulf them. In reality, it was not the water which rose, but the land that sank due to enormous subterranean gas pockets collapsing, the gas escaping through fiery volcanoes. This was a sunken land, then, that maintained its temporary safety only through the building and repair of its monstrous dikes. Edgar thought of Holland on the far-away earth. Ah, but was it so far away? He and all the universe about him were an infinitesimal part of the new blue-figured linoleum that he had purchased recently for his laboratory. Not so much like Holland, he said to himself one time, as like the lost land of Mu, which, according to archaeologists, was a tropical continent larger than North America. It went to the bottom of the Pacific with its 64 million white inhabitants and their templed cities 13,000 years ago. Then she came into Edgar's life, and gradually he forgot the linoleum on the laboratory floor and the measles that threatened to last for 5 long years. She was the daughter of Elto, the chief inspector and engineer of the dikes. A sort of modern Nehemiah was he, as he superintended the continual erection of the rocky walls that preserved the land of Lenton from total annihilation. Her name was Yana, and her pale, wild beauty outrivaled the charms of any earthly maiden Edgar had ever known. One time they sat upon a grassy knoll outside Elto's home. They looked in the direction of Mount Carp, into whose forbidding depths Edgar had gazed at the time of his arrival upon this planet. "The fiery mount has been very active of late years," said Yana sadly, her sweet troubled eyes turned in the direction of the volcano. "Father says that the land is sinking rapidly and that the dikes have now been built as high as is possible without their crumbling. He and the wise Kermis predict that inside of the next 50 or 60 years, our beloved Lenton and its inhabitants will be no more, and over all this will stretch that wild, roaring ocean." She shuddered, and in that moment Edgar had clasped her in his arms and won from her the promise to be his bride. 25 years passed, years filled with much happiness, but clouded with an ever-increasing anxiety for the fate of Lenton. Edgar and Yana had lived in happy companionship. They had a son whom they called Yangar. The lad was the pride of their hearts. He had inherited his grandfather's constructive ability, and at the age of 22 was appointed chief engineer of the dikes to succeed his late grandfather Elto. In this capacity, Yangar was a decided success, and by his ingenuity had more than once warded off dire calamity to his country. 35 years more. It looked as if the date set by old Elto for the inundation was nigh. Yangar, now a widower with a son of his own, Manly, was ingenious and vigilant, but even these qualities could not hold out forever against such a monster as hurled itself constantly against the walls. Yana grew thin and wasted away with worry and died. Edgar sorrowed greatly over the loss of his wife, and his son became doubly dear to him. One time, after Yangar had returned from an inspection of the dikes, his father showed him a bottle containing a yellow liquid. "This," he explained to Yangar, "is the way out of the catastrophe for us. It has taken me years to prepare it. I will divide it in thirds for you, Manly, and myself. It is a very concentrated form of a drug I prepared 60 years ago. The entire contents of this bottle is sufficient if injected into the veins of you, Manly, and myself, to so decrease the rate of our nerve impulses that we shall no longer be of this world." He paused, while in retrospection his mind's eye saw the immobile form of that earthly maiden with her interminable smile. "We shall not be of this world, father!" exclaimed Yangar. "Do you mean that we shall die?" "Not that, I trust," replied Edgar. "But as I have often explained to you before, time and size being purely relative, we cannot of necessity become infinitely slower in our rate of existence without at the same time growing infinitely bigger. This process, employed at the crucial moment of disaster, will lift us to a world in a universe next larger to our own. My bodily forces are about exhausted anyhow, but for you and your son Manly, it will mean the ability to complete the normal span of your lives." Then came a day when Edgar and his grandson Manly, a young man of 34, who bore a marked resemblance to his grandfather when the latter had come a stranger to London, sat within the little stone house where they and Yangar dwelt together. The latter was away, as was his custom, to oversee work upon the dikes. On the morrow, Manly would be one of the number chosen to labor for the safety of his land. "Tomorrow you and Yangar must take with you your bottles containing your portions of this wonderful drug that diminishes nervous pressure," said Edgar Hamilton, smiling with affection at his stalwart and handsome grandson. "It is no longer safe to be without it. The attached syringes will render its injection a matter of seconds only." He had scarcely finished speaking when a roar like thunder shook the very ground beneath their feet. Together they rushed to the entrance and lifted their eyes to the rocky wall that had held at bay their watery enemy for so many generations. The dike was a crumbling mass, a Niagara increased to many times its earthly proportions. "May the saints preserve me!" exclaimed Agnes as she flew toward her room and locked the door. "This morning I hands a note to Master Edgar, and he acts that queer I think he's after losing his mind. Then this evening I goes in, and there he's a-settin' on the floor with next to nothing on, and an old man standing beside him. I'm through. If these goings-on don't stop, I'm after looking for another job." At 9 o'clock that evening, the doorbell rang at the Gordon residence. "The strange doctor who was called for consultation by Dr. Bennet, dear," said Mrs. Gordon to her husband. "Dr. Bennet said he would send him to see poor Ellen. Will you go to the door?" "If it's the doctor, all right," responded her spouse. "But should it chance to be that scalawag Hamilton, down the front steps he goes, faster than he came up." Mr. Gordon opened the front door and gave a little gasp of amazement. In the entryway, with the street light shining grotesquely upon his bent figure, stood an aged stranger. "Are you the consulting physician to investigate Miss Gordon's case?" asked Mr. Gordon. The elderly individual bent an interested glance upon the man before him. Then he replied, Yes, I believe I have an excellent cure for her condition. May I see her?" "Certainly. This way, doctor." The strange physician followed Mr. and Mrs. Paul Gordon to the room of their daughter. Upon the bed lay the inert form of the unfortunate young woman whose nerve impulses had been so retarded as to render her a misfit among all the rest of humanity about her. The aged doctor gazed at the still form intently. "Not a day over 32, he thought to himself. Aloud he said, Her most rapid cure will be accomplished by injecting this serum, which— But please, doctor, pleaded the mother with a detaining hand upon his arm. I don't like injected serums. Can't she, take it internally? Unfortunately not, my good woman, but let me assure you it will effect a rapid cure. The mother surrendered, and the old doctor injected into the arm of his patient a drop of colorless liquid. The effect was almost instantaneous. Ellen sat up quickly and looked from one to the other of the occupants of the room. "Mother, father," she cried, "has the world really stopped tearing around at such a fearful rate? Ah, I know it is I who am back to normal. I wonder if Edgar is succeeding in catching up with me. My measles won't last long now." The old man turned to leave the room, but stopped at a question from the astonished father, Paul Gordon. "To whom are we indebted for this restoration of our daughter to normalcy?" The piercing eyes of the stranger swept the faces of all three. "To Edgar Hamilton," he replied quietly. "Oh, he sent you, did he?" laughed Mr. Gordon. "Probably the young rascal was afraid to deliver the antidote in person after my somewhat plain letter this morning." The aged man advanced a step with outstretched, trembling hands. "You do not understand, Mr. Gordon. I am Edgar Hamilton." "You? Well, this is rich." Aside to his wife, "We must humor the poor devil." "Joking set aside," persisted the stranger, "I am Edgar Hamilton, to whom you owe your late catastrophe and its more recent remedy." Then he proceeded to tell a tale of a spent lifetime, a tale so fantastic that it fell upon incredulous ears. It ended with a wild, unearthly cry of "Yangar, my son Yangar!" His shrieks grew louder until they became the ravings of a madman. Nearly all who have seen him at the asylum and heard his story believe him to be the victim of an hallucination. It is said that some months after Ellen Gordon's complete recovery from measles, she married a young man by the name of Manly Hamilton, who claimed kinship with the Edgar Hamilton who had so mysteriously disappeared. There remain those of their acquaintance who maintain that Ellen's husband and Edgar are one and the same man, but that does not explain the aged inmate of the asylum. End of The Diabolical Drug by Claire Winger Harris.
Phantom Out of Time by Nelson Bond. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Cindy Morton. Phantom Out of Time by Nelson Bond. Part 1. Grayed Garroway's empire on Earth was toppling, smashed by the flaming vengeance of Dirk Morris, who struck from nowhere with blinding speed and true justice. Yet such a thing could not be, for Dirk Morris was dead, slain at the brutal command of the Black Dictator. Metal grated upon metal. A heavy gate at the far end of the corridor swung open, and footsteps stirred dull echoes down the quiet prison block. Neil Hardesty turned beseeching eyes to his friend and leader. "Dirk," he begged, "for the last time, let us share this with you. Please." Varath, the hulking Venusian, nodded mutely, lending his support to Neil's appeal. Shaughnessy, Varath's earthly equal in size and strength, rumbled deep in his throat. "Yes, Dirk, we're all in this together. Let us take the punishment together, like men." Dirk Morris shook his head. His voice was firm, his gaze calm and steady. "No, it's better one of us should die than all. We set ourselves a righteous task, to rid the system of a madman and a tyrant. We pledged ourselves to fight to win or to die. Our first leader has already given his life that worlds may someday again breathe the air of freedom. A dozen of our comrades have paid the price of rebellion. Edwards, Johnson, Valerie, our blood brothers. Now it is my turn. But my passing does not mean we give up the fight. You, Hardesty, must take over the leadership of our little clan. When you've been freed, carry on. Find new recruits. Rebuild our organization. 4 against an empire is mighty odds. But if you 4 surrender, the liberty of all men is doomed for generations. Fred Meacher said hopefully, "That's right. Someone must pick up the torch. Neil, if you'd rather not, I'll bear the message." "Never mind," said Hardesty. "I'm ready to take it. Well, Dirk?" The footsteps were drawing nearer. Swiftly, coolly, but deliberately, Dirk Morris placed his lips close to Neil's ear, whispered a brief sentence. Hardesty started. His eyes first widened, then narrowed with incredulous surmise. "Dirk!" he gasped. "But that's... You can't mean..." "Quiet," warned Brian Shaughnessy. "Here they come, the skulking rats." He spat contemptuously on the floor as a band of armed men halted before the cell in which the quartet was imprisoned. The foremost guardsman parted, and before the grill appeared a man tall and powerful, dark of eye and beetling of brow, a personage whose innate ruthlessness and cruelty could not be disguised even by the ornate finery he wore. This was Grayed Garraway, Black Garraway, tyrant of earth, emperor of the system, overlord, by force of arms, of the entire solar union. He smiled, but there was little mirth in his smile and no sincerity. "Well, Morris?" he demanded. "Well?" repeated Dirk stonily. "Your time passes swiftly. Have you decided to tell your secret?" "I know one thing," said Morris, "that is no secret. My time passes swiftly, yes, but so does yours. The days of your dictatorship are numbered, Garraway. Soon the cleansing flame of righteous rebellion will rise to sweep you and every evil thing you stand for from the face of creation." Garraway stiffened, flushing with dark anger. "You speak boldly for a doomed man, Morris. Guards, open the cell." He scowled. "It may amuse you to learn that I did not need your information, traitor. I gave you a final chance to offer it of your own free will, but your cherished secret has already been solved." "Solved?" That was Hardesty. "You mean..." "Quiet, Neil," warned Dirk. "He's faking." Garraway laughed. "Faking? You shall see in a few minutes when I put you to death in the murderous device constructed by your one-time leader, Dr. Townsend." "Murderous?" began Hardesty. "Please, Neil." "Then you found Dr. Townsend's chamber?" asked Dirk. "Yes, and experimented with it too. We know now its purpose. Too bad Robert Townsend did not live to receive our congratulations. So that was your secret, eh? Your late leader succeeded in perfecting a disintegration chamber?" Began Morris. Then he stopped abruptly. When he spoke again, his voice was defiant. "Well, now that you know, what are you going to do about it?" Brian Shaughnessy stared at his friend miserably. "Disintegrating machine," he choked. "Nothing but a damn theoretical gadget? Is that The great invention we've been risking our lives for? Dirk! Do about it, laughed Garraway negligently. Why, I'm going to turn it to my own usage, of course. And you, my unfortunate young conspirator, will attain the distinction of being the instrument's first human victim. Come, guards, we have no more time to waste. A moment, interrupted Morris. You will keep your promise? My companions go free when I die? The Overlord nodded with mock graciousness. Greyhead Garraway needs compromise with no man, but I have given my word. Yes, your companions go free. Very well, then. I am ready. Morris turned and gripped warmly the hand of each of his companions in turn. Then he stepped forward. 2 guards flanked him. The captain of the guard rasped a command. The little band marched down the avenue and out of sight. Silence surged in to hush the stir of footsteps. Somewhere, a barrier clanged metallically. A disintegrating machine? Moaned Shaughnessy. A damn disintegrating machine? Suppose we did have it. What good would it do us? It wasn't portable. We couldn't use it to fight Garraway's hordes. Dirk's just thrown his life away for nothing. Please, Brian, begged Hardesty. His hands were knotted at his sides, the knuckles as white as his lips. Meecher's eyes were ghastly. Only Varuth displayed no emotion, but the sinews of the Venusian's throat were taut cords of strain as he, with the others, waited. Slow seconds passed on sluggish feet. Then, after 1,000,000 eons, came the dreaded signal. From afar sounded the thin, persistent hum of pulsing current. The strong lights of the prison block dimmed briefly, glowed, dimmed again, and glowed. Ryan Shaughnessy, strong fighting man that he was, raised a hand to his eyes. Neil Hardesty's breath broke in a shaken murmur. Meecher whimpered, and Varuth's massive fist tensed at his thighs. Again, a door opened. Again, footsteps approached the prisoners. There was a look of gloating malice on Garraway's swarthy face. He said, "Open the cell, guards. Let them out now." Hardesty whispered, It is over?" "It is over. Your friend has vanished. Disappeared into whatever hell awaits rebels." The Overlord smiled. "It was a most interesting exhibition. Most." Through the glazed pane, we saw him standing, panic-stricken, frozen with terror. Then the current was turned on. Before our eyes, he vanished as a mist. "I don't believe it," growled Shaughnessy. "Morris was afraid of nothing, man, beast, nor devil." And we?" broke in Fred Meecher fearfully. "Go free," said Black Garraway, "as I promised. But have a care. If ever I hear a word of complaint or suspicion raised against any of you again, you will share his fate. It is only through my graciousness you live." "We understand," said Neil evenly. "Come, friends." He led the way from the cell as a guard unlocked the door. When the 4 had almost reached the end of the prison corridor, Garraway called after them. "Oh, one thing more. I almost forgot to thank you, Meecher." Shaughnessy said, "Huh? What's that? Why, what's he got to thank you for, Fred?" Meecher's pale eyes rolled, suddenly panicked. "Me? I don't know what he's talking about." Black Garraway's heavy laughter filled the hall. "What? Oh, come now, Meacher. Of course you do. I appreciate the information you gave me on Morris. The reward I promised you will be waiting at the State Hall tomorrow. 1,000 credits, wasn't it? Well, come and claim it. He chuckled stridently. If you can. Before the quick suspicion rising in the eyes of the comrades he had betrayed, Meacher quailed. He tugged free of Shaughnessy's hand and scampered to the protection of Garraway's guard. His voice bleated shrill remonstrance. Sire, you should not have told them. I served you faithfully and well, wormed my way into their inner council. Were it not for me, you would never have known. Black Garraway avoided the informer's frenzied clawing. His voice was hard, mocking, contemptuous. Fool, you brought me no information worth hearing. Through my own efforts, I discovered Townsend's instrument and solved its secret. You are a dolt, a stupid bungler. I need no such aids. But I told you Morris held the secret. Bah! There is no longer a secret to be held. But there is, sire. Before he died, Morris told it to... Hardesty interrupted coldly. Am I to understand, Garraway, that this man is no longer under your protection? Garraway shrugged. I have washed my hands of him, he said carelessly. Come, guards. He turned away as Meacher screamed, vainly struggled to escape the vengeful trio closing in on him. Take him, Verath, ordered Hardesty succinctly. The great Venusian's hands closed briefly around the traitor's throat, stifling his garbled cries. With revealing ease, he lifted the Earthman, held him dangling like a sack of meal in midair, and looked at Hardesty for orders. Put him down, commanded Neil. We will settle our differences elsewhere. Verath grunted and obediently loosed his grip. The body of Fred Meacher slumped to the floor awkwardly and lay still. Brian Shaughnessy bent over the crumpled figure. He glared up angrily at his comrade. Confound you, Verth, he's dead. Verth grinned slowly. Sorry, he said. Maybe hold too tight? One of the guards, glancing back, muttered a word to his captain who, in turn, passed the message to the overlord. A thin smile touched Garraway's lips, but he did not turn his head. The incident was, his attitude intimated as he led his entourage from the hall, a matter in which he took no concern whatsoever. 2. As at his captor's bidding, he stepped into the great metal chamber which was the late Dr. Townsend's creation. Two singular emotions filled Dirk Morris's mind. One of these was thankfulness. The second, curiosity. Fear was strangely absent. Perhaps that was because for many months Dirk and those with whom he conspired for the overthrow of Black Garraway's tyrannical rule had lived under a Damoclean sword. Death, long a silent guest at their every gathering, was a host whose imminence aroused no dread. Dirk was thankful that he had been able to buy, with his own life, the freedom of his companions. Why the Emperor had been willing to strike this bargain, Dirk did not exactly understand. Possibly because the Overlord held his enemies in contempt. Now their leader was being removed. More likely because Garraway still held a lurking fear of those who plotted against him, and was freeing them only that his hireling spies might watch their movements. But even that, thought Morris gratefully, was better than that all should die and the movement end. Hardesty now knew the secret, and while one remained alive to work on that knowledge, hope endured. The second commingling emotion, curiosity, concerned the chamber into which at this very moment he was stepping. A disintegration chamber, Garraway had called it, vowing his scientists had learned its method of operation. But in this, Dirk knew with positive assurance the Overlord was mistaken. Utterly mistaken. Yet, if it were not a disintegration machine, then what? There was no time for further thought. The door was closed. Through the thick pane, Morris saw Garraway nod, saw a soldier close the switch on the instrument's control board. For an instant, the thin hum of current filled Dirk's ears. A terrific impact of pure electrical energy pierced his every nerve and fiber with flaming hammers of agony. He felt his knees buckle beneath him, was vainly aware that his mouth opened to cry aloud noiselessly. A strange, twisting vibration wrenched and tore him. The solid walls about him seemed to melt and writhe at angles the eyes ached to follow. All this he saw as in the throes of wild delirium. Then, unable to longer bear the fearful pain, every sinew of his being tensed for an intolerable instant. Then darkness, blessed darkness, rushed in to claim Dirk Morris. He sank, weak and senseless, into its enfolding arms. Silence. Silence and darkness. Then, out of the silence, sound. Out of the infinite darkness, light. Light and warmth and comfort. Dirk Morris opened his eyes. He opened his eyes, then closed them again, shaking his head to rid his fancy of its weird hallucination. Beside him, a voice spoke soft, rippling syllables that held no meaning. Another voice replied, a masculine voice, equally soft but elderly and grave. The possessor of the first voice pressed a cup to Morris's lips. An unknown liquor tingled Dirk's palate and swept the lethargy from his veins. He stirred and lifted himself to one elbow, stared about him incredulously. "Where?" he began. "Where on earth?" Then he stopped, seeing the sky above him, the ground supporting him, those who were his Samaritans. A poignant regret seized him. He whispered, "Not on earth. Then the ancient religions were true? There is an afterlife? A heaven peopled with angels?" The girl, kneeling beside him, laughed. Her voice, like the music of rill waters, she turned to her elder companion, said in strange, accented English, "See, I was right, Father. He is from over there. I recognize the garments, severe and ugly, not at all like ours." She touched the flowing hem of her own brief, silken kirtle with fingers equally soft and white. Both she and the graybeard were dressed in clothing of classic simplicity, no stiff military harness like that worn by earthlings of Dirk's era, but something resembling the chiton of ancient Greece. Dirk said wonderingly, You're human?" "But of course, stranger. This isn't Earth, though, nor any planet of the system." Dirk gestured toward the landscape, smooth and gaily gardened, stretching from horizon to horizon with no ornament save the natural adornments of nature. Here were no grim and ugly buildings towering to the skies, blocking the sun's warm rays from view, no shining mansions flanked by filthy hovels, none of the cheek and jowl splendor and squalor of the world whence he had come. Here was only gentle, untrammeled beauty and a quiet, pastoral existence. No planet of the solar system was so organized, Dirk knew. But were a second, convincing proof needed, he had but to glance at the sky. There shone not the lone familiar son of Earth, but two suns. A binary system. One golden yellow like Sol, the other a bluish-white globe of radiance. "No," answered the elderly man. "This is neither the Earth from which you came, nor any planet of its system. This is the planet Nadron, satellite of the twin suns Kragal and Thuminian, in the 4th galactic level." Triumph was a bursting bomb in Morris's heart. "Then it was a success after all," he cried. "Then Townsend was right. If only he'd lived to see this day. A success. And all because Garraway scientists, playing with an instrument they did not understand, succeeded where we had failed for years. But your planet is unfamiliar to me. I do not know your sons by the names you have given them. Your system lies just where in relation to the galactic center? How many miles or light years are we from my native Earth?" The old man looked at him oddly for a moment. Then, "We are no miles from your Earth, my friend," he announced quietly, "and the distance may be measured in seconds, not light years." Dirk stared, bewilderment in his eyes. I'm afraid I don't understand, sir. I hope you will forgive me. Perhaps you are joking?" "It is no jest, my boy, but the simple truth. Earth and Nadron are... But stay, let me prove my point otherwise. Has it not occurred to you to wonder that we, the people of a foreign world, know your language?" Dirk said wonderingly, Why, that's right, you do. But how?" "Because," explained the elder, "we have listened to it being spoken for many, many years. Over our visors, we have both heard and watched you on your neighboring world." "Neighboring world?" "How came you here?" asked the old man. "What means of propulsion brought you hither?" That, at least, Dirk knew. He answered eagerly. "I came here through the medium of the greatest discovery ever made by man, the teleport, a machine invented by Robert Townsend, a perfect solution to the long puzzling problem of material transport through space. It disassembles the atoms of any body placed in its transmitting chamber and reconstructs that body at a destination selected by a setting of its dials. Through circumstances not of my own choosing, I was a subject of that machine. I was forced into the transmitter by, well, it does not matter whom, and my body broadcast to this spot. Though I do not yet, sir, understand just where I am or exactly how I reached here." The old man shook his head regretfully. "I am sorry, my boy. To tell you, the machine did not work as was planned. Its theory was sound. In one respect, it performed as expected. It did disassemble your atomic components, did reconstruct your body elsewhere. But it was to no far bourne your journey carried you. Your body still stands in exactly the spot it stood before the machine operated." For a long, uncomprehending moment, Dirk Morris gaped at his informant. At last, his bedazement found words. "Oh, now surely, you can't expect me to believe." "No," interrupted the graybeard gently, not without visual evidence. "Rima, my dear?" He turned to the girl, who nodded, and from the folds of her garment produced a shimmering crystal object, a mirror of some sort, or a lens. This she handed to Dirk. "If you will look through this," she suggested. Morris lifted the crystal to his eyes wonderingly, then almost dropped it in his excitement. Beneath his feet still lay the lush greensward of an alien world, but through the curious crystal he gazed upon no panorama of soft rolling hills and pleasant valleys. Before him lay the image of a scene he had but recently quitted, the execution dock of Grayed Garraway's prison. A few feet to his right stood the metal chamber into which he had been thrust, the supposed disintegration cell. Through the viewpane of this, the Overlord was peering, a grim smirk of satisfaction on his lips. As Dirk watched, Garraway turned and gestured to the guardsman whose hand had depressed the activating switch. Dirk heard no words, but could easily read the movement of the Emperor's lips. "Enough! It is done." With an instinct born of illogic, Dirk reached forth as if to grip the throat of the murderous Garraway. In doing so, the crystal left his eyes. Instantly, the scene vanished. He looked once more upon distant purpled hills, softly limed in the splendor of two suns. The girl laughed softly. "Confusing at first, isn't it? But you'll soon—" "Please," begged Dirk hoarsely, "I must see." He placed the mirror-like object once more to his eyes, saw Grayed Garraway lead the way from the execution chamber. Awkwardly, uncertainly, Morris took a step forward. Another, though he knew his feet trod the soil of the planet Nadron, to his eyes it seemed he glided forward across the floor of the prison. The door swung to behind Garraway and his followers, and involuntarily Dirk flinched, then grunted reproof at his own needless gesture. So far as he was concerned, that heavy metal barrier did not exist. For the briefest fraction of an instant, his vision was blotted by jet darkness. Then he stood outside the door, looking down the corridor. He hastened forward, stumbling, as feet that appeared to be traversing smooth floors actually trod uneven soil, and paused at last, an invisible presence at the tableau next enacted. He witnessed his friend's release from the cell, read the movement of Hardestay's dry lips as Neil whispered, It is over." He saw Garraway's boastful warning, Brian's hot denial, then watched first with dazed incomprehension and then fierce understanding the betrayal, panic, and execution of Fred Meacher. When Meacher's corpse lay on the floor at, or so it seemed, his very feet, and the comrades left the hallway, he would again have followed them. But at that moment he landed with a solid bump against something hard, and with a start he looked from the crystal to find a tree before him. More than 100 yards away waited those who had befriended him. He retraced his steps slowly to their company. "Now you understand and believe, my boy?" the kindly alien asked. "I believe," said Dirk simply. "But, sir?" "My name, man of Earth, is Slaydor. On this world I am known as the Patan Slaydor, which is to say, teacher. This is my daughter Rima. I am called Morris, Dirk Morris. I also," Dirk spoke bitterly, "have a number, as have all Earthmen of this unhappy century. Yes, Patan Slaydor, I believe, but even yet I do not understand. I stand in one world, but looking through your crystal, I see into another, my own. Why is this?" "Because, Dirk Morris, our two worlds lie adjacent." "Adjacent? You mean in space?" "I mean in space-time. Look, my young friend, your earth science knows of the atom?" "But of course, it is the building block of matter, the smallest indivisible unit." "Exactly. Yet even this minute fleck of matter, the building block of worlds, so small that it cannot be observed under man's strongest microscopes, is composed of 99% empty space. Or let me say rather, what appears to be such to the men of all universes. Actually, there is no emptiness in the atom. It is composed of solid matter, but the individual zerons of this single entity are all vibrating at a different frequency in the greater universe which includes all of space and time. Consequently, you on Earth, existing at one rate of vibration, see an entire universe vibrating at a period which matches your own. We of Nedron live under another vibration. Our solidity, our world, our universe, these are all parts of the emptiness of your world, just as your existence forms a part of the emptiness of our atom. Do you see? Vaguely, said Dirk humbly, only vaguely. We, the young men of my era, are not an educated people, Patan Slador. There was a time in Earth's history when all men were free to study where and as they wished, read what they willed. It is not so now. Only the highborn are permitted to own books or borrow them from the overlord's crypts. Only those designated by the emperor are taught to read and write. The rest of us, hungry for a crust of knowledge, must gather in hidden places to learn our letters from instructors who risk their lives to teach us. You mean, cried the girl, one man has dared grasp so much power? So much evil power? Slater nodded gravely. Yes, my dear, I have long believed some such situation existed on our neighbor world. From scenes I have witnessed through the visor, snatches of whispered conversation, I guessed such might be the case. It is a sorry plight for a once proud world, drowned in a sea of ignorance, sunken in a slough of misery and despair. Mankind is beaten, helpless. Dirk laughed gratingly. Pardon me, sir. Not beaten, not helpless. We are ignorant, yes, but not yet have all of us abandoned hope of striking off our shackles. We have a secret organization, fostered by the late Dr. Townsend, led until recently by myself, now headed by the bravest of my former comrades, Neil Hardesty. The members of this clan are pledged to one purpose, the overthrow of Grayed Garraway, tyrant of the solar system. Our greatest hope for success lay in Dr. Townsend's invention, the teleport. It is quite impossible to muster an armed band on any of the planets under Garraway's thumb. His spies are everywhere. Even, Dirk finished bitterly, among our own supposed comrades. Therefore, we had planned to transport our bodies to some extrasolar world, there gird ourselves for a last fight against Garraway's minions. That was our dream. But now? He paused, shaking his head sorrowfully. That dream was now ended. Dr. Townsend's secret weapon was not what had been hoped. Instead... Then, even as he despaired, understanding drove home with blinding force. The weapon was not a failure. It was a success, but in another way than had been planned. He cried aloud, "But yes, I've been blind. This way is just as good, perhaps better." "What way, Dirk Morris?" asked the girl. "There is no need to seek a far planet of a far sun. We planned that solely because we did not know anything about the existence of your world, your universe. Nedron shall be our rallying spot. It is the ideal spot wherein to gather our forces, close to Earth, seconds, not light years, from the foe we would crush." "A moment, Earthmen," interrupted Slador. "You mean to use our world as the breeding place for conflict on yours? Is that your thought?" "But of course, what better place?" The Patan shook his head gravely. "I am sorry, my son, but I fear that is impossible. The council would never permit it." "Council?" "Our government. Here we have a world council, made up of the oldest and wisest among us. Many, many centuries ago, the question was raised as to whether we of Nedron should establish and maintain intercourse between our neighboring planets. After a lengthy period of observation and study, it was decided we should not. It was the Council's judgment. Here Slaydor flushed with a thin apology, that Earth is too primitive a stage of development for such a union. Wherever and whenever we watched affairs unfolding, we saw war, strife, bickering, and discontent. We saw poverty and hunger, perils unknown in our own quiet civilization. We heard the roar of gunfire and the bombastic mouthings of warlords. We found, in short, no culture worth the inclusion in our own placid existence. At that time was the law laid down, that we of Nadron should not embroil ourselves in Earth's affairs until such a time as a civilized Earth should be able to meet us on a plane of equal amity. Therefore, sighed the Patan, despite my private sympathy with your cause, I am compelled to warn you that you may not use Nadron as host for your gathering forces. Though a peaceful world, we have means of enforcing this edict. I am sorry, but you must develop other plans. Dirk stared at the speaker stricken, realizing the logic of all Slaydor had said, but feeling, nevertheless, sick despair that Earth's past madnesses should now so destroy the only chance of present salvation. He turned to the girl, who returned his gaze with a helpless little shrug of sympathy. He wet his lips, said hoarsely, But if you do not help us, Earth is doomed to tyranny for countless decades to come. You cannot refuse us your aid. Slaydor said smoothly, surprisingly, I have not said I would not aid you. I have merely forbidden your forces the soil of Nadron. But there are other ways of helping, ways not under the ban of our council's sage decision. Hope surged in Morris like a welling tide. There are? He cried. What ways, Patan Slaydor? Have you forgotten, asked Slaydor, the strangeness of your own existence here? Or is it that you do not yet see how this can be bent to use? Listen, my son. He spoke, and Dirk Morris listened with ever-growing interest. 3. Corporal Ned Tandred, precinct collector of taxes in the 9th Ward, 34th District of Greater Globe City, did not like his job. As he wheeled his unicar through the twilight-shaded streets of the city, hemmed by a rush of bustling traffic, he thought regretfully of those from whom he had this day forced payment of tithes, tribute they could ill afford. An old man, an even older widow, the husband of an invalid wife, and father of 3 small children, a young man unable, now new taxes had been exacted, to marry the girl who had been waiting for him for 7 long years. These were just a few of the humble lives the Emperor's recent edict had driven to newer, deeper sloughs of despair, and he, Corporal Tandred, had been the unwilling instrument through which Garraway had dipped once again into the pockets of his subjects. Subjects, grunted Corporal Tandred. Not subjects, slaves. That's what we are, all of us, myself included. He tugged savagely at the handle of his unicar, careening the tiny one-wheeled vehicle perilously to the curb of the avenue as a gigantic gray-green armored tanker of the Imperial Army roared belligerently up the center of the street, hogging the road and scattering traffic before it. Miserable serfs, all of us. If I thought there were half a chance of getting away with it, I'd skip this filthy uniform and... He stopped suddenly, a strange sensation coming over him, the sensation of somehow being watched, listened to. He peered cautiously over his shoulder. No one in the car but himself. The communications unit was dull. No chance his rebellious grumbling had been overheard by a keen-eared headquarters clerk. Corporal Tandred breathed a sigh of relief. Nerves. Just plain nerves. That was all that bothered him. That was the result of living under constant surveillance, inescapable oppression. You got the feeling of never being free. This cursed money, he grumbled again. If I could get away with it, I'd throw it in the captain's face, in the overlord's face. Thieving... Once more he stopped mid-sentence, his lips a wide and fearful O of bewilderment. This time he had made no mistake. There was someone near him. A voice spoke in his ear. "Make no such foolish gesture, Corporal." Corporal Tandred recovered control of his car with a sudden effort. He depressed its decelerating button, drew to the curb, and stared wildly about him. Who said that?" he demanded hoarsely. "Where are you?" "Who speaks," said the quiet, insistent voice, "does not matter, nor the spot from whence I speak. The important thing is that you hear and obey my words. Make not the error of hurling the tribute money in anyone's face. Deliver it to your superior officer, but see that you get a signed receipt for it. Do you understand?" "No," said Corporal Tandred weakly. "I hear a voice speaking, but see no one. I don't understand." "It is not necessary that you understand. Just obey. Get a signed receipt for that money. That is all." "Wait!" cried Corporal Tandred. "Wait a minute!" He was talking to himself. Even as he spoke, he sensed that the strange, semi-electrical feeling of a nearby presence was gone. For a moment, he sat stock still, trying to soothe his ruffled nerves. His effort was not altogether successful. He started the unicar with a jerk and sped down the avenue at a rate of speed forbidden by civic ordinance. A uniformed attendant frowned disapproval as he squealed to a stop in front of the revenue office, but Corporal Tandred paid him no heed. He hurried straight away to the central office, there deposited his collections before his captain. The captain nodded abstractedly, then, his attention drawn by some oddness in the subaltern's appearance, raised a questioning eyebrow. "What is it, Tandred? Anything wrong?" No, sir," said the corporal uncertainly. "Someone make a complaint, that it?" "Well, sir, there were several complaints. Citizens find these new taxes hard to swallow, sir. Very hard." The captain laughed derisively. "Sheep. Let them suffer. It is no concern of ours. The overlord has a militia to maintain. Well, that is all." He waved a hand in dismissal. Corporal Tandred said hesitantly, "Yes, sir, but the receipt, sir?" "Receipt? For what?" "For the money, sir. Regulations, sir?" "Oh, yes." The captain grinned caustically. "Don't you trust me, Corporal? You never asked for a receipt before that I can remember." No, sir. I mean, of course I trust you, sir. I just thought that this being a new tax..." Very well, very well." The captain scribbled, tore a receipt from his pad, and handed it to the underling. "You may go now, Corporal." "Yes, sir. Thank you, sir." Corporal Tandred left hurriedly, still uncertain why he had obeyed the instructions of the mysterious voice, still uncomprehending as to why he should have asked for a receipt, but with a strong conviction he had done the wise thing. He was right. 5 minutes later, the money vanished mysteriously from the captain's desk. Or so, at any rate, In stern judicial court, the captain swore repeatedly to an even colder superior. In vain the captain protested his innocence and tried to shift the blame to Corporal Tandred's shoulders. The corporal was in the clear, triumphantly acquitted through possession of a signed receipt for the missing money. In the bleak gray of the following dawn, the captain was shot for theft and conspiracy against the state, but the money was not found among his effects. Brian Shaughnessy, crouched in the concealment of a flowering hedge, heard the footsteps of the guard pass within scant inches of his head. He counted slowly to himself. 8, 9, 10. Noiselessly he gathered himself for the silent dash. Watchful waiting had taught him that 10 seconds after marching past this bush, the guard turned briefly down a side lane from which the roadway was invisible. A hurried run, a swift and silent dash, would take him to the doorway of the supply warehouse. He crouched, tensed, listened, then ran. For a big man, he made little noise. He had reached his objective with seconds to spare before the guard, returning from the bypath, glanced up and down the main avenue, found all clear, and resumed his rounds. Shaughnessy grinned, slipped into the shadow of the doorway, and fumbled at his belt. He withdrew a metal ovoid, prepared to draw the pin that set its mechanism into operation, then stopped. His fingers faltered, and he whirled, eyes darting anxiously, for from the darkness a voice had spoken. "No, Brian." Brian Shaughnessy shook himself like a great shaggy dog. He was a strong man, a man of great courage, but he was also a superstitious man. Awe dawned now in his eyes. "This is it, then," he whispered to himself. "I'm not long for this world. It's him, come to meet me. Well," he shrugged, "if that's the way it must be, I might as well finish this job." And again he reached for the pin. But this time the sense of unseen presence was so strong that Brian Shaughnessy could almost feel the grip of ghostly fingers tingling on his wrist. And the voice was louder, clearer. "No, Brian, not here." "Morris!" cried Shaughnessy starkly, unbelievingly. "Dirk Morris!" "Hush, you idiot!" warned the voice. "You'll bring the guard down upon us." "Us?" repeated Brian, baffled. "Don't toss that grenade here. You're too close to the munition bins. Here, let me have it." Shaughnessy, stricken with a near paralysis of awe, felt a curious vibration tingle through his fingers as from his slackened grip the explosive ovoid slipped and vanished. He stared about him wildly, gasped, "The grenade! Where did it go? Dirk!" "Not now," whispered the urgent voice. "Go to Neil. Tell him to gather the group at the regular place tonight. I will come to you. Now, get out of here, quickly." But I don't understand," gulped Brian. "Quickly," insisted the voice. Shaughnessy nodded. He did not in the least understand what manner of mystery here confronted him, but he was a faithful servant of the group. It was enough for him that he had heard Dirk Morris's voice, and that voice issued orders. Without another word, he turned and slipped across the pathway to the cover of the hedge. Using it as a shelter, he fled the vicinity of the warehouse. It was well he did so. Less than 2 minutes later, a terrific blast hurled him headlong to the ground as a bolt of man-made lightning seared the munitions dump wherein was stored the bulk of Grey Garraway's military supplies for this area. A livid stalk of greasy smoke, flame-laced, mushroomed to the skies, and the terrain for miles around was shaken as by a trembler. When the ensuing fire was finally brought under control, there remained but charred and twisted girders in that gaping pit which once had been a fortress. Lenore Garraway hummed softly to herself as she sat before the gorgeous full-length mirror of her dressing-room table. She was happy, and that was not altogether commonplace, because for an emperor's daughter, surrounded by ease and every comfort, dwelling in the lap of luxuries few others even dared dream of, Lenore Garraway was not often happy. But she was now, because she was with her gems. No pleasure in the 7 worlds compared, in the Princess Lenore's mind, with that of fondling her precious stones, rare and perfect specimens gathered from the far-flung corners of the system, at the cost of no one dared guess how many lives. Before and about her in bounteous array lay a ransom of glittering baubles, chalcedony and sardonyx, diamond and ruby, the rare green pyroxenus delved from the sea bottoms of Venus, the even rarer ice amethyst of Uranus, wistrix from giant Jupiter, and the faceted colloidon of tiny Eros. These were her playthings. So she sat, allowing the glittering motes to sift through her soft white fingers, raising this matched set of rings to her ears, that exquisite lavalier to her equally exquisite throat, humming softly to herself as she sat at her dressing table, watching the graceful movements of her perfect body in the full-length rock quartz mirror. A soft tap pulsed through the room, and the Princess Lenore turned, the flicker of a frown marring the perfection of her brow. "Well, Marta?" she demanded. Her maid-in-waiting entered fearfully. She was old and ugly. The princess would not have anyone about her who were not. Her radiance must be at all times like that of a true jewel amidst paste. Even the ladies of the court were required to dress down their own lesser beauty when gathered for state occasions. "Well, Marta," repeated the princess. "Your pardon, Highness," breathed the old woman. "A delegation from the women of the city?" "What do they want?" "It is something about taxes, Highness. They say they cannot afford—" "Taxes?" The princess's eyes clouded. "Why must they fret me with their miserable woes? I know nothing of taxes. Bid them see my father." Marta cringed humbly. "They have tried to, Highness, but without success. That is why they have come here to beg your intercession." "I cannot see them," said Lenore. "Tell them to go away. I am busy." "But, Highness—" "Away, I said." The princess's voice was silken soft no longer. It flamed with sudden petulance. "I am too busy to hear their petty grievances. Send them away. And you too." With abrupt, feline violence, she snatched a handful of baubles from the table before her, hurled them at the aged servant. Marta stood like a withered Danae beneath the rich rain, whined, "Yes, Highness," and disappeared. The princess shut intrusion from her mind as the door closed. She turned once more to her playthings, picked up and fondled a pendant of intricately interwoven sapphire and toleminous. Its green and scarlet flame burned cold against the smooth satin of her breast. She hummed softly to herself, happy. It was then the voice spoke. The voice was a man's voice. Its masculine deepness was like the rasp of grating steel in the languid femininity of this room. "Send them away, princess? Very well. As you have judged, so shall it also be judged against you." The Princess Lenore whirled to the doorway, startled white hands leaping to her throat. Her gray-green eyes were wide with shock and horror. They widened even more as they found no one. "Oh, where are you?" she gasped. "Who dares enter the boudoir of the Princess Lenore?" She heard no sound of footsteps, but the voice drew nearer with each word. "I so dare, princess. And who are you?" "My name does not matter, but you may call me Conscience if you must give me a name, for I am the conscience of an empire." The voice was beside Lenore now. She spun swiftly, her hand seeking emptiness about her. "It is a trick. Someone will die for this. Leave this instant, or I call the guard." The voice of Conscience laughed. "Call the guard if you will, Princess. I will have gone ere they arrive, and these with me." This time the sound came from behind her. Again the girl whirled, this time to see a stupefying sight. As if imbued with eerie lapidary life, the jewels were rising from her dressing table in great handfuls. Leaping clots of rich iridescence climbed into thin air and vanished. Up till now the princess had been overwhelmed with shock. Now she was struck to the quick with another emotion. She screamed aloud and darted forward in defense of her precious gems. "Stop! They are mine! How dare you!" Her questing hands touched the disappearing jewels, and for an instant a strange electrical tingling coursed her veins. Then the warmth of a human hand struck down her clawing fingers. The voice cried sternly, "Let be, woman! These go to those who need them more than you." Then with a quick change of tone, "Stand still, you little hellcat!" The Princess Lenore had flung herself forward upon the invisible thief, was groping with maddening fingers at a face, at eyes she could not see. Her hands touched flesh. Her ears caught the swift sibilance of an indrawn breath. In all her life, never had Lenore been in such close contact with a man. Strong arms gripped her shoulders, shook her fiercely. An angry voice grated, "You greedy little fool! Are these all you live for, then? Cold stones? No wonder your heart is an icy barren, without sympathy or compassion. Don't you know what it means to hunger and be without bread, to want and be without hope, to love and be without love? In all your life, have you known only the icy caress of gems, not this?" And harshly, stunningly, the cries of Princess Lenore were stifled by the crush of male lips upon her own. For an instant the world spun dizzily beneath her. It seemed a burning brand raced through her veins, crying a tocsin. A vast, engulfing weakness shook the princess. She fell back trembling and shaken. Then anger, fierce and bitter, cleared her senses. She opened her eyes and found herself viewing an incredible sight. Herself bent to the embrace of a tall, dark-haired man clad in the rough habiliments of the working class. A young man whose jacket pockets bulged with the jewels that had disappeared. A young man whose eyes were covered with a pair of strangely shaped spectacles. With a start, she realized she was seeing her formerly invisible guest in the rock quartz mirror. At her gasp, the stranger spun, saw his reflection in the glass. With an oath, he loosed her, seized a heavy stool, and hurled it at the glass. Its smoothness shattered into 1,000 gleaming splinters. And once again, she saw no one. "Vixen!" grated the voice. For a few more seconds, jewels continued to leap upward into what the Princess Lenore now knew were hidden pockets, while she stood helplessly by. Then, she could never explain just why, but by some curious absence of sensation, she knew the boudoir was deserted save for herself. The Princess Lenore stared long and wonderingly at what had been a mirror, the most perfect example of Plutonian rock quartz crystal ever molded. Then one soft hand lifted strangely to lips which still tingled, and something like a smile, a thoughtful smile, touched those lips. Then, at long last, the Princess Lenore called the guard. End of Phantom Out of Time by Nelson Bond, Part 1.